Okay. So I do have quite a few juicy things. I don't know. That's a good question. It's the 6th. I feel like it's the 10th and the 16th as far as I understand. See, this is why I need a fucking whiteboard, goddammit. But I believe it's the 10th or 11th and 16th for his court cases. But I do have some juiciness for today. I obviously took the holiday off, and yesterday, as I said, recovery day, because we all stayed in Hanover, and no one drove, and we don't drive anyway. We don't have a car. But there is a court hearing that we need to cover real quick. The Charlie Kirk killer's court case is happening, and the judge is reading off the numbers right now. But after that, I have a roulette wheel of things that you guys are going to choose what we're going to do and talk about and play. Okay? You guys are going to choose after this hearing.
Chris Ballard are also present. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the
Thank you, Carolyn. Hopefully this isn't super long because we got a good show today.
Your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking that you come to the lectern and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right. Second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern? My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the court order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it
The judge's hair looks very suave. I'm like, I was literally just thinking that.
The order or to
like, huh?
the equipment to ensure compliance.
Go judge.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any
Yes, spectators.
comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing.
Since when can't you shake your head, though?
A motion.
That's a little crazy.
All from everyone, and that the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case.
Wild to say, like, we can't have spectators shaking their head. Like,
professional conduct.
That's freedom of speech. Come on.
Ethics.
You can't do that.
Also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties.
Good morning.
And in every engagement, that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that
hey girl
wish to follow if objections are made.
Oh my God, I love that you went there. I love it.
Shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday. We will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday. And court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day.
I know, right? Can we call in sick? Never heard of such a thing.
Of the record. Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
I've seen other judges make you go in a wheelchair. Like, there is no fucking calling in sick
Wish to invoke the exclusion
to a murder trial.
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules.
This is the Tyler Robinson hearing.
And I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay. So just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions, well, the parties have entered their appearances and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule, and Mr. Grunan, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Is that loud enough, guys?
Judge, yeah, we anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, The front table, this is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, and your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Ms. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just want to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude, I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's
Novak.
too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state and defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct. Mr. Novak's correct. We did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, be by way of video
What the hell?
and or audio.
Me too, Rose. Me too.
Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and your honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. That's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any
Most part of their face.
Considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to
I
raise.
love it.
In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits.
It was
but,
hot. Like
I also do
really
not, and this is going
bad.
to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it
Oh,
is
come on.
important that the parties know.
Oh, we
that
can't see them.
Are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so
I hate when judges do that.
on the exhibits that
I'm going to tell you why real quick. When judges do that and they go, oh, we're going to show it in the courtroom, but we don't want it broadcast on TV. In my opinion, I think that that is against the spirit of a public trial, right? Because if I was sitting in the courtroom watching, I would be able to see it, right? And obviously you cannot fit all of America or all of everyone who wants to go into that courtroom. So I believe when judges do that, it's against the spirit. I do applaud this specific judge for allowing cameras into this proceeding, because a lot of the times in federal court, we do not get cameras, which I also think is against the spirit of public trials. The federal courts basically are like, nope, it's a federal case, fuck you, no cameras. I think for transparency wise, the right to a public trial should be just that, a right to a public trial. So anyone of the public who wants to attend can. I understand that when that was made, that there were obviously less people in any one given area to watch a public trial, but the whole purpose is for it to be a public trial. And the public is not, it's not shortened to just the public in that area. It's a public trial for anyone who wants to watch it. And so where I do believe that there should be some sort of like warning or limit to things that are very graphic in nature, I think things like text messages and things that are not gory per se should be able to be shown on the camera for a public trial, because that is what we have the right to, a public trial. I don't think it's for the spirit of the right to a public trial if judges are allowed to say, okay, well, we're not going to show X, Y, and Z to the camera for the public, but anyone in the courtroom already who's here is going to be able to see it. I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever challenged that portion of it, but I also understand that having, quote, public trials now creates a problem where social media goes and runs with their own theories of it, and creates narratives that don't exist. And that also sort of screws the right to a fair trial on both sides, for the court, and for the person on trial. So, especially if that person happens to be innocent in any way, right? And then you have people who are running on social media and they're like, oh no, that person's guilty because we looked back and this person's sister's uncle's dog's hamster's wife knew that guy's sister dog's hamster's wife's aunt. And so that means that they're guilty. You know what I mean? Like, social media runs wild with shit like that. So, I mean, we got to strike a balance. You know what I'm saying? We got to strike a fucking balance here. Oh, I'm sorry, Rose. I had to take a whole recovery day. I didn't really drink on the 4th, but it was so fucking hot that it took everything out of me. I had to keep going in the house. Obviously I have POTS, so I can't just be sitting directly out in the sun like that. I had to go in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. But the sun will take a lot out of you. This is the Tyler Robinson hearing, the Charlie Kirk killer. Now, I don't expect, take the politics aside. This is one of those hearings that people really wanted to see what was going to happen. Regardless of whether they liked Charlie or they didn't, it didn't really matter. People just want to see what's going to happen to this guy, and if they can prove that this guy was the guy. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about if this guy is even the guy. Is this the guy? Is this the patsy? We don't know. We want to see. We want to see the evidence. We want to see.
The court grants to be published in court.
Oh my God, I did hear about that. I have that written down for later.
And the court is trying to be mindful.
Oh, I bet.
Shown on TV.
She is doing good, Ruthie. Thank you. She is home. Shauna is home. My oldest is home, in pain. She's still in some pain. It's uncomfortable. The way they did her surgery is not the normal way that they would do it, because of all of her complications. But she's home, still uncomfortable, but home, which she's happy to be, of course. I did hear about all those children stuck in one room. I think it was for up to 2 or 4 years, something really crazy. And yeah, there was kids all the way up to 18 months to 18 years old. I have that written down for later, but we also have a wheel where you guys are going to decide how today goes after this hearing happens. I hope, if I had a magic wand, I would bippity boppity everybody in HVAC unit. I'll tell you that much, because this heat sometimes is just out of freaking control. Out of control. Do me a favor, guys. If you didn't already do it, we're almost a half hour in here, and I always forget to do this, but smash the like button if you didn't already do that. I would appreciate it. Yeah, 4 years. That's what I heard. Smash that like button if you didn't already smash the like button. If you can, donate to the channel. We've been off for several days, so any and all help is greatly appreciated. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. Our link works for Apple Pay, and it works for any debit or credit, and that's pinned to the top. Justice Chats, Chime, Revolut, and our Amazon wish list. All those things exist. Yes. What does that mean? It means we have a wheel where the chat is gonna control what today's show looks like. That's how we're doing it. After this hearing, we'll start the wheel. it's going to be more interactive, basically. So today is going to be an interactive show where you guys are going to choose what we're going to talk about and what we're going to look at. That's what we're going to do. Well, that's the other thing. Capybara, so nice to see you. My daughter was super happy. I don't know if you caught up on the replays, but my daughter was super happy to have that month of Audible. We appreciate you. She appreciates it. She's like excited about what books she's going to be able to listen to. And she was an avid book reader before she went blind. So Audible is one of the things that she likes the most. So we thank you very much again for that. I like to be able to, thank everyone. And now that I'm doing the thank yous, I wasn't going to do this until after this hearing because it kind of started early, but thank you to Space Coast and Sapphire the doggy. We did get an Amazon package with a gift card, and we appreciate you for that. That'll go a long way towards sort of sending hubby back and forth to work on an Uber, because that shit is expensive as hell. Was John Adelson spinning the wheel? Nope. You guys are going to spin the wheel.
That's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side or clarification needed or thoughts that you wish to
We
share?
love when you're here, Space Coast, and we love when Sapphire's here.
All right.
We love all of you. We also love when Duncan's here. He gives me the
Commander, as it
best.
relates to
He gives me the best one-liners and always makes me chuckle. And he always throws in some good history, which I freaking love so much. Also, I apologize if anybody has reached out on Facebook. I'll tell you this much. I had to delete the Facebook app to pay my cable bill because my phone is so full that I couldn't download another app to pay the internet bill. I had to download the Xfinity app to be able to pay the internet bill. So I took the Facebook app off. And then my husband called this morning, which he usually calls on video chat, on his little break before he leaves the site to go do his route. And he video chatted from the phone instead of Facebook. And he's like, babe, you forgot to re-download Facebook again. I'm like, oh, fuck, it's been 3 or 4 days. So if anybody reached out that way, I apologize. I will get back to you, I promise. And Jesse's going to remind me, right, Jesse? You're going to remind me, because if you don't remind me after the show, I'm not going to remember to actually, you know what? I'm going to write it down right now. Re-download Facebook and take the Xfinity app off my phone. One of these days I'm going to get a new phone, and then we're not going to have this problem. But my phone is old. The thing is maxed out. I need a new phone. It's years old, but phones nowadays are not $100. They're not, they're fucking expensive, really expensive. And I just don't have that disposable income at the moment. So one of these days I will get a new phone though, and then we won't have to worry about that. But I gotta write in big letters, re-download Facebook. That's how I communicate with a lot of you guys, actually. And even my husband, and I still forgot. So he likes to video chat us when he's not home. And we like to video chat him when he's, on his breaks. He'll call to say, hi during lunch and stuff, which I love. Actually, this morning when he video chatted me, my hair was still all crazy. Not that it's not crazy now. And he was like, good morning, beautiful. And I was like, sir, have you seen me right now? This is not, no, we're looking kind of crazy. All right. Crazy. No, nothing beautiful about it. We're looking cuckoo bananas over here with our hair.
that. Are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge.
Okay.
I do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So.
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
One quick question, Judge, for council's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and
Okay.
that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor.
Oh, Valley's girl, thank you for the jewels, my friend.
The camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom. I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors. But I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's saying. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form. And so we will be using the easel, I think that's just
Okay.
over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35 and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, well, they're on a break still. I'm skipping forward here, but they're still on that break. So while they're still on that break, I was just trying to re-download the Messenger app here. Weird. My phone is being weird. Previews are on? I don't know what previews are. What the hell? We're talking about phone? All right, well, I don't know what my phone's doing, but I went to go like download the thing. Weird. All right. Did they? That's interesting. I know, as if Donna needed the money to be on Wheel of Fortune. Wait, Lori Deville was on Wheel of Fortune too? I didn't know that. That's wild. That would have been a good match too, England. I heard the one that did happen was good. I didn't get to catch that one, but Oh no, no flash flooding. Okay, so don't go in the basement. You can't be doing that. Flash flooding, of course. We've gotten a couple of those over the years. Thankfully, everything turned out okay, but flash flooding is very scary. I've seen it happen in North Carolina during the hurricanes. I'd say get to the highest ground you possibly can and make sure that you have an emergency exit out just in case. And stay with us as long as you can so that if something needs to be done to help, we can try to do that. Don't be scared. We are here with you, my friend. We may not physically be there, but we are still here. That is a very scary thing. Never marry a woman that's on the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, probably don't do that. It's from a law tutor that has a channel on TV's Woman's. Yeah, I wouldn't put much stock into any of those assholes, that's for sure. Oh no. I remember Superstorm Sandy and what it did to New Jersey. I remember it being days without power, even in Massachusetts, for Superstorm Sandy. So you just stay with us, Lisa. And as a matter of fact, you have my number, right? Or no? If you don't, I'm going to send it to you in an email here so that you can call if it's an emergency, and we'll, do what we can, obviously, to help. I don't have my other email open. I promised I would stay off socials most of the 4th. So I did. Because that is very scary, for sure. I'm sending you coming at you right now in an email. Yeah, it's been droughts. I sent it to you an email. You should have it now. So you just call me if you need anything, regardless of whether we're live or not. This show can always be stopped. Human life is more important, of course. Speaking of which, it's kind of a segue into, it wouldn't be a holiday or a day off for me if something didn't go wrong, right? So the kids, my sister-in-law took the kids to see the fireworks. We couldn't all fit in the car, so we let my sister-in-law just take all the kids, her and her fiance, take all the kids to see the fireworks down in Rocky Nook. And so she took them to see the fireworks. And my sister-in-law's stepdaughter, who's like family to us, and her sister, her little sister, and then my daughter and my nephew went with my sister-in-law and her fiance to the fireworks. And when the kids got back, we did s'mores over the fire pit because, well, we promised them dirt. So around, 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish, they're doing s'mores. And my sister-in-law's fiance gets a phone call. And take this down for a second while we're still on a break here and show you what happened. This is bad. It's so bad. So this is what happened. 3 firefighters were injured. The oldest one, who just minutes before that was holding my daughter's ears because the fireworks were too loud. She's a protector, right? And she was hugging my daughter, my little, and holding her ears because my daughter was complaining that they were so close, that they were so loud. And this.
Multiple firefighters were injured after a 3-alarm fire in Braintree. Officials say the call came in around 10 on North Bowdoin Street.
Save the dog, but they couldn't.
Everyone inside that home made it out safely. 1 dog was rescued from the fire. Fire crews say multiple firefighters, though, were treated for heat-related injuries. A van on the property also caught fire, and a neighboring home sustained heat damage. The cause of the fire is now under investigation.
So this poor 12-year-old's whole entire life just went up in flames on the 4th of July. And we had to tell her, right? Because it's her mom's house, and you know, she was with her dad, and her entire life just imploded in flames. And so I had my sister-in-law write me sort of like a list of things that, as a 12-year-old girl, she's going to want or need, because she just lost everything. And of course, like, her dad's going to keep her for the summer, because she doesn't have a home to go back to, of course. But having to tell this child that her entire life just went up in flames was really fucking hard. I've been through a fire. I know what that's like. I know what losing everything is like. I still haven't recovered from that. And this is a 12-year-old little girl. Everything she owns is gone. Every piece of clothing, every sock, underwear, shoe, everything. Literally everything. And so I asked my sister-in-law to please get me a list of all of the things that she's going to need. And maybe some things that she might want, because I can only imagine what she's feeling. So for instance, within 5 minutes of the fire, me and her dad, you know, he was beside himself. So I'm outside trying to, like, on the porch, trying to, like, you know, let him know, like, there's not a lot you can do, but just be there, you know, for her as you're being right now as a dad. And he's like, I'm like, she's just scared. And I probably never forget this conversation a day in my life. And he's like, how do I make her unscared? And he's like, you can't. It's the only thing that you can do is just be there. That's it. And that's exactly what you're doing. You have to let her feel those feelings and just let her know that, like, dad has her back, you know? Within, I'd say, 5 minutes of the fire, we sort of looked to see if we could find anything like article or news wise on it. And the only thing we could find at that time, which was right then and there, was Facebook. And there was a woman who lives across the street who was live streaming the fire. And so we saw the clips from her Facebook of the fire, and it was devastating. It was fucking devastating. It was bad. And, you know, we're hoping that she didn't go looking for it. But of course, like, it's her home, you know, her kid wants to know, you know? So there's a couple photos of it here. They saved the dog. I'm told the cat, though, was not as lucky. They went in for the dog. They heard the dog yelping. One of the firefighters went in for the dog. 3 of the firefighters had to be treated for heat. Again, the 4th of July was extremely hot here. And I can only imagine with the heat from the fire and the heat that was, like, that's why. But this is the house. Everything is a loss. It sort of was spreading to the house next door, caught the car on fire. Everything is gone. So as you can see, that's it. And there's, Braintree, 2 families. It was a 2-family house. So 2 families are affected by this. And the fact that that one is like family is just horrifying to me, especially since she's just a 12-year-old girl, you know? It's just a 12-year-old girl trying to have the 4th of July with her dad and her sister and us. And, you know, we got to tell her that she just lost everything. And that her house is on fire. You know, it was hard. I'll tell you that much. Hard watching her be so upset and beside herself. I've been through a fire. I know what it's like. The family was low income, so it's not like they're going to be able to just hop to another place. And the Red Cross will, you know, put them up in a hotel for a few days. She's going to be staying with her dad. But I'll tell you this much. They don't do a ton of help. My friend used to work for the Red Cross, and they help a little, but they don't help a ton. They help a tiny, tiny bit. And then basically after a few days, they're like, yeah, we can't help you anymore. So, oh, that's terrible, Christina. So I'll tell you this. This morning asked her, well, yesterday, it was Bodinwich. I don't know how to say it, but that was the name of the street in Braintree. I mean, you can look it up. It's all over everywhere now. I didn't know until this morning that some of the firefighters were treated for heat related issues. Yeah, I mean, I hear that, dude. I definitely been there, done that myself, but I had my sister-in-law send me sort of what her sizes are and, you know, what her favorite things are and, you know, her favorite things to do or whatever. And so she just sent me this list here. I think I'm going to make a list. I'm going to put whatever I can on my wish list. You know, sneakers. She likes Lululemon and Sol de Janeiro number 62. She needs a backpack and a lunchbox. She likes Stitch. She loves blue, purple, black, green, pink, leggings. They bought her some jeans and cargo pants and an army sweatsuit. She has a few tank tops that they bought her yesterday, t-shirts. She needs underwear, bra, socks. She likes the mid Nike socks, women 6 to 12. Loves makeup. She's 12. Come on. New toothbrush, and she needs a hairbrush, maybe some hair clips. She likes arts and crafts like painting and the diamond art, which I love the diamond art. She's going into 7th grade, which is sad because they just bought her like her first pair of Uggs like 6 months ago. They were like the low rise platform ones. Her birthday was in October. And then Christmas, obviously. And then she had a brand new pair of high top platform Converse, you know, and all of that is now gone. Her MacBook's gone, you know. But if we can check some of these things off the list for her, I'm more than happy to do it because I might be an adult, but I still haven't recovered from my fire. And this is a 12-year-old little girl who just lost every single thing. Even sentimental, that is, you know, it's just sad. It's just sad. So insurance would go to the homeowner, not to them. So for instance, the homeowner would get insurance money for the house, but none of that money would then pass on to people renting, unfortunately. And because they were low income, they had a voucher. So they're not going to get any insurance. The only person who's going to get insurance money is the person who owns the home. So the two families that were renting, you know, again, they're going to have to start from square one. Renter's insurance is expensive for a low-income family. So no, they didn't have renter's insurance. I don't even have renter's insurance. Can't afford that on top of all my other bills here in Massachusetts. The problem is Massachusetts is one of the most expensive states to live in the entire country. And even if renter's insurance is only $12 a month, like that $12 needs to go to food in my household. I don't have it to spend it on renter's insurance, even though I would love to. So, you know, a lot of the times, especially if you have a voucher like this family did, that's not in the cards. You're already paying 35%, closer to 40 because they don't count, you know, they don't count the money that like the government takes out of your taxes. So say, for instance, you make $800 a week, right? without taxes being taken out. That's what they count. They don't count what you actually receive after taxes. They count what you get before taxes. And so these families are already paying close to 40% of their income on just the rent alone, right? Never mind any other bills and food and basic necessities. So that's just not in the budget, you know? Yeah, and I did, you know, I talked to her yesterday morning while we were having breakfast. So I was trying to, you know, make her smile, and she was a little bit better yesterday morning, of course, but still sad, you know, sad, you know. Yep, I mean, that's usually what happens. Usually like a couple days or a week, and then basically you're on your own after that. Sorry, my little had a question. Yeah, I mean, there's 3 other kids. The mom has 3 other kids. So there's 4 kids all together. My focus is the 12-year-old, because she's family to us. I don't know the mom and the other 3. But yes, thank you. Bowditch, I think that's how you say it, Bowditch Street. Yeah, they already, see, that's the thing. They already had a voucher. So like, there's not going to be really, I hate 211, honestly, because half of the things that the people from 211 will tell you don't exist anymore. The numbers are out of service. The programs have run out of money, or they don't apply. So for instance, I am fucking 211, at least for Massachusetts. Like, I know everything that exists, where it exists, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, when you have a fire, as I know from experience, there isn't a place that's just gonna be like, here's all the basic necessities that you need. Unfortunately, you have to figure that shit out yourself. The Red Cross might give a couple, like you said, gift cards, like to get whatever, but she's not there with the mother. She's with her dad. So my focus is her, specifically just her. The mother has at least some resources for her and the other kids, even if it's basics. She's not with her mother. She's now with dad, obviously, because she was with dad when it happened. So I'm going to do anything in my power to help this little 12-year-old, you know? Yeah, it does. It does exactly what it does. It simply comes from just people like me and you who are like, okay, we got to do something, right? Like we got to come together as a community, and we got to do something. Like, you know, just like when Ashley's dog was dying, like I get like, you know, there's only so much I can do as a small channel. I'm not, you know, a huge channel, obviously. If I was, there would be a lot more I could do. And I hope in the future that's where I get, right? So that there are many more people that I can help in those scenarios. Yeah, Claude's exactly right. The runaround is 100% real. I've been there. I've done it. Most of anything that we got came from just people like me or you. And that's exactly what's going to happen in this scenario. And so I am going to put things on my wish list, whatever I can from this list that she just sent me. And then the things that can't be put on my list, like, you know, I want her to be able to also have a few things that she likes, not just things that she needs, because I'll tell you, just having a few things that you can do, like, for instance, my sister-in-law said she likes the diamond paintings. I love those. I do those at home. And those are fairly inexpensive. You can get them at Five Below and or online on Amazon. And I think, you know, getting her a few things that she can do or that she likes would sort of focus her energy on not just like dwelling over everything that's gone, you know. So I'm going to put whatever I can on the wish list. I'm going to put a few gift cards for cosmetics, like Ulta. She's 12. I'm told she loves Sol de Janeiro number 62. And as you guys know, I'm a huge fan of Sol de Janeiro, as are my children, including my, you know, my preteen. And Sol de Janeiro is one of my favorite smells in general. And you can get it sort of at Ulta. This is 62 right here. This is the same one that I have. And it comes in the cream, the body spray, the body wash, the shampoo and conditioner. I love them. And that's exactly right. They're a good distraction, right? Because you got to focus on it. And my sister-in-law says she likes sort of arts and crafts. She likes to paint things. She likes the diamond paintings. So I want to be able to get her like some things that she can quote do, and also some things that she likes like this that are sort of make it at least feel like someone gives a shit. They're not just going to give her underwear and socks. That like, you know, all of the things that she might have loved are gone. But that even if all of the things that she loved are gone, that there are people that still give a shit. There are humans that can come together and help. You know, she just saw the ugly in the world. Her entire life just looks like that picture because that's her home. And now I want to show her that people can do amazing things when they come together. Teaching children when they're this little that this is what you do as a community to step up and help. Maybe one day when she gets a little older, these are the things she'll do for others. You know, it's what I taught my kids when they were little, and I continue to teach my kids. Which, you know, my little used her tooth fairy money for the book fair for another kid. Like that's what I like to teach my kid. You know, and this poor kid is about to go back to school in September with whatever she gets between now and September, right? So I'm going to throw what I can from this list on my wish list today after today's stream. And then whatever I can't put on the wish list, I'll make a tweet with the list of things that we need, and we can figure out whether it needs to get, because you can do like Walmart has like a delivery or a pickup, right? So people could do like orders to certain places, and it can either be picked up or delivered from that place straight to my mother-in-law's house, which is where my sister-in-law lives, and that's most of the time where they're going to be spending their time. So, girl, listen, I don't blame you not one bit. I'm going to put it on my wish list. You'll know I haven't gotten a chance to do it. My sister-in-law, literally, I asked her this morning to just send me the list. Because again, guys, this happened then 4th of July night. So my sister-in-law literally just sent this to me probably 20 minutes ago when I reminded her this morning. So I haven't had a chance yet to put it on there. So it's actually a good place to leave it, Allie, because fun fact, when my daughter's service dog decided that she was going to eat a sock, right, which could get tied around their stomach and their stomach can flip and it can kill them. They're the ones who stepped up with private donations to be able to pay for that emergency surgery and treatment for my daughter's service animal, was MSPCA Boston Angel. And so they do pretty good work over there. It's definitely a good place to leave your money. That's for sure. So I haven't, as soon as the stream is over today, guys, I will make the list. This is just horrific. And since I've been there, like, I know what this is like. Shelter after a fire, the whole shebang. It's just awful. No one, especially a kid, should have to live through that. You know, there was a once upon a time, Allie, where I really did hate people. And I'll tell you, mostly it was from a lot of the abuse I suffered as a child. And then as a young adult, that I really just didn't trust or like anyone at all. I just wanted really nothing to do with anyone. And I kind of had to like learn that even if the majority of people are shitty, there are still really good humans out there. And I sort of focused my energy on, you know, opening myself up. It might open it up to shitty people once in a while who might screw me. But if I don't open myself up to people in general, I'm just going to be miserable the rest of my life. And I find joy in people. I find joy in listening to their life stories and their different cultures and food and travel and if I don't open myself up to people, then I'll just be sitting in a room all by myself, right? Just locked away from the world. And I did that for a long period of time with my PTSD. I just didn't want really shit to do with anyone. I just felt like if all of these people failed in my life, right, to the point that I was that abused, like why would I want anything to do with anyone? So believe me, been there, done that. And maybe you might always hate people, you know, it's okay too. But at least for me, I learned that even if there are a majority of shitty people out there, there are still decent human beings. And a lot of the time, you guys definitely help make me remember that there are just decent humans. I can concur with you that there are just shitty people here in Massachusetts. Not all of us, obviously, but there are just like an abundance of fucking assholes. I feel like, you know, just an abundance of fucking assholes here in Massachusetts. People are very entitled. People look down on everyone. It's shitty. It's shitty. Let's just put it that way. It's shitty. Newton is one of those areas too. It's very hoity-toity. So you get a lot of the like, not like yuppie, like old school yuppies, but like my grandparents were upper middle class, and they still like their definition of like a yuppie was like the people who literally look down and think everyone is just shit beneath their feet that they can step on. And in that area, you might run into quite a bit of that, Allie. You know? I have a Viewmaster. I love a Viewmaster. I used to have one of those when I was a kid. I love a freaking Viewmaster. Listen, I like to sit in a room by myself sometimes. What I meant was, like, hypothetically, like, I just locked myself away from people, you know? Now I kind of like have to. I have no choice. I don't have a car, so I'm kind of like locked away from people anyway, unless I, you know, get out with a friend or something. But I used to, a long, long time ago, do it on purpose because I was so afraid of like just being further abused or hurt that I didn't want anything to do with anyone. You know, I was like at my limit of dealing with abuse at that age, and I was young. I had dealt with a lot of trauma really young, and I don't wish it on anyone. But that's also why I started to do volunteer advocacy work. It was like, if I can help people not have to go through what I went through, or if they do have to go through what I went through, I hope that I wish there would have been someone like me to help me, you know, at that time. So if I can be that person for anyone, even one person, like, then it makes it worth it for me, because I still remember exactly what that felt like. You know, having nowhere to turn and just being just afraid of your own shadow, you know, just afraid of your own shadow. Really. I am not a better person than you. I just really dealt with a lot young, like really young. And I had my years of being exactly like that, Allie. I am no better and no worse than anyone. I bleed red like all of you. I put my pants on one leg at a time like all of you, unless I got to jump up and down just to put them on, you know, over my big ass, you know, wiggle a little bit, you know, jump up and down. But no, I'm no better than anyone. I'm the same as all of you. And I like to keep myself in that humble knowing of that I am just like everyone else. Just like everyone else. I'm just a normal, everyday human, you know? Yep. And Duck, that's what I strive to sort of do. Oh my God, tell her I am so jelly, but she's going to need to take me pictures. You guys take pictures. And I love when I get those pictures, because I kind of like live my travel dreams through you and Kenda. So tell her I am always grateful to see the pictures from when you guys go somewhere or you travel, or when she travels, because I kind of subconsciously live through those pictures. See, it makes it easier once you sort of connect with one person who's been through something similar. It starts to make it just a little easier and a little easier and a little easier and a little easier, you know? And it just takes that one person who sort of understands what you went through. And I had that one person, you know, for me, it was just a friend. I believe I was 21 when I first sort of started talking about the abuse that I went through, that I had been holding in for that long. And it got a little easier every time after that, you know? Oof, that is such a good quote. Go Mother Teresa. All right, let me pop this back on because I have big plans for today's show, and this hearing might go for a while. So let's just like pop it back on for a second and see what this first witness here. This is like a probable cause thing, so see what they have to say, because I have a whole like wheel that needs to be spun, and a couple laps that we need to like have, because this is today's heavy. It's heavy, it's heavy. All right, let's get this thing going here. Okie dokie, artichoke. That's a good way to think about it. Your Nana was a smart lady. Go Nana. Hashtag go Nana. Or Nona, if you say it that way. Depends. Depends on how you say it.
The fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the low-C building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
That judge's chair looks very comfortable.
Gravel?
I just want to stay out of the headlines.
Two different grades? Or
Me too, sir.
Grays. Grays, okay,
Grays.
all right.
Gordon Gecko. Yes, Gordon Gecko.
Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the low-C is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building, and it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
So, officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the low-C center is in this photograph?
The low-C center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugal building
Hugo building is going to be this building right here.
and the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see the nest.
Mr. Gernender, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing. In that way, because the video isn't being captured. So if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugal building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay. And then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay. And then finally, if you would describe the LOSI building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The LOSI building can be pretty much in the middle on the right side. So middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the LOSI Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the LOSI building. How many stories does the LOSI building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the LOSI building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of LOSI building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LOSI Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again. Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall of Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Hugo building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path. That's
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The LOSI Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. we're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if you're on.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right.
Folks, headphones are your best options if you have them today. I've turned it up. I have a booster that does 600%.
The court finds that the
More
witness
volume?
is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation.
They're talking
of
about
State's Exhibit 3
the rooftop
to be.
that Tyler Robinson was on.
Necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3.
But if you do
is admitted and maybe
have headphones, I would suggest you put them in just because this court hearing is very low. I have a 600% volume booster as an attachment on my computer, and I have that maxed out right now for you guys. And it's already maxed out here at the bottom. So it's still very low and there's nothing more really I can do on my end. So your best bet is to jack it up as high as you can get it or put headphones in because the court just for some reason just has really low volume. And even with my booster at maxed out, it's still hard to hear. But what he's testifying to right now is the rooftop that Tyler Robinson was on when he shot Charlie Kirk and how accessible it was to the general public. You're welcome, darling. Was it accessible to the public? How accessible was it? Do you know what it looks like? Does it look like this? Is this the correct map? So on and so forth. Is what he's sort of testifying to right now. I don't know how much of this, how long this is supposed to go today. I know it's technically day one, but it's also like one of those things where they're doing probable cause. Different states do things differently. And so essentially that's sort of what's happening right now. I'll play as much of it as I can do before we start the roulette wheel. But the roulette wheel is going to be very interactive and fun for today's show, which I already had planned before I completely forgot that this hearing was going to be played this morning. So my bad on that, because that's my oversight on forgetting that this hearing was today. I think with being at the hospital with my oldest and just being tired, I just forgot. So I forgot that this hearing was this morning, so I had to sort of pivot quickly. So, all right. Definitely get headphones if you can. We'll play as much as we can, but I also want to get to the wheel because it's the fun part of the show. And we have tanties and mystery clips and chat chooses and story time and hot takes and Twitter tales and wild cards and viewer questions to get to. You know what I'm saying? Like chat chooses how we're going to do this. It's very interactive. And so I want to get to that too. So I'm going to play as much of this as I can. Do me a favor. And if you didn't already smash the like button, please do so. I know, right? I get no more holidays off. None for me. No soup for you, Elise. No soup for you. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. I couldn't remember something. I was on the phone with Jesse this morning and my little was standing next to me and I was like, oh no, that was the change that Uncle Corey had from Dunkin' Donuts. She's like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And I'm like, yeah, it was. It was the change he gave her like $6 or something. And I'm like, no, it was from Dunkin' Donuts. She's like, no, it wasn't. I'm like, yeah, it was. And I'm like, no, it wasn't. You're right. It was Cumberland Farms, I think. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, get your shit together, Elise. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Get your shit together. Well, I mean, if you watched the beginning of the show, you'd have known I definitely said that. I said that we don't know if he's the patsy. Is he the guy? Is he the patsy? We don't know. That's why people want to watch it, right? That's why let's see. I already made that assertion, so I don't need to make it every 5 minutes. We're gonna spin the wheel. I promise we're gonna spin the wheel. But do me a favor, smash the like button if you didn't already do that. You can donate to the show. We thank Valley's Girl for the jewels this morning. Those were wonderful, dear. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, darling. I appreciate those jewels. We have, sorry, I'm distracted by 100 things. Get your shit together, like, right? No more holidays for me. Jesus Christ. Not allowed to have days off, apparently, because then everything goes wonky for me. Forget shit, so on and so forth. So long, Hulk Hogan, you know? No, see, no, I don't. And I don't have to because I already made that assertion at the beginning of the show. I don't need to say it every 5 minutes. I absolutely do not. I mean, if you want to run your own show, you can totally do that, but I'm not doing that every 5 minutes. I already did that. You can choose to do whatever you want on your own show, but I am not going to say every 5 minutes fucking allegedly. I already said, is he the patsy? Is he the guy? We don't know. That's why there's a damn court hearing.
It would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this.
Maybe you're new here, right? Maybe you're new here and you don't seem to get it. So I'll say this one time. I will say whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want. See how that works? And I didn't say it as an assertion. I already made the comment earlier that we don't fucking know whether he was the guy or not. Maybe he's the patsy. Maybe he had nothing to do with it and he's the patsy. There's plenty of conspiracy theories are up there about whether or not this guy really had anything to do with anything. We don't know, right? There's a lot of different things that sort of make you go, right? Like, we don't know. We don't fucking know. But I am most certainly not going to say allegedly every 5 seconds. I'm not doing that. I already made the assertion that we don't know. That's why there's a goddamn trial, right? Not doing that. That's not happening.
This Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that
Yes.
that hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the
A patsy,
right.
like basically someone who got blamed for something, like a scapegoat, basically. Like someone they were just like, oh, this guy did it, you know? Like in the JFK thing, like a lot of people think that he was the patsy, right? Like he wasn't the actual person who shot JFK, or there was multiple other people, and Lee Harvey Oswald was just the patsy, you know? Who's just the guy they blamed it on, or the government sort of set it up so that it looks like Lee Harvey Oswald did it, and then they had him killed by some other Jack Diamond. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, exactly like Lee Harvey Oswald. That's what a patsy, like a scapegoat, someone they can blame it on. You know, that it could look like it could be that person. You know what I mean? Yeah, someone who's used by another. They could have used him to, you know, to get the job done for whatever reason, manipulated, or maybe they just made it look like it was him. That's why we have trials. We want to see the evidence because we want to see, like, is he the patsy? Is he the scapegoat? Like, I mean, even conspiracy theories sometimes, not every time, but sometimes have a little truth to them, right? Like, sometime, yeah, scapegoat is definitely a better word. I don't know. Patsy's just like an old school word, you know? He kind of is a patsy. I mean, he's just also like a raging fucking lunatic who can't get out of his own way. And I don't really understand why his lawyers haven't bowed out in shame yet. I mean, the dude does more damage to his own case on a daily fucking basis than they can fix. That's for damn sure.
So it would be on the south end of me,
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the LOSI building inside, there's an elevator that'd be ground 1, level
Okay.
1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level, and your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the LOSI building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the LOSI building.
Yes,
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the
Okay.
atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the LOSI building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray
Okay.
gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the LOSI Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the LOSI Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium style steps.
Would that be west of the LOSI Center then?
Yes, it'd be directly west of the LOSI Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the LOSI Center?
Ooh, yes, the glider being a patsy for Aiden. That's
Some of it
perfect.
Obstructed?
That's exactly right.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here. This white.
That's a good point, Duck Duck.
This kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
It will be interesting, one way or
You
another.
have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the LOSI Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was.
On the far south side of the LOSI building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof
The top roof, yes.
with the darker shade of gray that you
Yes.
see. Okay. Thank you, officer. I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do, okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernando. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in. So
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugel building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Granado.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it. And if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? Is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here. is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the LOSI center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the LOSI building right here,
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between.
Van
the
Pan.
have a white roofs
Thank you for the jewels, darling.
area right there with some steps.
I love the
this is gonna be
tulips.
Courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
For a
into
vehicle?
level
Aw.
For a vehicle?
for vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive.
Hey,
So
Marcia.
you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the
Oh,
LDS
thank
Institute,
you, Lindsay.
or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard.
You thanks for
and
being you.
the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes,
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
it is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west.
This isn't even the
Looks
juicy
like a
good
horseshoe,
stuff.
Kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west in the middle of that horseshoe. Would be 850.
Like, I wish we could skip to the parts that are like the good parts of the case. You know what I mean? Like, essentially right now, all they're doing is like mapping out where they say that Tyler Robinson was on the rooftop, how accessible it is, so on and so forth. Thank you, Van Pan, for the tulips. I love them. I love jewels. They're just so random and they just pop up on the screen. Like, so you never know what you're going to get. I love them. Thank you, Lindsay, for your super sticker. I love the little pair. Thanks for being you. No, thanks for being you. And Duck Duck, we're glad you made it here. As not just you, but many other people, not just through Twitter, but they get curious after one of the sewer crew decides they're going to shit on me. And they get curious and they're like, let me go find this horrible devil person that Aiden fucking squawks like a duck about, right? Mean, it's horrible. You got to kind of like lean into the fact that every person he doesn't like or tells the truth about him is a quote criminal, scammer, grifter, loser, blah blah blah, all the same like 10 things. So it can't be that everyone is a scammer, grifter, criminal, blah blah blah, right? But him. Right? It's everyone else except him. And once you start realizing that like he just spews the same nonsense and he's a one-trick pony, does the same shit over and over and over, then you start to realize like something's not right about what he's saying about other people. And people get curious and they're like, let me go see who's so horrible that, you know, that he says. And then people go and look and they're like, he's not seeing it. No, didn't, nope, not a thing. And then it's even worse for him when people actually get to know me in real life. And they're like, they have to laugh at that point. Like at that point, anything he says about me is just laughable. because he never knew a single thing about me, and he still doesn't. And so that's what makes it so funny to me. Like, you can shit on my being an addict 20 years ago. You can shit on the abuse that I suffered as a child and young adult, being a victim of domestic violence, being a victim of SA as a child. Like, you can do all of those things, but they're not things that I haven't talked about myself. I'm the one who revealed those things, because I think it's important to realize that even if you had really bad, horrible things happen to you, that you can make it out the other side, right? You can turn your life around. I sat in a jail cell once. Fast forward through my life, and I worked in a prison. So it's like, you can shit on me all day about what a horrible person you think I am because I was an addict 20 years ago. You can do that until the cows come home. Anybody that knows me or anybody that I've helped knows better, right? They know better. And so at that point, it's just laughable. Any shit that he, spews at that point is laughable, See, I haven't heard any roasts of him specifically from Jolene. That was one of my big, sort of hangups when it came to hers. Like, okay, roast fucking Jess. Ethel Machado deserves some roasting. But she was sort of leaving Aiden out of it. And I'm like, you got to roast them both at that point. You know what I mean? Because, he's a horrible human, and she's literally just taking after all the shit that he does. You know what I mean? She's using him as like a template, essentially, But most people that sort of get to know me as like a real human being, or come here, like, they start to learn that, like, he just spews nonsense. And then you start to realize that, like, behind the scenes, he's making other creators do what he wants by shitting on these people that they don't even know and they have never met. So none of the times that the glarer decided to run his mouth about me was because he had an issue with me. Never had an issue with the guy. He doesn't know me, right? It's simply he was doing his dirty work for Aiden. Same goes for Baker and any of the other ones. Like, they're just doing their dirty work for him, right? And that's something that he's done many, many, many times. I find it quite funny yet, folks. I'm wondering why it is that he has not talked yet about the voicemails we left him. I still have questions, Aiden. I still have questions, okay? I have questions. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have any content, though. And that's true. That's very true, Ruthie. A lot of, they give me free advertisement, so I guess we'll thank them for that. Thank you, Sewer Crew, for your free advertisement of talking shit, so that when people can then go figure out you're a fucking liar, right? Then they find us. And so for that, we thank you. We thank the Sewer Crew for that fucking nonsense, right? Like, it definitely made him upset, but he said the quiet part out loud, right, guys? He said the quiet part out loud, which is basically we have to do what you say, or we have to risk you going on your show, bashing us, losing subscribers, losing money. And so if we don't do what you want us to do, we have to live with that fear, right? Like, that's essentially what happens. And we'll just happen to say it out loud with Aiden there, right? And you know how much shit he probably got for that later on. He immediately realized what he said and tried to walk it back a little. Like, bro, it's only what I've been telling people for 3 years now, right? So you're literally just proving all of my points for me. Thank you. Appreciate that. They do it all the time anyway. It's like, if there was a few things to show that I wasn't fucking lying, it would be all of you. And you all just said the quiet part out loud. You're afraid of him and you do what you're fucking told, or else. The fear of losing subscribers and losing money and losing things is what makes you guys do the shitting on of other people for him. Like, if you guys didn't see the pile on, right, that they did on Ethel, right, that was on purpose because Aiden didn't want to take any of the heat. He had to put that heat on someone else. So he used Ethel. Here you go, Ethel. I need Will on my side raising money for me. So I'm going to have to shit on you. Hope you realize that we'll still be friends. Don't worry. Like, if you don't realize at that point that you're literally just being used, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. When did she do that roast? I would love to see it. Like, her roasting him in the glare. I haven't seen that yet, but I would love to see it. And you're right, Ruthie. You wouldn't have found me without him talking shit. And a lot of you wouldn't, right? Dr. Go Duke Basketball wouldn't have either. A lot of you wouldn't have. Duck wouldn't have. Like, there's a lot of you that came from sort of being like, who the fuck are they talking shit about? Although they're still using twisted, it's untwisted. They could use whatever they want. I really don't give a fuck one way or another. But it's funny because when some of you see me in real life, say I'm out at the grocery store or Walmart or something, and someone comes and taps me on the shoulder, I have never had a bad interaction with someone in real life. In real life, I've never had a troll walk up to me and run their mouths. Let's be honest here. They're just, Terry Tough Tits via Gangsta Bitch Barbie finger banging away on a keyboard. Like, yes, finger banging entered the chat. That's what they're doing. None of these people have the balls to say anything to my face that they say online. And they never will, right? And they never will. I have only had good interactions with people outside and in the public. Usually it's someone tapping me in the shoulder and being like, oh my God, I was just watching you. How are you? Like, and I'm a hugger. So like, I'm going to need a hug if you see me in person. Like, be ready for one because I'm a hugger. Okay. I'm a real life hugger. Oh, yes. Oh, and he did. I love that. Oh, so he was on Canton Chronicle last night? Lucky was? Oh, this is amazing. TV claimed the other day that Lucky said he would come on his show. Yeah, we know he claims a lot of shit that's just simply not true, right? Last night on Canton Chronicle, Lucky specifically said he will never go on his show because TV hung him out to dry in the first trial. He sure did. Tried to intimidate him. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing the shit that he'll just lie about. It's amazing. We should do some of the wheel and then come back to this because this is like, listen, it's an important trial, but this stuff that they're talking about now is like, it's boring. It's just mapping out where Tyler Robinson was on the roof, So wild, fucking wild. I know all about where he was on the roof, how accessible it was to the public, so on and so forth. I don't think that's super, I don't think a lot of them if you ever notice, there are still content creators, and yeah, I'm going to call out fucking Larry, the DUI clown. That guy, all of his content is Karen Read trial, past Karen Read trial. The dude has literally no other content that people watch. And so he endlessly, and I mean endlessly, multiple times a week, puts videos out about the Karen Read trial. This happened in the Karen Read trial at this time, and this happened in the Karen Read trial at this time. Like, he literally has no other content to talk about that people will watch other than putting Karen Read in his title. And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about Larry, the fucking DUI guy, then I don't know what to tell you. My biggest problem is a lot of these, quote, law tubers are very comfortable lying to their viewers' faces. Very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. It's bad, Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, not only is it weeks late, but like the guy has no other content. So he's literally just delving into like, oh, remember when this happened? Like, bro, there were dozens and dozens of people, including myself, covering that fucking trial. I was one of the very few that was very early on covering it. And like, bro, people have seen it 7 ways from Sunday. We've been through 2 fucking trials. If you're still at this point, all of your content is surrounding that trial and it's things that happened in 2 trials. Like, I don't know what the fuck, like, come on, Larry, get some content, bud. Get some fucking content, Petty streams and bro summer. I'm going to have to check that out. Thank you. Because I saw a lot of roasting of Ethel, but not a ton on them. And I'm wondering, is she afraid? Like, I mean, I get it. Some people are. They don't want to deal with his minions, right? But that's never going to be me. He just jumps on bandwagons, Ruthie. That's why I like that. And behind the scenes, I know some pretty shady things that guy's done. So I'm not a fucking fan, right? If you're a practicing attorney and you're literally trying to practice in states that you're not even licensed in at all, and you're trying to like snipe other people's clients, like, it's weird as fuck, and you're a creep, right? Especially when all of your content is a picture of yourself and something that says, Karen Read, trial this, or fucking testimony that. Like, bro, there were 2 trials. We're in July 6th of 2026. If that's all the content you have now, you're in fucking trouble. You're in trouble. Time to move on, my guy. But that's where he's getting his numbers from. Anything that says Karen Read in the title is where he's getting his numbers from, right? It's unfortunate. And that's why Aiden keeps mentioning Karen. And on that note, guess what we found this morning, folks? Guess what we found? This morning, Aiden's little golf thing, his little golf tournament thing came up. And I kid you not, he writes on it, right? He invokes, of course, Karen Reed's name, even though she hates him and wants absolutely not a single thing to do with him. He invokes her name so that people will do this thing for fundraising for his shit, okay? And then he invokes justice for John O'Keefe, as if his fucking cases have anything to do with justice for John O'Keefe. Let me make something abundantly clear. None of Aiden's cases have anything to do with getting justice for John O'Keefe. None of them. None of them pertain to John O'Keefe and getting justice for him at all. None of them. So the fact that he wants to invoke John O'Keefe's name is fucking deplorable and disgusting. It's disgusting. Oh, I got tea for days. So, do you know how much tea I sit on? Like how much I actually just sit on for a while? Like, because it's just not the right time. You know? And that's the other thing that really gets me is you have the law tubers sitting there now whining about Judge Gilday. See, here's the difference, right? Anytime a judge, and this you can go back to this, right? Listen, there's a way to be non-biased and say, okay, the lawyers are acting unethically here. They're being fucking stupid. Like, let's not, right? The judge is right, obviously. Any lawyer with an ounce of honesty or integrity would have said, I understand exactly why the judge did that, and the judge had every right. But then you get the law tubers who want to do their fake outrage. They want to feign outrage. They want to do this fake outrage and this nonsensical bullshit of like, oh, he's so awful, the judge must be corrupt, he's in on it, it's a conspiracy. Like, let's be honest here, folks. The judge did what any judge in that scenario would have done. They want to compare to Judge Cannoni. That's a criminal trial. This is a civil trial. We cannot control what Judge Cannoni did. I had a lot of criticisms of things that Judge Cannoni should have done on both sides, right? On both sides. Both, right? I was not a fan of some of the shit that she was doing, and some of it was just fucking mind-boggling, baffling, right? Even being a defense-leaning judge, some of the shit was just like, lady, what, are you a judge or not here? Like, take control of your fucking courtroom, right? Those were my criticisms, okay? And many, 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 many more. But to sit there and claim that Judge Gilday is like worse than Cannoni because he laid down the law on both sides is wild as fuck, bro. It's disingenuous, okay? And it's not being real. Because any real attorney with a little bit of honesty would have said, okay, I understand why the judge would have done that. I understand that the judge was basically giving everyone a fucking warning shot that if you don't behave, right, then we're going to start, laying down the law further with sanctions. So either get your shit together or be prepared to deal with the consequences when you do something fucking stupid, right? When you do something fucking dumb, right? And because the law tubers think that they need to pander to their mostly free Karen Reed audiences, they're not honest. And it's like, listen, I have an audience that's half and half on both sides, right? And I know even the people who are free Karen Reed respect me enough to know that I'm not going to say something just because I think it's what you want to hear. That's not who I am, right? Even with my stance on the case, if I think that there is something that like isn't right or should have been done that wasn't with the judge, I'm going to say it, right? Because my criticism of it is when it comes to the law, right? And so these disingenuous law tubers who think they need to pander to their audiences who are like, oh, Judge Gilday must be in on it, it's part of the conspiracy. What a bad judge that is. What a horrible guy. I can't believe he did that. I've never seen such a thing. They're all lying. Yes, they have. Yes, they fucking have. Yes, of course they have. Even I have seen that many, many a times over many, many cases in many, many states, right? Like, they're being disingenuous on purpose because they think if they give the truth that they're going to lose those subscribers, they're going to lose those donations. And it's like, bro, if that's all you care about, then why do this? Because then at that point, you're feeding people misinformation and you're using your name as someone who was a lawyer or is still a bar attorney but hasn't practiced in over a decade and using it as well, I'm a lawyer, so you're going to believe me, right? You're using that part of the fact that you're a lawyer, and so people who aren't lawyers couldn't possibly know better than you, and you should listen to me because I'm a lawyer and I know and they do not, right? And you'll see that theme a lot where they're like, oh, well, the Twitter attorneys. And it's like, bro, you're not being honest with your audience. If you don't want to be called out about it, dude, then have a little bit of fucking integrity and self-respect, because I want people to know how a courtroom is supposed to work. I want them to know what the law is, the protections for them, the protections for other people, how it actually works. All of the things that happen behind closed doors, how a lawyer would negotiate with another lawyer about something in a case, right? How things are sent ahead of time to those lawyers before the judge gets it so that they can rebut. Like the courtesies that lawyers give each other and they give to the court because the court wants to see them working together and not always just bringing every tiny little thing to the court, decorum, right? And so when you're sitting there and you're actively using your position as a barred attorney to be like, well, this is right, and anyone else who says otherwise is like wrong because they're not an attorney, so how would they know? While you're lying, that shit chaps my ass. It fucking like I got smoke coming out of my fucking ears, right? It's disingenuous. You're lying, right? To an audience of people that you think you need to pander to. Whether my audience wants to agree with me or not, at least they know what they're going to get out of me is going to be truth. I'm not going to sit there and lie to them because I think they need to be pandered to. They're grown adults. They don't need to be pandered to. I hope at least that my audience knows enough to go look for themselves. Look at what I'm saying. Go check for yourself. A lot of these people rely on the fact that a lot of their audience just takes their word for it and then repeats it, so on and so forth. Aiden especially depends on the law troopers to say certain things so that he can say, well, they said it, so it must be true, right? And that's why I always caution my own audience to look into shit. Do not just take their word for it. Don't even take my word for it. Go look. Go do your own research. Take 5 seconds of research to realize that they're fucking pandering and lying because they're too afraid of losing some subscribers or losing some. And what really gets me with a lot of these law troopers is they can afford to lose a lot of subscribers and a lot of donations and still they'd be doing just fine. They'd be doing just fine. Just fine. People automatically believe them because they say they're attorneys, right? A lot of them do not tell you that they haven't been practicing in over a decade. A lot of them tell you that they don't win a lot of their cases. A lot of them don't tell you that they're not great at their job. They just say, oh, I'm an attorney. I know better, right? That's me, an attorney. How would anyone else know? And it's wild. This is why I tell people, do your own research. Know what the fuck you're talking about before you argue with someone about it, okay? Because it's cray-cray, okay? We're dealing with people who are being very disingenuous, and it really pisses me the fuck off because it's not fair to people who want to actually learn. It's just not. It's not fair to people who actually want to learn about this shit and know the correct answers to be lied to constantly, because then they take their fake outrage over it, or at least they think their real outrage over it, take it to the internet and they're saying shit like blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing, and they're saying it with certainty that they're right because this law tuber just said it. So it must be right, right? No, wrong. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. And that shit hurts my heart, dude. It makes smoke come out of my ears. Like, can't you just be honest? Can't you just be honest? Even if it's something your audience isn't gonna love, can't you just be fucking honest? You know? No, she doesn't. When it comes to law, she does. That doesn't shock me though. She practiced civil law. She hasn't practiced in over a decade, and clearly she wasn't very good at it, right? Because half the shit she says, I'm like, where the fuck did she pull that out of her ass? That's not a thing. Certainly is not a criminal thing. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? Also, she's now Melvin here. We have moved the entry to call her Melvin. I allowed the motion. Melvin wanted to be an actress. And as you can see with her, wild facial expressions, she's not very good at it. Sorry, Melvin. Keep your day job. You're not good at that either, but keep your day job. Being an actress was not in the cards for Melvin. Like, I might ask one of you guys to look for something for me, but when it comes to law, I cannot expect one of you who's not very familiar with the legalese of it to understand what it means, because a word that means this in English does not mean the same in legalese, if that makes sense. So if they're using the word like protect, for instance, just using this as an example, right? And protect means to cover for someone, right? To be there, to fight for them, whatever, you're protecting someone. In legalese, it might mean something completely different. And that's why they put definitions and footnotes on what it pertains to, because it might mean this in the English dictionary, right? But when it comes to legal filings and applying it to the legal standards, it does not mean the same thing. So there's a lot of words, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there's a lot of words that in legalese, right, it doesn't mean the same. And so when a layperson reads it, they apply it in the same way as they would in a dictionary. They do not apply it to the legal standard of what it actually means when it comes to the law. And that is where people get confused. And that is where people think they know what they're talking about, but they don't, right? And so when you're asking people who don't really know that, right, and they don't know the difference between just reading it and thinking they can understand it and knowing the definitions of some of these words, like, you're in for a rude awakening, right? Harass. That's so funny. When my husband is being like a baby and he wants a head rub and he's like, Mary, you gotta love me. I always tell him, don't you harass me, sir. We don't use harass, we say harass. Don't you harass me. Like, we use harass and being sassy at the same time. So I'm like, don't harass me, sir. Don't harass me. So as you can see, we have a wheel. We have a wheel. Also, I went to the store over the 4th of July with my sister-in-law. We needed Cool Whip, and there was no Cool Whip. There was only sugar-free Cool Whip. But if you're looking for Cool Whip at the store, you have to call it Cool Whip, okay? Can't call it Cool Whip. You got to call it Cool Whip. So we got a wheel, all right? We got a wheel. We have a wild card, right? We have a hot take. We have a Muppet Man video. We got a Turtle Tanty. We got a story time, right? We have a Chat Chooses. We have a mystery clip, an Ethel Tanty, a meme review. I don't know why viewer question. Is that on there twice? Shouldn't be on there twice. Is wild card on there twice too? No. A wild card, Twitter tales. Okay. We gotta spin this bitch. Y'all are gonna choose. We're gonna spin the wheel, and y'all are gonna choose what the we do first. Tap to spin wheel. All right, wheel. What we got? Ooh, hot take. All right, okay. I got a hot take. Please hold. Wheel. Move the wheel, move the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Okay. I'll give you a goddamn hot take. Hot take. Tyler Robinson trial is interesting, but the first part of it is boring as fuck. Therefore, we will go back to it when it gets more interesting. Hot take. Not everyone's going to love that. Oh, where'd my 5-minute rant go? That one didn't make it on there? I know I put it on there. Well, whatever. You can add it later, I guess. It's an interesting case, okay? And we're going to cover it, but I don't need to know where the rooftop was. I already know where the rooftop was. Most of you know because everyone on planet Earth, unfortunately, saw that assassination in real life, at least in video. And it was hard to not see because it was freaking everywhere. And then, of course, there was endless coverage on where Tyler Robinson supposedly, allegedly was on that roof. So we know where that roof is and was. And so we don't need to know again, you know? Yeah, I'm not very good at that either. You know, again, regardless of whether people like it or not, like at least they know, like even if they don't like what I have to say, like they know that what they're going to get is unfiltered. And, you know, at least they can appreciate that. You know what I mean? At least they know I'm not just going to be like, mere pander, mere, sewer turtle pander, mere. All right. Back to the wheel. What else we got? Come on, wheel. Give us something good. What do we got? Ooh, a mystery clip. We got a good one. We got a good mystery clip. Okay. Ready? Let's get the mystery clip. I can't get it up. All right. There we go. Yeah, get this part. Whoa, why is it so loud? Gotta pull that down. Hello, McFly. 28:35. Getting the clip. Oh, what is my computer doing? Come on, computer. We don't have time for this. All right. Mystery clip of the day, folks. Here it is. Mystery clip. Aiden said Lucky was coming on a show, right? Remember that? Aiden said, oh, Lucky said he's going to come on the show, right?
Was. And I didn't want to get into, I would say a pissing contest with Turtle. Out of respect for him, I called him to find out about this lady. And, he kind of reiterated what I was thinking to begin with, which was stay away.
Stay away from the turtle.
So, are you planning on doing a show? You're going to go on a show?
I have no intentions of doing a Turtle show.
None.
No,
Zero. It's got none.
Early on in the first trial, he was able to get an interview with me.
And he wiretapped.
It was an interview that should not have happened. And I was promised that he would protect me.
Yeah, right.
And instead of protecting me, he, threw my name out there, pretty much put me in an island all by myself, potentially putting, discipline actions against me from work.
So he
I
assessed
confronted him the next day about it. His comment to me was, I had an obligation to get the information out there.
Oh, please.
That's fine. But you didn't have an obligation to put my name out there.
You could
have used
sources.
other means of getting that information without giving me up.
You sure could
And
have.
he didn't hesitate but 30 seconds to throw me out there.
Of course not. Why would
And
he?
because of that, I will not go on the show.
Why have you chosen to come on our show?
Not the horse's mouth.
From the very, very beginning, you
Just saying.
and John have looked out for my best interest.
Let's just be very clear. I am not a fan of John at all for various reasons. One of which is because he oftentimes runs with pure speculation and innuendo, kind of like Aiden, and gossip, which gossip is not truth, right? And wild assumptions, and also his lack of knowledge of how the law works, his lack of knowledge on how other things work, often gets in the way of him understanding basic things, which is why I'm not a fan of John at all, and I probably never will be. But damn, I'm just saying, didn't Aiden proclaim, Lucky's gonna come on his show? Yep, sure is. I mean, the House of Cards is falling down, right? I think I heard her say one episode on CSI or SUV one, I don't know, wild. I mean, right? I mean, here's the thing. At least he knew enough. Let's just run that back real quick. Why again, Lucky? Do you not want to go on a show that he proclaimed already that you were going on?
Turtle a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago, I was reached through Facebook from someone that I was not familiar with. I checked her profile.
probably a third party that Aiden sent. Oftentimes, Aiden will send an intermediary or third party, people like Deanna or Lauren, or usually it's a woman, or Laura from London, right? He sends these third parties to do this intermediary thing for him so that later on he can go, oh, no, wasn't me. I didn't tell them to do that. I didn't ask them to do that. And they're too stupid to figure out that he uses them so that if and when something goes sideways from it, he can feign ignorance and say, didn't tell them to do that. Don't know where that came from. Don't know why they did that, right? When in all reality, he certainly did, right? And again, I will point back to my shirt for today, which says, I am not responsible for what my face does when you talk. I'm not responsible for what my face does when Aiden lies, okay?
Realized it was one of Turtle Boy's friends. That's what it listed as. I merely reached out to him.
Intermediary.
Because I wasn't aware of who this person was. And I didn't want to get into, I would say a pissing contest with Turtle Boy. Out of respect for him, I called him.
I'll get in a pissing contest.
Find out about this
that
lady.
Fucking piece of shit.
He kind of reiterated what I was thinking to begin with, which was stay away.
So, are you planning on doing a show? You're going to go on a show?
Yeah, Lucky, are you?
I have no intentions
None.
of doing a Turtle
Zero.
Boy show. None.
How come?
Early on in the first trial, he was able to get an interview with me. It was an interview that should not have happened.
And I will remind everyone that the interview that he got with Lucky, he then wiretapped Lucky, just in the same way that he wiretapped Steve Scanlon, because he was so desperate to be the first person to have any information and to simply get it out to the public, regardless of if it was true or not, because, fun fact, he didn't release the Scanlon wiretap publicly. He released it to other people who then released it to other people, so on and so forth, until it became public, because what he was telling his audience is not what Steve Scanlon said on the phone. As a matter of fact, what he was telling his audience is the complete opposite of what Steve Scanlon was telling him on the phone while not knowing that he was being recorded. Okay? So just saying, I think the same pertains to the Lucky wiretap, where the things he was telling his audience are not the same. And so when he wiretapped them, he was hoping he was going to get, the same as what he was telling his audience already. That way he could be like, see, guys, told ya. And he couldn't use them because, well, it wasn't the same. And then what he could do is, because they said something that wasn't the same as what he said, he could then use those later on if he wanted to threaten, as he's done many times before, and try to blackmail or pressure them into doing what he wanted them to do. Right? Like, come on. Like, come on. It's wild as fuck, Right? Listen and learn, bub. Listen and learn. Oh my God. There's plenty of people I would blast into fucking outer space, Aiden being one of them. Go hang out with the aliens. You know what I'm saying? Hang out with the aliens.
And I was promised that he would protect me.
So that's the other thing. How many sources has Aiden promised, and I put those in air quotes, to protect, right? I have never, not once, not ever, revealed a source to the public ever on something. Even if I then don't agree with what they say, or I then don't agree with them and I never speak to them again a day in my life, I have still not taken them to reveal the source when they came to me privately, right, to reveal information. Because you have to have some sort of integrity and some sort of proof that you will not out your sources, that they will be protected. So people will feel free to come to you and will know that you will protect their identities, that you will protect the information that they allow you to put out there. There's a lot of information that either I had first and didn't put out because I didn't have the permission from the person who gave it to me, and it might reveal who they are in some way, at least to some people, or I couldn't get a second confirmation on it. And so I didn't feel like it was enough to put it out there as a fact, right? Because even in independent media or journalism, you're going to want to confirm that information more than one time from more than one source that doesn't know each other, so on and so forth, right? Aiden doesn't do any of that. He takes whatever gossip you send to him on Facebook from any fake account and runs with it like it's an absolute truth. It's what he does. It's what he's always done, right? And so how many sources at this point has he thrown under the bus? Lindsay from New Jersey, Lucky, Scanlon, like the list goes on and on and on and on and on of all the people he threw under the bus. Why did he throw them under the bus? Either to save himself or to be the first person with that information so that he could make himself, he could say, I'm the only person that has all of this inside information. You got to come to me first, me. And that's what he was doing, to get more people to only watch him, to only donate to him, fame, fortune. That's what he had in his mind. He thought that he was going to run away with Karen Reed by the end of her trials, and they were going to do world tours, book tours, movie tours. I kid you not. Like, this is real, okay? It's real. Like, that's what he thought was going to happen, okay? He does. He talks out both sides of his mouth. I love when he talks about receipts. Oh, you mean receipts that you manufactured and made up? You mean receipts that you had people Photoshop? You mean receipts that you literally made a fake email to send it to yourself so that you could say, see, this is the sourcing information I got, so that you could then justify something you wrote in an article that you know isn't true? So you sent a fake email to yourself to prove it? Like, that's the lengths that he's willing to go to, instead of saying, you know what, guys, I posted something that I probably shouldn't have without confirming it. My bad, right? No, he will never admit being wrong, ever. So he would rather manufacture evidence, manufacture receipts. So when someone says out of his turtle cult, well, Aiden always has receipts, I literally have to laugh. I have to laugh. Because I also have to understand that a lot of these people don't have any idea what he does behind closed doors. They have no fucking idea how diabolically evil he is and the things that he's willing to do to not admit any wrongdoing or not take any responsibility for his own shit. And he's willing to go pretty far to do some seriously diabolically evil shit. And they don't understand that, right? They just go, oh, well, he always has receipts. No, honey, no, he doesn't. No, absolutely not. You know? Oh, girl, I know. I was thinking about that. I feel like it's got to be insulated, right? Or you have to have those like freeze dried. I don't know how that works. I think it's like a freeze dried refrigerator, like a freeze dried like packets, I think, that stay good for like a certain amount of time. I don't know. I have to look it up and see like how people do that. Because I feel like there have to be like candy stores that ship overseas, right? That like aren't huge, that like have to do that. I wonder. Maybe this is why we don't get the chocolate from other places. You know? You just have to laugh at some of these people, you know? Oh yeah, that's definitely going to happen. It's not an if, it's a when. You know that. Yeah, exactly. We all know it's not an if, it's a when with every single one of those people. It's not an if, it's a when, you know? It's not an if, it's a when. Yeah, he's such a journalist. And we're going to get to, he has not called me back. Also, he is not even, this is the best part, he has not even acknowledged, apparently, and this is what I'm told, because I, of course, did not watch the stream, so I have no real idea if he did or not, but I am told that he still has not even acknowledged that we called and asked some questions. We got some questions, independent media questions. Don't call me back, but no. He has not acknowledged that we called. He has not acknowledged that we have some questions. We have some independent media questions about his case. You know, he wants to talk about his case so much, but no. He has not called me back. And he hasn't even mentioned that we left him voicemails. Apparently he didn't want to play those voicemails on live stream like he normally does. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because it makes him look like an idiot. Not sure. I'm just wondering. I'm wondering why he's so scared. Why are you so afraid of me, Aiden? What's the problem, bud? I'm just wondering. Like, I mean, I have some real questions. Independent media has questions, and I have some questions. Like, you should know about asking questions, right? It's totally acceptable to ask questions. I have some questions about your case, bud. You want everyone to talk about it? I'll happily talk about it, but I gotta, you know, I got to do my due diligence. I need answers to some questions, buddy. Right? I need some answers to some questions. And we left some voicemails. I mean, what's up? Call me back. Sewer Turtle, call me back. I got some questions. I mean, I thought he said the people who don't answer the phone are cowards and bitches. I thought he said that. Didn't he say that? Pretty sure he said that, right? We played that last stream. Like, oh, John Komo doesn't want to answer my phone call because he's a coward and he's a bitch. Well, then we called him and he answered the phone. He also didn't call me back, and he also does not acknowledge or even played the voicemails yet. So I'm wondering, are you just scared, Aiden? Are you scared? That's weird. Weird to be scared of a female. I know that you are scared of females, but it's really strange. It's really weird to be afraid of a woman, okay? Maybe it's just independent, smart women that don't allow you to gaslight that you're so afraid of, but I digress, you know? I worry about that, but I do know that their mother is a good enough person that she raises them correctly, and he barely does shit. So I think they're in good hands with their mom, you know? So what was that again, Lucky? He didn't protect you because you're a source and he should have, but instead he wanted to be famous, so he thought he needed to get all the information out first and throw you under the bus without giving the information, without giving your name? What was that, Lucky?
Early on in the first trial, he was able to get an interview with me. It was an interview that should not have happened, and I was promised that he would protect me. And instead of protecting me, he threw my name out there, pretty much put me in an island all by myself.
Yeah, that's sad.
Potentially putting, discipline actions against me from work. I confronted him the next day about it.
Definitely not a
comment to me was I had an obligation to get the information out there.
You had an obligation to get the information out there and say Lucky's name and throw him under the bus and then threaten him and so on and so forth. Yeah, that's definitely an obligation that us independent media types have. Not. Yeah, this is definitely not a coinky dink, right? The fucking Brokeback Baker doesn't know a goddamn thing about me. Guy's never met me a day in his life. He literally just does, once again, the same as the fucking Will Doglier, where he just takes his cues from Aiden. Aiden probably called him and whined and bitched that we left a voicemail or two, and we had questions as independent media. And so that was the dog whistle. Go attack a person you don't know and you know nothing about. Go ahead, attack. And it's like, bro, not for nothing, but if you look at Baker's numbers on his show, right, my views are almost the same as his, with his having fucking twice as many subscribers as me. And when he's not talking about Karen Reed, barely anyone is watching. When he's not doing his shtick for Aiden, barely anyone is watching. So, gee, I wonder why he keeps doing it, right? I have zero fucks about anything that guy has to say. Not only does he pretend to know the law, he sounds like a fucking buffoon when he does attempt to say anything about the law here in the United States. He's an idiot. He has no idea what he's talking about, bro. And you can confirm that with other actual attorneys who are on Twitter that are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Idiot. No idea what he's talking about, right? Like, come on, man. We're talking about people who just take their cues from Aiden and have to ride on the back of his coattails. They can't make original content. They can't go outside the box. They got to keep simping for him until the end of time because that's where they're getting their views and donations and money from, right? Like, here's an idea, you fucking buffoons. Stand on your own like I do. Stand on your fucking own. You don't have to ride on the back of anyone, right? Yes, you might not make as much money, okay? You might not. That's very true. But you know what you still have? Your fucking integrity, your self-respect, your credibility. That matters. At least to me it does. You know? Those things matter. Yeah, but they both seem to be like super jealous and angry and fucking weird. They're both weirdos. They're both fucking weirdos. Oh, it has to be double insulated? Oh, dang. Oh, that's annoying. That's fucking annoying. I'll have to, I feel like we could find them not in bulk, but maybe not. Maybe not. Hi, Pepper. It's nice to see you. No, this is Lucky. This is Lucky, who Aiden wiretapped and basically fucking screwed over as a source in the first trial because he wasn't doing what he wanted him to do. Oh, I've invited several times. Like, well, let's have a conversation here. He won't even go in spaces with me. He's a bitch. I'm not going to talk to you, Twisted. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm only going to talk to Sparkly Rabbit. Okay, all right. So only people you can manipulate then. Okay, got it. Sure. That's what he said. He said those words. I'm only going to talk to Sparkly. He wouldn't talk to me or Nina. You know, you want to talk to me or Nina.
That's fine, but you didn't have an obligation.
Exactly, Ali. Say it loud and proud, my friend. I don't work for fucking anyone. I work for myself. And I just have to hope that my audience at least appreciates enough like what I do and how I do it that they donate, right? Like I am not going to ride on the back of a sewer turtle and take my self-respect and my integrity and my credibility and throw it out the fucking window because the only thing I can do is shit on the people that the sewer turtle doesn't like. Because mark my words, and I've said this many times, it's not an if, it's a when. He will turn on every last one of them. Baker, Will, Maza, all of them. All of them. If one thing happens where they get more viewers one time, or they make more money anytime, his jealousy kicks in, he looks for a reason to shit on them, and off it goes like a Hiroshima bomb. Absolutely is a cult. Absolutely is. Look at the people who backed Aiden for so long that stepped outside of that and were like, yeah, it's a cult. It's a fucking cult. It has all of the points of a cult, literally. That's fucking scary. That is, cults used to be like only mostly religious. Nowadays we have literal online internet cults that do a lot of damage to innocent people along the way. And regardless of how fucking long it takes me, so help me God, I will not shut the fuck up and I will not go the fuck away until he goes to jail where he is supposed to be. And the people that he has victimized get some fucking justice. And that includes myself. A very abusive cult. That includes all of the people who clapped along like a seal, those content creators that are making money off of shitting on people and blatantly telling lies about people he doesn't like to get in with favor for him. Wild as fuck. You know? See, that's the hard part. Class action cases are civil, and they're usually against companies, hospitals. I've been a part of a class action a long time ago for a place that I worked, and a lot of the employees sued. I was one of them. We won, of course. We didn't win a ton of money, but we won because it had to be split between all of the people. So, and this was many moons ago, but we won. And oftentimes it's something like that. It's not usually like, oh, this guy wiretapped me, so we're all going to sue for wiretapping. Although what could happen is people could decide to get on a lawsuit together, kind of like the Alberts and McCabe's and Higgins are doing now. They could all put together a lawsuit and say, we're, going to go after him civilly for defamation. The problem is it's a lot of money. That's actually a good idea. I didn't even think of that, Holly. Contact like FedEx or DHL. I didn't even think of that. But like a joint case, basically. Class actions are a little bit different. But I mean, we're going to have to wait and see what's left out of that pot after his other civil cases, because I don't think there's going to be too much left after that. Mark my words, he's not going to win these cases. He's going to lose them. I mean, in no fucking reality is he going to win these civil cases. In no reality. None. Zero. He can keep lying to himself. He can keep lying to his audience. He can keep lying to his attorneys, and his attorneys can keep lying to him. But that's simply not going to happen. And I would guess if it's even true that he paid $150,000 for that anti-slap motion, which is what he said he paid for that attorney for the anti-slap motion, why would you pay $150,000 for an anti-slap motion that was doomed to fail from the start? My only thought on that is the attorney who filed it absolutely knew it was doomed to fail, and that is why he charged the $150,000 to do it, because he knew if he was going to put his name on the line, that he was going to at least get his bag out of it.
To put my name out there, you could have used other means of getting that information without giving me up, and he didn't hesitate but 30 seconds to throw me out there. And because of that, I will not go on the show.
Why have you chosen to come on our show?
From the very, very beginning, you and John have looked out for my best interest. You've made me feel comfortable. You've made me feel like you guys aren't looking for the likes. You're not looking for, to benefit from my story. You're genuine about looking for the information that I'm about to give.
I can tell you, Lucky, so people to give a little understanding of our friendship and what it's been about. It really was, rooted back when we were little kids, when we were, 10, 11, 12 years old. And there was always two neighborhoods that got together at a common ground at the Kennedy School. And one neighborhood was the Crescent, your area, Crescent Street, and the other was the group of families on the Sumner Street, which if people aren't familiar with where Sumner Street is, it's kind of where Dedham Street is one end of Sumner Street, and then it loops all the way around just past the Temple to where the Galvin Middle School is. I'm not Galvin Middle School, I'm sorry, Galvin Insurance Company. So there was quite a few families there. We had kids that aged, maybe a 4 or 5 year gap, and that we could field football teams from each neighborhood. So we'd every now and then all meet up at the Kennedy. We'd play, baseball, we'd play football, so whatever it may be. And when you get a bunch of kids like that, in the numbers, sooner or later it's going to turn into some type of shit show with this push and shove and name calling and things like that. You end up going your separate ways. And what I always remembered back then, Lucky, was that you were one of those. You were more a peacemaker, and always tried to keep things peaceful and never got into the drama of kids being kids and one person being mad at the other. It was you were always a happy and friendly person to everybody. And as time goes on, as we all know, you tend to time takes away from the friendship as far as have you spent time with that person, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a deep-rooted friendship when you're 10, 20 years past that time. And, we'd see each other maybe at the local store or a bar and say hello, shake each other's hands, that kind of thing. But I think this kind of reunited us, this whole situation that's gone on in Canton for the last 3-4 years, similar to, what happened with Whitey and I. We used to hang out for years. And then, 20 years goes by and you realize, geez, I haven't seen Whitey in a long time. And then something happens and we start talking again. Now we're hanging out all the time. And it's those deep-rooted friendships from way back that carry forward, even if you don't see the person for a long time. And I really do appreciate that, especially with you.
Well, I thank you, Eric. I had a kind of philosophy growing up, when it came to, fisticuffs and name calling. I never wanted to get into that. I never wanted to engage in that. And the reason behind it was you never know when you're going to run into that person again. Now that person, maybe, I got the upper hand on you in a fight that we had, and now I meet you 10 years later. Now you have a revenge against me, and I'm not into this position of where I want to rehash something 20 years ago. I'd rather leave a lasting impression, from 10 years ago. Hey, I can go up to X, Y, and Z and just carry on the conversation. And that's how I felt with you, Eric. I mean, we had about 10-year, 15-year gap where our lives went different directions, but I still can come up to you, get on your boat, and we can have a great old time.
Yeah, it's one of the blessings of all this craziness has been the people I've reconnected with and the people that I've become good friends with that I didn't know before, and I'm very grateful for that on both ends of it. It means a lot to me, and I'm certainly happy. Again, I wish we never had to do a podcast like this, and someday I hope there's no need for it. But the fact that there is, and the fact that throughout this process that, I've been able to reconnect with some friends that are important to me, and everything happens for a reason. And there can be some good come out of some bad. And before I let you go, though, because I know John's
Dixie
probably
owns everyone, I feel like.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
Today.
Yeah, I just want to, kind of put out there that
it is wicked bizarre.
If anyone is interested in, coming on to Canton Chronicle and they have some, some
Let's hope so.
hesitation about it, give them a shot. I mean, I'm genuinely.
Yeah, we still got a little work to do on cleaning it up, but we'll get it to where it's.
I didn't see the beginning of it. Let's see where the beginning starts here.
You called me and said that you kind of wanted to set the record straight, and but you wanted to do it without John on because you and I know how it is. He cuts you off mid sentence, and before you know it, you've lost your train of thought. So it's
and
gone.
You forget what you're saying.
But I wanted to start right away with the question everybody wants to know is, why did you call Turtle a few weeks ago?
A few weeks ago, I was reached through Facebook from someone that I was not familiar with. I checked her profile, realized it was one of Turtle Boy's friends. That's what it listed as.
That was the very beginning of it. So he sent the intermediary, right? That's what he did. He sent. Yeah, it is definitely disgusting that they're still being harassed. And that is what he cultivated. Let's remember that. That is the space that Aiden cultivated on purpose to push his narrative. That's what he wanted. And that's what he did. And now he doesn't want to pay the consequences for that, right? He doesn't simply want to pay the consequences. All right, Will, what you got next? Ooh, turtle tanties. I like turtle tanties. We got some turtle tanties. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Turtle tanties. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, turtle tanties. It is, Wheel. Thank you very much.
I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back. These idiots will buy anything I sell.
Just saying. All right. It is a cute idea, right? It's very interactive. I don't get to choose. The wheel gets to choose. You guys get to choose, right? The wheel gets to choose. I am going to do a raffle soon. I got some things. I got to put it together, but I haven't really had time for all that recently with the hospital and then the holiday and then, the shit. So I don't even know. I'm still tired. Like, I am still exhausted. I said to my husband yesterday, I go, why the fuck am I still so tired? And he's like, babe, it's like you're emotionally drained. Like, that's what it is. Like, you're literally just emotionally fucking drained. And I'm like, he's so right. He's so fucking right. Like, I am just goddamn emotionally drained. Like, that's must be. Also, like, with the pots and the heat and then chronic fatigue, I have chronic fatigue, which, like, does not help. I take iron and folic acid, and still, I just, like, am so fucking tired. I'm so goddamn tired. Ooh, I had one. I had a fried apple pie. I know. I like it. It's good, Dr. Evil. No, they don't want to acknowledge that. And that's part of the problem, right? Which is continuing on with his narratives until the end of time. All right, what do we got? We got turtle tanties, right? That's what the wheel said. That's what we do. I think we got quite a few. Although I would have loved for him to just, play my voicemails and, like, explain why it is that he didn't want to answer the phone like the baby back bitch that he is. But I guess, he's afraid of us, I guess. He has a habit of being afraid of women. So, I mean, it's just a thing, It's just a thing. All right, hold on. Let me go to my bookmarks. Oh, I feel like I didn't get... Okay, hold on. Oh, I remember these ones. I gotta find it. I hope Jessica Machado actually donated the $700 she raised on Charlie Kirk merch to the vest she claimed she did. They said she didn't, but she won't provide receipts. She says she has them, and instead of publishing them, she has referred inquiries to the org. I've reached out to them, but why not just publish the receipts? I know somebody reached out to the org a while ago and said that she hasn't. She didn't, but I mean, maybe she did after that because they called her out. Who fucking knows? God. Just now under 10,000 subs. Oh, you didn't realize you got some of those from Aiden, no matter how much you want to claim you didn't, you know? Come on. Like, come on, dude. Come on. All right. Ew, Adam Beach is gross. All right. Where the fuck? Oh, this was, I think part of why the turtle had a little bit of a tanty on his yesterday night's show was not a fan of Brother Council. I'll tell you that much right now. Brother Council panders to Aiden and his viewers because they share viewers and donations. But Brother Council's brother, I guess, kind of said it like it is, like any attorney with fucking eyeballs and ears or anybody law parallel, you know, anybody dealing in the justice system, in the prison system, in the court system, anybody who works in that system, clerks and you know what I mean, all the people that know how all this shit works, would have been like, yes, what Judge Gilday said was totally on par, should have, right? Happened exactly the way the judge did it. And so Brother Council's brother actually was brave enough to tell the truth, even with Brother Council here, as you see Brother Council's face change from like a smile to like a fake, I got to keep this smile on my face so they don't realize that I'm, you know, sad that my brother said it like it is and I didn't, you know, he didn't pander to the sewer cult. So without further ado, reason for one turtle TNT here.
Yeah, so you ready? Here we go. So this judge comes across, by the way, I don't really know much about this judge. I made my opinions of the Karen Reed judge in the criminal case very well known. I had no issues saying what I thought of her opinions and what I thought was perceived bias. This judge seems to be intelligent, judicial. I'm just from watching him read that order. He seems to be intelligent and judicial, and you know that's kind of the default setting that I have when I look at judges. But I'd love to see more about this.
Well, I mean, what would you think just generally about making everybody from who knows where come to that courtroom?
That's what you do.
So that he can read a statement to them.
To take control of your court.
No problem at all. I understand Alan Jackson's desire to be heard, especially after he flew 3,000 miles. And I understand the judge's response of, no, this is not for argument. This is for me to make something very clear to all of you. This is not going to be a back and forth. This is going to be the way it is. I understand both. I really do. And I'll tell you what I would do if I'm an attorney on this.
Like, oh, wait a second. Hold on. You're saying it's not out of the ordinary for a judge to call them all in and say, this is what we're going to fucking do. I'm making a statement. We're going to run this like a courtroom. We're not running this like a social media fucking frenzy circus, right? Oh, you're saying that that's normal. Oh, okay. Sorry. No fake outrage there. Yeah, Turtle TNT, 5,025. And of course, Brother Council's face changes where he's like, what? Huh? Oh, he's not pandering. He's not saying what I think. That's not good. Like, no, it's not fucking good for you because it shows that you're willing to pander and your credibility is fucking shot. You can't just say what you really feel without a bias in all of it, because if you did that, you wouldn't have every person that you need behind you sending you the donations and the subs, right? Like, how dare you tell the truth? How dare you not be fucking biased? How dare you? What the fuck is this? One turtle buck. In Bucks We Trust. He needs to implement the Dwight Schrute-inspired turtle buck reward and tariff system. You earned one turtle buck. Hey, YouTubers, now's your chance to talk about Turtle Boy on your show. He's willing to pay you. Cha-ching. Oh, we tried to talk about it. You know, we wanted to talk about his case, but he didn't want to answer us, you know? He didn't want to answer the phone. He didn't want to, you know, return our calls for clarification. We had some questions, you know? I don't know. We had some questions. You know? I'm just saying. And that's the thing. There is no problem. But you have people on X who are like, oh my God, the judge is in on it. It's a conspiracy. He said something to Karen Reed's attorneys we don't like, so he's got to be part of the conspiracy. Bro, every time a judge says something that doesn't help Karen Reed's side, the judge is in on the conspiracy. Literally. People were literally calling out what the cult was going to say before they said it, right? Because we already know how this goes. God forbid a judge say something that is not perceived to be good for one side, and then automatically we have a conspiracy on our hands. The judge is in on it. He's biased. He's horrible. He's bad. Like, It's wild as fuck. It's wild as fuck. Did they even realize how much they were given by Judge Cannoni? She was a defense-leaning judge. She gave them more than any other judge I know of in this state would have ever given them in that trial. That's for sure. Like, so, I mean, it's wild as fuck, some of the shit people will say. If it's not good for Karen Reed's side, then you have Aiden's cult going, oh no, it's the judge is horrible. He's in on it. It's horrible. Like, what, bro? Like, no, it's not no, no, absolutely not. No, no. They are, yeah. I mean, they are two separate entities. And what I was going to say earlier before I thing is, Aiden put out his thing for his, golfing thing, which he's charging a ridiculous amount of money for, by the way. $600 for 4 people. Okay, $175 for one person. Okay, for his stupid golf tournament. But this is what he writes on it, and I fucking kid you not. Okay, 2026 Turtle Rider Cup. Okay, justice for John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, and Turtle Boy. And let me again make this clear. Nothing that Aiden is doing is, quote, good for Karen or gives justice to John O'Keefe. None of his cases have anything to do with that. So he writes this on his 2026 Turtle Rider Cup flyer thing that he makes, right? Okay, but here's the kicker. Monday, August 3rd, 10 a.m., the second annual Turtle Rider Cup will be held at Kettlebrook Golf Club in Paxton. On Monday, the 3rd of August, 2026 at 10 a.m., golfers may arrive to register anywhere from 9 to 9:45. This is a fundraiser for Aiden Kearney's legal fees, which will be used for my criminal and civil cases with the Commonwealth, quote, and the McAlberts, he said. And then he goes on to list the prices. $175 per golfer, $600 per foursome, includes 18 holes of golf, a cart, a t-shirt, and food afterwards. Okay, none of that goes to Karen Reed or John O'Keefe and has anything to do with Karen Reed or John O'Keefe, but yet he invokes their names. He invokes their fucking names on this. So it makes people think, oh, we're gonna get justice for John O'Keefe, we're gonna help Karen Reed. None of what he's doing in that does either of those things. It is only for his defense fees and his civil cases for everyone else to pay for. That's it. That's all it's for. Period. End of story. And I wish people would be smart enough to know that that's what he's doing. Yet there are some people who are dumb enough to be like, this is going to help Karen. This is going to get justice for John O'Keefe because Aiden said so. Like, no, his cases have nothing to do with John O'Keefe and justice for John O'Keefe. And his cases are not, his mouth isn't helping Karen. I'll tell you that much. Like, it's not helping. It's actually a detriment. Right. And I don't know why her attorneys have not filed to sever yet, because I would have. I'll tell you that much. It was bad for all of them. It was like, hey, attorneys, this is what's going on. If you leak shit, we're going to get sanctions in order because we're not playing this game. And this is because the judge has already said several times, like, this is not going to be a social media back and forth filings, putting things in filings that are not factual, that are just innuendo and speculation and pertaining them to like things that attorneys said at a criminal trial that have no basis in reality. Like, we're not doing that, right? We're not trying this in social media. We're trying this in the fucking court. So if any of you fuckers decide that you're going to go off and do all this shit, know that we're going to start doing, we're going to refer you to the rules of professional conduct, right? All of these ones. And if you keep breaking these, we're just going to do sanctions. That's what they're going to fucking do. It didn't need a rebuttal, right? That was the judge's whole point is, I don't want any of you guys' rebuttal. I don't want you spewing your nonsense into a TV because you didn't like what I said. I'm going to say what I need to say. You're going to understand it and hear it. And you're either going to abide by it or you're going to get sanctions. That's how this is going to fucking go. The judge was giving a sort of warning shot. You're all going to behave or else, right? It is not a discount. It's not a discount. Oh, August 4th is a day that's sitting in my brain because my sister's brain surgery is that day. And my level of anxiety, at least for that, is wild. So it's the day before that, of course. They were from Dedham. That's interesting. They moved in down the hall. I'm sure that they are upset about their hometown and the resulting areas have been trashed because of him. You know, I can tell you that. Hey, I bet it is bogus fundraising. Oh, he is completely delusional, but that's what he wants, Mo. Right? That's what he wants. Is he wants that level of participation and that level of support. That's what he wants. What he's going to get and what he wants are two different fucking things. You know? Oh, it's constant with him. You know, but if anyone like me has a channel who relies on donations, no. Oh, that's a good question, Shannon. No, I don't know of one to prove it. But what we do know from the past is he was buying views. He was buying subscribers. I don't know of a way to prove that he's doing it, but we do know from people who worked with him that he had been doing it for a long time. So it's a good point. That's for sure. That's a very, very good point. Yeah, that's the other thing. He paid for a house. He's going on vacation, but he wants everyone else to pay for his civil and criminal cases. Like, I wish I could go on vacation. Like, I go on one vacation every year, and it's just probably not going to happen this year. I'm going to do the raffle, and we'll see how much, money I can come up with from that. Me and my husband's anniversary is at the end of July. We usually take a 2 or 3 day trip up to the Saco River in Maine, and hopefully a few friends or my sister-in-law come, and we float down the river, and we just relax and have adult time. And it's the one vacation a year, which isn't far from home. It's New Hampshire. I live in Massachusetts. It's New Hampshire and Maine. It's on the border of New Hampshire and Maine. And we take 2 or 3 days out there, and we float down the river, and we enjoy nature. And I can do it because I'm in the water, so it's actively cooling me down. So with the pots, I'm not just out in the sun. I can cool, which is really good. But it's not. I do it one time a year, and it's 2 to 3 days. I haven't gotten a 4 or 5 day one in years. And I don't even think I'm going to be able to do that, depending on how much I can do for the raffle. Like, maybe, possibly. But even that, like, that's my one vacation a year that I do with the adults. Like, that's my one WUSA, And I think everyone needs a minute to themselves. Like, you guys know, I don't really take a lot of days off. My husband certainly works as much as he possibly can. And we're still, barely scraping. And this guy's over here asking for money for his civil cases that he created and continues to screw himself on daily. And he's buying a house and he's going on vacation. And it's like, bro, sell your house then. Why'd you buy a house if you need all this money still? It's a slap in the face to people who were good for you, Nina. Good for you. And then I saw that some of the cultists had the audacity to actually comment on my daughter in the hospital. Like, how low do you have to be? How low do you have to fucking be? Like, really? I think one person said something like, I had already had them blocked and one of you guys responded to them. So I didn't see what their comment was, but I could see what the response was from one of you. And so the person was like, our daughter's an adult and wanted to be a part of it. Like, so I'm assuming they made some sort of comment about like, oh, is your daughter okay with you putting her on that? It was her idea. She's 21. She might not look like she's 21 because her disease causes short stature and weight gain issues, but she is 21. She was born in 2004. Okay. She'll be 22 at the end of this year. All right. Like, what is it to you whether I show the world my child or not? She's 21. I do not allow my little on camera if you didn't notice. Right. So who the fuck is that low? Like, if you are low enough to make comments about a child in the hospital getting a surgery and her mother being with her and it costing a lot of fucking money, so I reached out for a little help on Twitter, like, shame on you. Shame on you. Yes, I did. I reached out for a little help for the holiday because I fucking spent pretty much everything I had just feeding myself at the hospital, right? A lot of fucking money to eat there, bro. Like, so yes, I did for the holiday, for my kids, to be able to enjoy a fucking holiday. We don't do a lot. How dare you? Everything I do is transparent. Unlike Aiden, right? Everything I do is transparent. I give my audience that because I feel like I owe them that, right? Everything that comes from Amazon, I give a thank you for. Every donation that comes during the stream, I say thank you for. Like, that is what I do. The transparency is all there on purpose because I owe that to my audience. You'll never get that from him. So the audacity of some of these cultists to say anything about my adult child wanting to be on camera, like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? It's a good point, Lindsay. Like, amazing. It's amazing to me that anybody had the audacity. One of the cultists, Leah, I had them already blocked, so I didn't see the comment. I didn't like open it up, view it. One of you guys like fired back and was like, she's her adult daughter and she wanted to be on camera. And what the fuck is it to you? I think they said something about like the post that I made like afterwards. Like, yeah, I went broke at the hospital. That's very clear, right? Yeah. A lot of money was spent feeding myself 3 meals a day at a fucking hospital. It's expensive, right? I wanted my kids to be able to at least get, you know, water balloons or fucking light sticks for the firework. Like, you know, basic shit. Ice cream at the store, which I bought a box of like they love the cookies and cream ice cream sandwiches. So we got some of those. But like, who the fuck has the audacity for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, say that shit to my face. How about that? Say that shit to my fucking face. Say it to my fucking face. It's wild to me. I heard he's wanting the channels that cover his trial to donate all the profits from those streams to his fundraiser. Yeah, fucking right. I mean, to be fair, it probably is what he wants. I mean, even if it was a rumor, it's probably, I mean, that's what he wants them to do. Realistically, he does. You know? It's wild. Saco River is fun. It's very relaxing. And I'm like hoping I can pull it out of my ass this year. I had to pull it out of my ass last year. I know, right? Oh my God. If he got one of Bettero's fucking Harold and the Purple Crayon motions, Judge Gilday would probably hit the fucking roof. You know? Oh, David Muir, I love that guy. I want to see how many people actually show up for that, to be honest with you. Probably not a lot, you know? Probably not a lot. Trying to recruit or persuade people to his mission purpose is pretty much a fruitless endeavor. It sure is. Sure the fuck is. You know? Who thinks he's not cheating at the golf tournament, right? Having someone switch the ball out for him? I tried to, barely. I tried to. And I wouldn't have seen it. To be honest, I had that person already blocked, which tells me they're either a cultist, right? Or they were too stupid to yet figure out that all he does is lie about people. They'll figure it out eventually. You know what I mean? They'll figure it out eventually. But imagine having the audacity to comment on someone else who makes money on YouTube while simping. And so the other person pointed out, like, your profile picture is supporting a man who bought a house and is begging people to pay his legal funds. And you want to shit on a mother who just spent all her money in a hospital feeding herself with her daughter. Like, what world do you live in? Like, what? And this is the shit that Aiden does. Like, he'd rather shit on someone in the hospital with their child while completely being lack of self-awareness that he is begging for money for people to pay for his legal defense that he could have paid for himself if he didn't decide he needed to buy a home, right? Amazing. Amazing. And that's the other thing. He has his attorneys being like, nah, freedom of speech. Nah. It has nothing to do with freedom of speech. Last night he was talking about making $50K a month before living expenses. Is that even feasible on YouTube? That's so ridiculous. So I wouldn't say it's feasible on YouTube, but he charges a ridiculous amount of money on his own website per month or per week or something for his like sex cult club members only live stream thing. And then he has his merch, right? Then he's got memberships, right? Then like on top of that, he gets the direct donations. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but if he's making $50,000 a month before living expenses, he should be able to pay his legal bills on his own. Just saying. Like, what does he think everyone else's fucking living expenses are? You know what I mean? Like, my living expenses are thousands. My rent alone is close to $2,500 a month by itself, right? By itself, without any other utilities. I don't even have cable. I just have internet, right? Like, I don't have things that I would want because it's too expensive, right? Like, it is feasible with 160,000 subscribers, if you have a lot of people donating, and if you have a lot of people who are making memberships, but he also charges a pretty penny on his own website for memberships and merch. So his merch is expensive. It's doable, definitely, but you have to have a lot more subscribers and a lot more views, via YouTube to get that kind of money. I don't know if that'd be feasible now where he's lost a lot, but again, if he's making that much, why does he need everybody else's money? I don't know. Why? Why? Make that make sense. Yeah, a lot of people still play in the heat. They, get the golf cart, and then there's some shade there, He lies about pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. He lies about whether he went pee 5 minutes ago. Again, dude's got fucking liabetes. Liabetes, He lies about crowd sizes, cheats on his spells, can't admit when he's wrong, says people against him have TBDS. He's literally Trump. He's turning into fucking a liability. Like he cannot take responsibility. It is what it is. I honestly just usually ignore all of that, but it's like the audacity of someone to say something about my adult child wanting to introduce herself to the world and her struggles. Like, who the fuck are you to decide that for her? That was her decision. I would never put her on camera without, that was her choice. She wanted that. And who the fuck are you to decide? Right? Right? Me too. Me fucking, I'd take 10 or 5K a month even would be fine with me. 5 would be just fine with me. That would cover my expenses, and maybe I'd have a little to go camping or something like that. 5 would be good. Fuck 50. 5 would be great. It's wild. It's fucking wild. It's absolutely wild. He doesn't even know how to ride a motorcycle. Fun fact, I got this ring on a motorcycle run for Children's Hospital years back. I usually pick up one every time I do a motorcycle run. This is back when my husband had a bike. Doesn't anymore. Unfortunately, that got stolen years ago, right from our parking lot. But we used to do the motorcycle runs for charity. He doesn't even know how to ride a fucking motorcycle, bro. I'll give him my pink. You know what, Aiden? I'll let you borrow my pink helmet and my pink riding gloves. Okay? I'll let you borrow them since you're such a, badass rider of bikes. Oh, yeah, that's right. He needs to recoup, right? He needs to recoup money that was never his. It's not his thing. Oh, he was planning on making a ton of money on a documentary. The documentary, I believe, did pay him a certain amount to do it, but they couldn't sell it to anybody. Nobody wanted it. No one wanted it. It's too filled with innuendo, speculation, no evidence. You could be sued into oblivion for that. And if I were Jeff, the guy who made it, I would think about making it a fucking mockumentary on the truth. That's what I would do, because that's the only way he's going to sell it. It's the only way he's going to sell it. The only fucking way. Yeah, he's not broke. Hold on. I just heard something. Hold on. Oh, yeah, his whole thing was wanting to be, David Portnoy for the longest fucking time. Like a sitcom. It kind of is like a sitcom. Doing it ethically is what I've chosen to do, right? And again, it might not make the most money when you do it ethically, but, you keep your credibility intact and your self-respect and your integrity. And I once gave my self-respect to my abuser, and I will never, ever give it to anybody ever again. I was very young when I had to deal with my abuser. And once you've given your self-respect away once, you know better than to do it again. And I'll never do it again. Well, we have our first donation of the day. Direct donation of the day. The first one was from a super chat, and actually the jewels, which I appreciate from you guys, but our first direct one is $10, and there's no little note, but I appreciate it. I'm not going to read your real name, my friend, but thank you so much. I appreciate that. am so tired today. I was like hoping like make enough to fucking order McDonald's or something for me and the kids. I'm fucking exhausted. I'm so tired. I think the heat just got right to me, dude. You know? No, absolutely. It's okay to do that. It's okay to do that. Yeah, it ticked me off too. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? And this is, again, like, this is what he cultivates, right? If he says, I'm bad, the cult needs to say, I'm bad and criticize every tiny thing I do. What they don't seem to realize is they're essentially criticizing him worse, right? I don't know anyone who has been in my position, who has a child with a terminal illness, who has to go under being an endless pincushion, endless surgeries. Like, she's still got to have a hand surgery, a very risky neck surgery, technically 2 hand surgeries, 1 on each hand, neck surgery, and so on and so forth. Her hair is just starting to grow back, as you guys can see. And so my kid's been through a lot. We have, as a family, have been through a lot. I don't know anyone in my position that it's fucking easy for, right? To try to compare that somehow, some way to being a quote bad person is fucking wild as hell. People make GoFundMes to help them with expenses for things like this. Okay. I happen to have an audience. And so if I have to ask for help, then I just ask. Okay. I ask. And it's hard to fucking ask. I'll tell you that much. It is extremely fucking hard. But some days I make next to nothing, and others I make $100, maybe $200 once in a blue moon. I work my behind off on purpose. Okay. Like, if you're okay with Aiden getting donations to fund his own shit that he made, like that he created these lawsuits, like if you're okay with funding that and him getting donations and him making money off YouTube, then you can't criticize someone else's whose job it is to make content. And one of you so kindly pointed out, like, she's a content creator. That's her job. It's built into the business model. Direct donations, memberships, those are all in the business model of being a content creator. That's the part of it, right? Like, it's part of it, so you make a living, right? And it's just like the lack of self-awareness of them to criticize someone else while he's doing that same shit. He bought a house on your money. Hello. He doesn't want to pay for his own legal problems. He wants you to pay for them, and he wants to keep his house too. Like, what part of that are these people not getting it? I agree with this, Quit. I agree. I feel like I don't feel like they're all stupid. I feel like they just get sucked in, because I've met plenty of these people that come out of it, right? That come out of it and are like out on the other side and are like, realize how much he's taken advantage of them and how much like he's lied to them and like how much he's manipulated them. And so I don't think they're all stupid, but I think you have to be just making a whole lot of excuses in your head, which later on they realize they were, right? You have to be excusing a lot of things away for his behaviors and his lies and his endless changing of the stories. Like, you have to excuse a whole hell of a lot to keep supporting him. At some point, everyone breaks and goes, okay, that's my limit. That lie right there is my limit. That thing that he just lied about, that's my fucking limit, you know? Yeah, no, bike runs are bikes. That's it. Most of the ones that I've done come with a cop detail in the front and the back. They'll stop people for lights so we can go straight through the lights. I don't know if he pulled out a pocket for that, because you have to pay for the details. I always have gone to runs that have those, but I mean, he's cheap, so I wouldn't bet on it. Some cities require it if you're going to go through, so it depends. But he can't walk, so he's going to ride sidecar, or he's just not going to go on the run. He's going to stay at the lodge, I'm guessing. I mean, he can't ride a motorcycle. Come on. Yeah, none of them are walk. You're either riding or you're a passenger on the bike. Like, that's it. That's it. You know what I mean? I feel like he would run or hide behind, his 4 or 5 audience members that were there. You know what I mean? It's wild. Yeah, $200 to sponsor a hole, it says. That's fucking wild. $200 to sponsor a hole. How much did he raise with Sam and Vince? I have no idea. It's wild. 17 holes still available for sponsors. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's just crazy. It's the business model for streamers. Do we chew out wait staff for needing tips? Thank you. Thank you. At least someone gets it. Like, fuck, dude. At least someone gets it. Like, damn, at least someone gets it. It's part of the business model, dude. You know? I do. I love the pets. They're part of the family too. Even when the so-called pet doesn't get permission. Sapphire likes to spend. She's bougie, okay? She's bougie. Although I do appreciate that she spends on things like Dora, our cat, and the hubby, because he doesn't always get the love. So once in a blue moon, it's nice for a package to be waiting and, you know, his birthday or a holiday or something. And you know him, he loves his softball stuff. That's his jam, right? His softball stuff. I still have to figure out what the fuck we're doing at the end of August and who's going to be with my sister for the thing in Ocean City, Maryland, or if I can even finagle that bagel, or if we have to send him on his own, which he obviously doesn't want. We'll have to figure that out. But, you know, August is going to be a tough month for me in general. I don't know what it's going to look like for the show. I do know that I love you guys, and I know that you guys will bend with me, knowing that my sister is going to have the brain surgery. I'm going to be needed a lot more than usual with my sister's kids and at my sister's house. So it's going to be a little different next month. I don't know how I'm going to run 2 households and do a show, but I'm going to do all the best that I can every time, you know. I can't not work because I wouldn't be able to survive. It's just simply not possible. But I will work around whatever I need to work around to do it. So, I mean, the stress of thinking about it is making me twitch, but, you know, it's my sister. I don't have a lot of family left alive, and I'm already just petrified about the surgery to begin with. It's a very risky surgery, brain surgery, you know? And just thinking about that alone makes me want to cringe, to be honest with you. But I do the best that I can every time. For you, for my family members that are left, for my children. You know, yesterday when we got home, we stopped at Five Below because my little has been asking me to go to Five Below for like, I don't know, 3 months at least. She loves Five Below. It's one of her favorite stores. She likes to get stuff for her room. She likes to get, like, you know, makeup and spray and things like that over there. Slime once in a while. She likes squishies. And her uncle had given her $20 and then a 5 and a 1 on the 4th of July. So we went over to Five Below and she spent like $20 over that. And because I was just letting her put a few things in the cart. She doesn't ever like go shopping. And if she does, it's like me getting her clothes usually. So I let her have that, and I had $60 left in my account. And I paid an extra like 20 something dollars yesterday. And so, like, yeah, I knew I was down to like $40, and yeah, I definitely needed it. But my kid never asked for anything. She's been super helpful and brave when it comes to her sister. She loves helping her big sissy. And when she has to walk, my daughter's blind, so my daughter likes to hold on to someone's arm while she's walking. She went blind. She wasn't always blind. So if she doesn't, you know, use the dog, my youngest will let her grab her arm, and she's like, I'm your guide human, sissy. I'm your guide human. It's adorable that she loves helping her sister. And so I think she needed to be, you know, she just was coming into, my sister was bringing her over to the hospital to see my oldest and me every other day I was there. So I thought that she deserved a pick-me-up for being so patient and kind and just being a good kid all around. And so should I have spent it? No, but I did because she's my baby and she deserved it. And that's what you do as a parent, you know, like that's what you do as a parent. Like, you do those things, you know, like regardless of if you can or you can't, like you do them because it's the right thing to do, right? Yeah, being okay with even stopping a murder victim's mother and talking to Peggy and saying some of the shit people say to her because they're part of his cult is wild as fuck. There was someone so proud to make a post about how they ran into Peggy and told her she should be ashamed. Imagine telling a murder victim's mother that. What the fuck is wrong with you, and where do you get the audacity? You know? Where do you get the fucking audacity? I'm probably still subscribed to some channels I don't watch. You know? Absolutely. Agreed with you, Space Ghost. We can definitely all testify. Just because you sub to a channel doesn't mean you watch them, you know? That's for sure. Different YouTubers have different business models. And some YouTube content creators utilize YouTube for other purposes. Monetization is not a priority. And that's great. for them, right? Some people have really good paying jobs, and so they just use YouTube as like a way, as an outlet. That's not how I use it. I use it as an outlet. I use it to share my life with all of you and to fight for the people who have been smeared and their lives have been endlessly harassed and ripped apart because a sewer turtle cannot admit his own wrongs, right? He cannot stop going after people simply for telling the truth and making shit up and destroying their lives in different ways, right? He cannot. He cannot. I try, my friend, but mine usually comes last, you know? I feel like sometimes I don't have enough time to breathe or eat or sleep, for that matter, you know? Yeah, my little absolutely loves Five Below. It's just one of her favorite stores. Yeah, I mean, who says that to a murder victim's mother? Who does that? That's not like, why is that a fucking thing? It's not a thing. All right, what's the other turtle TNT I got here? Hold on. There's another. Let me see if I can find it here for a second. Where the hell is it? It was a clip. Oh my God, you guys. Here's a turtle TNT right here from Brother Counsel. Okay? Brother Counsel shits on his own brother for not saying the right things. Wow, I called this. I fucking called this. He just posted this like, I don't know, an hour or so ago. An hour and some change. If you tuned in yesterday, now you know that sometimes even the great Solomon Radner can be wrong about the Karen Reed case. I still love him, though, and I am sure he, like the rest who disagree with me, will eventually come around and realize I am right. Imagine saying that. Imagine fucking saying that. Wow. Wow. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it. I'm still fucking exhausted, I'll tell you that much. I am so tired. So fucking tired. Nobody is perfect. That is right. No one is. Imagine saying that out loud, though. Like, I mean, imagine being mad at the judge for like laying down the law, and then your brother's like goes on your show and is like, yeah, I agree with the judge, basically. Like, there's nothing that he did that was wrong. And then you need to simp, right? You got to simp for the turtle. So you get on and make a tweet when you realize everyone is like pointing to the fact that your brother is not simping and you are, and you make this tweet. If you tuned in yesterday, now you know that sometimes even the great Solomon Radner can be wrong about the Karen Reed case. I still love him, though, and I'm sure like the rest who disagree with me will eventually come around and realize I am right. Imagine fucking saying that with a straight face. Like, are we for real right now? Are we for fucking real right now? You can't make this shit up. You literally cannot make this fucking shit up. I have to go back to this later on and read the fucking comments because I have to see what people being like, yeah, you're an idiot. Like, you're an idiot, you know? I say literally a prayer for Nancy Guthrie almost every day because there's no reason why she shouldn't have been found, you know, yet. It's really, really sad. And I feel like had the Pima County Sheriff's Office done their fucking job, she probably would have already been found if they had just given the shit to the FBI instead of playing games, you know? New Boston police ambush with fireworks overnight as Blue City's descent into lawless hellscape continues. Same night, 13 people shot, 2 dead across 5 separate scenes. Critics are blasting Democratic officials for abandoning police in favor of woke policies. So I guess they were what? Ambush? People were shooting fireworks at the cops? I mean, what the fuck is wrong with people? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Yeah, unfortunately, Brother Counsel has been sort of, you know, pandering to Aiden for quite some time now. And that's when, along with Larry, the DUI guy, who has no other content other than to rehash every tiny thing in the Karen Reed case, because every title that pops up is Karen Reed, blah, 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 Karen Reed, blah, 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 and a big picture of him. Like, bro, you got any other content at all, you know? I'm like embarrassed sometimes to be here from Massachusetts. I kid you not, with the amount of fucking shenanigans we got going on here. Like, come on, man. Come on. You know? Come on. Like, can we just, I mean, first of all, it's way too expensive to fucking live here. Like that's, and you can't just leave. People, I love when people are like, Murph, you don't like it, just leave. It's like, oh, cool. Do you have 20 grand at least to move me? People can't just pick up and leave, right? You would need first class security for somewhere else. You'd have to go travel to that somewhere else to actually find a place, so on and so forth, right? Like, come on, man. It's not that easy, you know? Ooh, here's a good one. Here's a good one Jen Altman posted. It says, Jess is now wondering why Aiden's family has never been at court with him, other than I think 2 times when his father was there, but they weren't there when he got out of jail, and she's wondering why. He will tell you it's because they have jobs. So basically, when he says that he's throwing his supporters under the bus because they're there, so don't they have jobs? Also, if my sister was going to jail or getting out of jail, I would take a vacation day. Well, they're not there because they don't agree. It's a skirt, baby. You look very cute. I love it. Give me a spin, girl. Oh, yeah, diva. Mm-hmm, girl. Yes, girl, yes. She's so cute. AK showed up in the chat, and people in the chat wanted her to send TV a link. Oh, my God. See, that's why. I do believe probably Nancy is gone, but I feel like she would have already been found, you know? It's just sad. It's just sad. Yeah, here we go again. She is phony baloney, that's for sure. But I'll tell you this much. Jen's telling the truth here. The reason why his family doesn't show up in court is because his family wants nothing to do with that's related to Turtle Boy. They think it's disgusting and deplorable. They do not condone it in any way. And they don't want to be seen near his, quote, brand in any way. And that pisses them off because he doesn't get a pat on the back like his brothers and sisters who all are like doctors and lawyers and, you know, have good jobs and good careers. He decided that he was just going to be a fucking degenerate, you know? I don't know. I don't know. It's wild. Wild as hell. All right, so. Oh, God. Hold on. There was another clip that I had. Is he developmentally delayed? And someone played a clip of the baker. Oh, God, help me. Hold on. Oh, here's another turtle tanty, right? This is one with Karen Reed that he had. Okay. Oh, girl. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, I need to get the paper towels for my little. She knocked over her. Oh, my text. I got you, girl. My shit's not on ring. I think it's still on whatchamajigget, on silent from this morning because I totally forgot to take it off of silent because I'm fucking tired. I'm so goddamn tired. I am so fucking tired. Oh, abso-fucking-tootly, my friend. Please hold 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. Pull something up here. Some people are just really fucking unhinged, and I wonder, you know, in life, why their families haven't like sectioned them to a fucking psych facility when they're very clearly not okay. Like, I'm not quite understanding. I'm just not. Let's see. This one. It's weird. All right here. There's something seriously wrong with this sick fuck. Something seriously wrong. I gotta send this to my email to be able to play it, I think. Hold on. See if I can send it to my email here. Graves sends $50 and says, for a whiteboard. Appreciate you, my friend. I definitely need to get one. Okay. Please hold, guys. 1 second. This is incoming sort of insanity at the moment. So I'm attempting to get this to my email here so I can get it played. Trying to see if I can play it through here and it's not like popping up on my thing on X. So I'm trying to, okay, so it was 12:49. I'm trying to see, I don't see, where is the fucking, oh, maybe it's a different one. It says the same thing there. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, this is one sick fucking human. Here we go. This is what happens to sick fucking human beings.
Let me tell you something, Sweetie. I've been up all fucking night. All night. Because you and people like you don't do shit.
Wow.
There is a minor child on a porn site right now. Okay?
And I'm guessing you
all you do is fucking open your mouth on Twitter every day.
Uh-huh.
As if you do anything other than piss people off.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And guess what? That minor child is Nan's fucking daughter. So shut your fucking mouth.
Uh-huh. 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 Okay, that is the unhinged Barry Lewis, who is not well. And if I had to guess who put that there, I would guess him. Because in 1 second, he is harassing her endlessly and threatening her endlessly, calling her family members, calling her friends, threatening her, threatening them, calling their friends' jobs, calling their friends' spouses, calling your ex-spouses, so on and so forth. He has been told dozens of times to just leave her the fuck alone. She wants nothing to do with you. She's not going to answer you. No amount of threats to anyone to answer you right now is going to make you do that. And so if I had to guess, I would guess that he created that as a way for someone to have to contact him. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't make any logical sense other than like he made it. Why else would we know that? You know what I'm saying? Like, same move, by the way, that Aiden's done in the past with other people's kids using pictures of them on sites on purpose. Barry needs help. He needs a psych help, like desperate help. He's essentially stalking. And it has gotten to the fucking tipping point at this point where like law enforcement needs to start doing their job. I've called the U.S. Attorney's Office in both states. Yeah, he's exactly what he's trying to do. Get her to engage. Not going to happen. Oh, believe me, I've contacted, like I said, local PD, the fucking U.S. Attorney's Office in both states, saying, do your fucking job. Do your job. Do your fucking job. Like, do your fucking job, right? This is not okay. This behavior is fucking gonzo. Now, you think that's bad? That one screaming? Imagine how many of those screaming voice messages he has sent to endless people. I will tell you, a lot of people. And so his claim to fame is like, I called the feds are coming, you're all going to jail, you have 24 hours, 48 hours, 36 hours, blah, blah, blah. All his empty, nonsensical threats. Most people he calls or emails already are aware of his very unstable status and take nothing that he says seriously because it's all a fucking game to him. But yes, do you think that's terrifying? This is something that poor Nana has been dealing with for a long time now. No one should have to live like that, okay? Nobody. I don't give a fuck who it is. Nobody, all right? These are the kinds of voicemails that I get from the cult members. Texts, voicemails, DMs, just like that, from unhinged lunatics under fake accounts with no names, phone calls, so on and so forth. Like, been getting them for 3 years, so I'm used to it at this point. But like, fixation on one person is not fucking okay. Like, it is stalking. It is cyber stalking, which is a federal crime. A federal crime. It's a federal fucking crime. Cyber stalking is a federal crime, okay? And here's the fun part, Lisa. There is no beef. There's no beef. He has to make up a new reason every day on why he goes from harassing her in her life to like defending her when some other cult member says something. It's not well. He's not well, right? He's not well. He's been reported several times. You know, they play the whole jurisdiction runaround game. Call your state. No, call his state. No, we don't have jurisdiction. No, they don't have jurisdiction. They just do this whole rodeo game. It's civil. No, it's criminal. No, it's civil. No, it's criminal. Like, so it's done, right? And this is why I contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office, both in her state and his. Some of these people are very unwell. And I'm sure even Leah has gotten messages like this from the cult members, as I have, as I know pretty much anyone who's been attacked by Aiden has. And some of these people are just very unwell, right? Very, very unwell. He has to make up a new reason, right? Every fucking day about why. First, it's some big betrayal that happened. And no, do you want to know what the big betrayal was? People were like, yeah, I want nothing to do with you. Nan stopped engaging with him. What he does is he messages people and like, he's good at pretending he's just like a normal person. And he's good at trying to like offer help. Well, I'll help you do this or I'll help you do that. And then like, you start to realize like, he starts saying inappropriate shit or weird shit. And you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I know several women who he started like talking to that way. And then he becomes very unhinged. He gets angry very quickly. He snaps. He feels these wild conspiracy theories that don't have any basis in reality whatsoever. Tries to draw all these lines. He tries to get involved in all this drama and that drama. And he wants to know this and he wants to know that. And like, it's unhinged. It's unwell. And it's all one giant clusterfuck. And so the big thing was that she wouldn't talk to him, that she wanted nothing to do with him because he's unhinged. And without further ado, I bring you Nan herself. Hello, darling.
How are you?
Tired. I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I know. I've tried to leave you be over the last few days to just give you
I'm
a
so
little
tired.
peace.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy you're on the other side of it. And
Me too.
if there's anything that you need, excuse me,
Of
if there's
course.
anything you need, let me know.
Of course. Of course. Nothing right now other than fucking dinner later that we're gonna see what I make today. Attempt to just order because I'm so fucking tired, dude. But it's been a long week. So tell us about the loony bin.
Well, I actually asked for a link for a very limited purpose, and I won't take much time from your show or from your audience. And I'm actually not going to say much because I won't give a certain individual the satisfaction of doing that. But what I will say is this: when I wake up and am made aware of information like you just broadcast, which I asked you to, I wanted you to to bring attention to it. Just to
I didn't see it until you sent it to me. I didn't see that, so I'm good you did, because I probably wouldn't have seen it because I have him blocked. Because he's
yeah. And honestly, I don't really look at X. And someone brought this to my attention, then another person did, and another person did, and I was appalled to see that, and I'm furious, and I wanted to just to thank you for bringing attention to this and speaking out with your full chest, and also to say that if there is anybody who talks about my children, posts about my children, or talks to others about what they think involves my children, there are going to be consequences. And so many people are saying to me, "Oh, why don't you do this? I don't understand why you can't do that."
We have.
And
We have.
and there is plenty of things that are underway.
Yeah.
I think one thing I've shown audiences since last spring, a year ago last spring, was I know what I'm doing when it comes to the law. And if anyone thinks I'm just sitting back and resting on my laurels and not taking action or trying to convene certain agencies to take action, then you are incorrect. But if anybody looks at what gets posted online and just sits back and either laughs, chuckles, says, "Oh, that's a horrible thing that's happening," or even if they say, "Oh my God, I'm worried for her," meaning me, it's saying a lot about our society. Like, this individual should be canceled from being online. And I'm not sitting here on some Melvin rant saying, "Oh my God, and we're going to change legislation." No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, I am not a spectacle for audiences to laugh at. And when there is invocation of my children, then we need to stop. Just needs to stop outright. So ultimately, I wanted to just say, for you and your audience, thank you for saying it with your full chest, and understand that I am taking action, but it is not as simple as people might think.
It's not. I don't think they understand that portion of it, that it's not as easy as everyone thinks to just stop someone that's clearly not well, right, from doing these fucking things, right? Like, I went on a whole tangent earlier about kids and my kid, right? Someone made a comment on X, one of the cultists. I already had them blocked. And one of my viewers was like, "How fucking dare you? Her daughter's 21. She's in the hospital, like, and she wanted to be on camera, obviously, right? Like, who the fuck are you? You have a picture of Aiden. They must have had like one of the Turtle Boy things. Like, you have a picture of him and you have no problem with him, asking for donations while he buys a house, but you have a problem with her making money via content creation and sharing her daughter with the world. By the way, my daughter wanted to share her struggles with my audience." And so it's like, who the fuck are you, right? But you think you're going to come for my kid? Know that you're going to deal with me first. No, you're going to deal with me first.
I know. And I'm sitting here going, I don't understand the psychology of certain individuals, why they think it's appropriate to take to real life. And I'm speaking beyond myself.
Yeah.
We've all kind of seen real life consequences, whether it's some content creators talking about taking action against people's jobs, taking those actions themselves for specious reasons.
Meredith had to deal with it too, right?
Correct.
Meredith. Even Lindsay, even though Lindsay ran back to Aiden, like, there were a lot of things that I was around for that Aiden did to terrorize her and her kids. Like, right? So it's like, this is not new with these people.
Oh yeah. And by the way, I just saw a post from Space Coast. When Nan seems calm, they should be worried. You are correct, Space Coast.
I love Space Coast.
You are correct. But I honestly, though, like, these content creators in general, whom this particular individual is not one, content creators in general need to understand that when they say certain things, they swat a hornet's nest and they
They
stir
invoke
up.
real life shit. That's what happens. And this is why I always say it's like you have to have that responsibility of knowing, like, and this is why I'm clear with my own audience. Do not go after anybody that we even talk about. I don't even want people, and I'm glad sometimes that they do, but I don't even need anybody to stick up for me. Want to know why? Because most of the time I just ignore them because it's not worth my time, my energy, and it's not worth your time and your energy to argue with idiots, right? Because you're just arguing with someone who has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So it's like purposeless, right? But when the content creators invoke this flame, dude, they're invoking also unwell people to do very bonkers things and think it's okay because the content creator themselves are doing it. So why wouldn't they think it's okay to do it too?
I agree. And I completely agree with that. And, I'm in a little bit of and I don't know if I would just call it a interesting or a unique position because in guesting on creators shows, I guess, yes, did I put myself out there? Sure. Did I ever think that involving myself in legal commentary or in snarky
that doesn't
posts?
invite them to go after your family or your children. That's not an invitation.
Correct. But the other piece, and yes, I brought myself up to Massachusetts and met a lot of people up there. And, I'm really proud of that. And I look at some of those memories as some of the fondest in recent years, and met some individuals who really have changed my life for the better. But I will say this, being in that position where I was out there. I don't stream anymore. In fact, your stream that I was on a month
The
or
last
so ago,
one, yeah.
where we broke the internet, that was actually the last one.
We did.
The last one I did, and that was not the straw that broke the camel's back, to be clear. It was my own personal safety and that of my family. But having been on streams, there are certain individuals who, if I may speak freely, are they're so fucked in the goddamn head that they think they know me. They think that they have insight to me. They think they can look up my law school and see if I went to law school 25 years ago.
God.
There's individuals who think that they can, find my family records or my siblings or my home or, my business and send information to my business that is sexually inappropriate in nature, contacting my children's schools, posting things in media grounds beyond social media about me that are false, claiming that I have been involved in pornography, now claiming that my child, who is a minor by far, has been involved in pornography, and then somehow white knight to try to save my daughter just to smoke me out and
that's
get
the ploy. We know that it is. It's to get you to talk or direct to him, and in no manner is that going to fucking happen. I'll tell you what we did when Lindsay's daughter's picture was used, and I can at least confirm this because I was around at the time, is she took the picture, took the screenshot, called, and what you do is you call the Center of Missing and Exploited Children, and you put in a thing to the FBI, and they investigate who fucking put it up there, where it came from, and why.
Oh, yeah. I actually did communicate this morning with the Center for Missing and Exploited Children and a separate division of the FBI. And
they'll send you the IC3 link to fill out the thing. Yep.
Correct. And they will be communicating with the individuals involved. So there is, let me be very clear because I'm going to hop off because I am fucking pissed.
I don't blame you.
If I am made aware of any other inappropriate outreaches in my personal life, other than the colossal, huge amount that I already am, watch out. That's all I have to say. If I haven't made it clear before now, I'm making it clear now. And I want to thank you for shedding a light on this. And if anyone who is in your audience or is watching this on X right now, knows of one particular individual whom I'm referencing, and I will never give that individual the satisfaction of naming him. Anyone else can name him.
I fucking will.
I'm not naming him.
I will. Allegedly insane Barry Lewis, who needs to touch some grass and maybe get some mental health treatment.
I mean, we're talking 2 accounts that have been suspended already.
Yep.
And those accounts, I will text them to you. I'm not going to say them. You can read. You can read them out loud. Now there's a 3rd one. If I can ask anything of your audience, for those who don't hate me, if you can report, I would very much appreciate it, because this is the type of behavior that needs to stop.
Yep.
Whether
doesn't matter who it is. Like, this is wild, and this is the cultivation of like the hate and the anger and the you didn't do what I wanted when you wanted, and so now I think blackmail, and I think fucking going into your personal everyday life and harassing your personal everyday life. Everything you listed are all things that they've done to me as well. Like, and this is the shit. And like, Leah doesn't even have kids, and they sent like, I think it was DCF or CBS after her fiance's children way back when. Like, what the fuck is wrong? Like, what is wrong in your brain that you think that you have the right because a sewer turtle or a Barry Lewis says you're bad, and these very unwell, unhinged people who don't know a thing about you say these things means it's okay to like intrude on someone's real life. Those have real consequences. And if you're wrong, which you are, right? If you're wrong and you're spreading misinformation and lies about someone, and other people take it on, guess what? How are you going to feel when you ruin someone's real fucking life because you listened to a very unwell individual? Like, what the fuck? What? Like, no. Like, no. Like, we're not doing that. And regardless of who it is, like, I've helped people who liked Aiden because of this kind of shit, right? Like, this is not what we do. And as content creators, like, we have a greater responsibility to call out when it is happening and say, don't fucking do this. Please, for the love of fucking God, do not do this shit. Do not do it on behalf of me. Do not do it because you watch me. Do not fucking do this shit. Don't do it.
I completely agree. And like, the fact that it just continues, and the fact that there are accounts who have been advised of what happened today and just double down and say, nope, I'm not going to stop.
I can't.
Everyone can fuck all the way off if they think that this is appropriate. And I would simply warn everybody that, you know, it could be you. For those who are just watching and saying, oh my God, this is horrible, or I'm good, let's get her real good. It's like, this is scary shit. Like, I would never. Can you imagine waking up and knowing that there's someone who has made it their mission in life to
ruin yours,
to ruin yours, or to grab your attention, or to somehow fabricate something in his or her mind, and just not be willing to see the truth that it's just never gonna happen, that it's an illusion, and there's people telling you this. Why
and you're not getting it?
Just not getting it. And I'm gonna take one other opportunity to say that law enforcement in general has to step up, because the amount of finger pointing and intra-jurisdictional issues and it's not our responsibility, it's theirs. There are state and federal, administrative, civil, and criminal agencies involved. But more importantly, it's people who just are watching this and sitting by as aimless, drama-thirsty spectators, or even those who are just spectators who aren't drama-thirsty. It's like, just, there has to be a line where people say, enough's enough. What if it was your child?
And that's how easy it can be, is they don't realize, like, if it's Barry or if it's someone else that was a turtle rider, right? Like, I have been relentlessly harassed by turtle riders trying to destroy my life, okay? Leah, Meredith, like, you can just go down the list of even people that like were sources of his, Lindsay from New Jersey, Donna from New Jersey. What the fuck? What did Donna do? Nothing, right? Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, endless amounts of harassment to people's families. And even though we might not talk about it every single day, like, this is something we deal with all the goddamn time. It weighs on a human being, bro. And that is their way of getting you to go away, shut up, stop telling the truth, stop pushing back against the false narrative. Like, this is what it is always worked for them, right? To make people stop and go away and do what they want, right? And I'm not one of those people that's going to go away or do what they want. And so they just keep up the relentlessness. And I think it seems to me that a lot of the time it's women, right? Most of the time it's women. It seems to be independent, smart women, right? Maybe there's a fear there, you know, of smart, independent women. And I say, well, what are you fearful of? The truth? Like, maybe don't lie and have diabetes, and then, you know, you won't be fearful of the truth.
Yeah, and I would also add, and I am gonna hop off because my children are gonna be home shortly, and they should never have to hear this,
No.
any of this subject matter, because a mama's job is to just keep her babies happy. I always tell my kids, like, what's my job? And they say to keep me happy and healthy. But I will send to you the newest Twitter
Yes,
handle
please.
of the individual. And if there's anyone who's on X who would be interested in reporting, I would very much appreciate that. But just so your audience understands, like, people say, oh, just block, or oh, just log off, or no, it doesn't work that way. I do block. It's like sometimes blocking a phantom. You know, it ends up not only messages are retrieved, even in blocked form, and calls still come through, new burner phones come through, new messages, hundreds of messages.
Yep, it's always a new burner number from, like, WhatsApp. You know, they use endless burner numbers or apps that have burner numbers, so you can block them, but then they keep coming in. I deal with it too. It's obnoxious, but you know, like, that's their only way to keep trying to contact you, is by making new fake accounts or new burner numbers, you know?
Yes, and you know, you've got blocked phone numbers, new burner numbers, blocked messages, hundreds of messages to my office from this individual, hundreds of messages to my cell phone, messages, text messages that come, you know, are accessible as blocked messages through YouTube from, I don't know what you want to call it, but just alternate handles.
Yeah, they're just burner accounts.
Right. And then there's care. And I want to take an opportunity to thank the caring individuals who do reach out to me and ask me, you know, hey, are you okay? Because I was privy to this voice note that was recorded and I'm worried about you. And I want to say a special thank you to those people, because they make me aware of things that I'm not even aware of personally. I don't have time to look into all of this, and you know, there's some people who kind of chuckle with me about, sometimes I'm even a few days behind in staying on top of all of it. And honestly, law enforcement asks me from time to time to deactivate and reactivate my main account, just so they can monitor, and they can
They want to keep it too. If it completely goes out after 30 days, all that's gone. So they want to be able to see what's being tagged of you.
That's right. And to the individual who I'm alluding to, they are watching and they are waiting, and your time is coming. And it's going to involve not what you think, not your crazy theories that are absolute bullshit.
They're bonkers. They're actually bonkers. They're literally bonkers.
My 5-year-old dog has better investigative and research skills than you do.
Yeah.
But what I will tell you is they're watching, they're waiting, and your time is coming. And you will get to meet me, and you will get to lay eyes on me in real life. And that's going to be across a courtroom when I give my testimony against you, motherfucker. And when I give my victim impact statement.
Yep. Yep.
I'm going to get going.
I love you.
Love you.
Bye. It's a hard fucking pill to swallow to deal with this shit, bro. Like, you know, I think Barry's problem is that he is like obsessed with Nan in the same way that sort of Grant was obsessed with Lindsay. And when you say, whoa, this is a little weird, no thank you. Apparently he's never been told no a day in his life, so he doesn't seem to understand the whole, like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, kindly, thank you, but no thank you. And so after that, he kind of lost his ever-loving mind. And it's been an ongoing, constant way to try to get her to contact him. Threats, if you don't contact me in the next 24 to 48 hours, constantly like, oh, she, accusing her of sleeping with every content creator, including Aiden, which is fucking wild as hell and not close to true. Okay, he comes up with these wild conspiracy theories on why he needs to be so angry and upset, and instead of accepting the fact that, like, you were friends with someone, you were showing some signs of weird, and so that person backed off and said, you know what, no thank you, and then he snapped. Right, he can't be told no. And we'll tell you that, at least from what I've looked up on his record, he allegedly has already cyber stalking charges for cyber stalking someone else a while back. So it is not out of the realm of things that Mr. Lewis has done, right? He should probably just leave Nan alone, which several people, including myself, have told him over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Just leave her alone. All you're doing is causing yourself more harm. Okay, that's it. It is a crime. It is a federal crime. Here's the latest tag for his Twitter, where he put that raging message, of course, for anybody who wants to report it, because it's fucking unhinged. It's abusive. It's wild as hell. Like, and it's not going to work. This whole, oh, I'm, going to get her to contact you by trying to play like, oh, that's your child's on a picture of a porn site. Like, we're not doing that. She's not contacting you because you somehow magically found something that no one else on planet Earth would have seen unless you made it yourself. Okay? Like, so report, report. It's abusive. It's cyber stalking. It's a crime. It's a fucking crime. It is a crime. Don't do it. Right? I mean, there's definitely a lot of bizarre shit on YouTube too, but like, this has been ongoing for a really long time. Sorry, I was opening a soda for my little. She asked me if I wanted ginger ale, and I kind of do. My tummy's a little wonky from the last couple of days. But this is the unhinged shit, bro. Like, this is, I mean, he's named his Twitter accounts several times U.S. transit funding. You can't name a company after the United States, because then it looks like you're a federal agency. You can actually get in trouble for doing that. He's not a federal agency. The federal agencies want nothing to do with him. And that's it. He gets off by getting a reaction. And then the whole, like, sue me then, or I'm going to sue you, or the feds know, or the cops are getting you. Like, that's always the threat. Like, bro, the cops cannot come get someone because they asked you to leave them alone. The cops cannot come get someone because I called out the bad behavior and said, please leave her alone. Like, that's not a thing. It's not a fucking thing. Okay? It's not a thing. It's not. He's clearly, in my opinion, needs some serious mental health help. And there comes a time when I know people like to blame it. Like, listen, I've been working in mental health for a really long time, right? And so I know when there's a difference between someone who is so, like, gonzo that, like, they don't understand the repercussions of their actions, and then there are people who are lucid enough to know what they're doing, but at the same time do have a mental illness that makes them be so much extra. And what we're dealing with here is not someone who doesn't know what's going to happen to them, right? He knows exactly what he's doing, right? Yeah, he just doesn't fucking care, right? Like, just doesn't care at any means necessary. He's so obsessed with the fact that you no longer wanted to be friends with him that now it's a whole, like, conspiracy of everyone did me wrong and it's all a conspiracy and you'll see. Like, what the fuck, dude? No. Like, no. Absolutely fucking no. No. It's wild as hell. Like, wild as hell, dude. Crazy to me. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And it is scary. That's not the first or last voicemail like that or video. He actually posted, like, a public video where he does not look good. No, Joe Rogan's definitely alive and well. He is alive and well. Yeah, this is way over the line of that. You know, I don't know. I feel like he does have friends and family. I just feel like they clearly haven't taken the steps that are necessary to do something. Either that or it didn't work, because I remember one time after he faked his own death, the cops went over there. Someone called in a welfare check, and he claimed to not even know who Nan was. Meanwhile, he's incessantly posting about her, constantly lying to the cops. Yeah, no, that Joe Rogan is alive and well. He is not dead. He's not that I can see. There was a hoax back in April 2022 about it, but that's, as far as I understand, he's alive and well. No, he lives in Florida. In Florida, not as a guest showing video. I mean, it's just wild. Like, you would behave in that manner in any capacity whatsoever. I mean, that's fucking wild as hell. Like, so if you're on X, I would say please report that account. I mean, it's nothing but like just harassment constantly. It'll pop up as like U.S. transit funding or something of that nature. It's the second account of that nature being called that. But the @ is different. That's the @ You have to type in the @ to the search box to find it. Yeah, passenger E77029. Yeah, it's Florida. I forget the exact. I have it written down, but it's Florida he lives in. So I'm like, there's got to be a Florida mental health hold of some sort that his family could have utilized in some way for him, because he's clearly not well, right? All the conspiracy theories, all the fucking wild nonsense, the constant threats to other people. It's just not well. Like, one scan of his account and you're like, dude, is this guy fucking okay? Like, what planet do we live on here? Like, what is really going on? Like, this is not, no, we're not, no, nope. Like, all you have to do essentially is look at it, okay? And all of it is him going after Nan, or then trying to white knight so that she'll reach out. And then, you know, it goes from him threatening her into him making up these wild fucking accounts, into him, threatening everyone, saying, dude, I think I've been like accused of like 4 fake accounts thus far. Like, I don't have fake accounts, as most of you know. I have one goddamn account. I say everything with my chest. I don't need another account to do that. I want you to know it's coming from me. If I need to say it, I will say it here, no problem, and happily post it on my Twitter, because I fear absolutely nothing from absolutely anyone, because I don't do anything fucking illegal. Because, you know, I'm not a degenerate like that. But it's constant of him like threatening and being like, oh, this account is so-and-so and that account is so-and-so, when it's not, of course. He just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Like, on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. Just constantly, as you can see, tagging Nan's, main account, like doing all this nonsense, like dragging other people into it, like just wild conspiracy theories. Like, here's one where he's like, Barry, wait till you find out who brought me into this mess and you see what I was paid. This is obviously someone trolling him. This is very clearly someone trolling him in July of 2025, though, last year, okay? Like, obviously this is someone trolling him, and he doesn't realize it's someone fucking trolling him. And so it's constant. It's just constant nonsense. Constant nonsense. It's constant nonsense. Like, come on, man. Like, telling Kate she's going to be sued, like, because she posted, like, something funny that was, like, a meal and was like, Judge Gilday can't come to the phone right now. We're having mimosas over brunch and writing a list of free Karen Reed names for future prosecution. Obviously, that's a joke. Anybody with fucking eyeballs and ears knows that's a joke, okay? But nope, what does Barry do? Takes it to, like, oh, that must be true. Oh, you're going to get sued, aren't you? Like, then, of course, like, oh, you're begging to be indicted, too. Like, okay, you can't get anyone indicted, you idiot. That's not the way it fucking works. You can threaten until the cows come home that the feds are coming and you're going to be arrested and you said something I don't like, so now the cops are coming for you. That's not happening, okay? He endlessly tags the Mass State Police, which they ignore. They have to have something in the city of Boston, including other local PDs that have literally had to put into their system. And I know this for a fact because I have sources in enforcement. That they had to put like a note in the system that this man is unwell. that he constantly tags them with weird conspiracy theories. He constantly calls or emails under fake accounts. Like, it's fucking wild. It's not normal, you know? It's not normal. I think I know the name of the city. I just can't remember it. I have it written down somewhere. It's not, I don't feel like it's St. Lucie. I can't remember which county it is. But yeah, he's bizarre. That's why, you know, he's fucking bizarre down there. Well, if you could reach out to them, maybe Space Coast, and ask them if they could ask someone to fucking look into this, and his name will pop right up, you know. I left out the R. Fuck. Sorry, hold on. I left out the R. My bad. E770 29. Okay, this is the account. That's my bad. I left out the fucking iron. Port Orange, Florida. It's Volusia County. So now I'm adding an extra one here. God damn it. Okay. This is it right here. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. And there is Sean on the Gulf Coast that may be of help. Yeah, I haven't quite reached out to Sean yet to see if he could help, but it's a good point. But yeah, it's Volusia County. It's wild though. Like, why not just deal with the issue? You know what I mean? Like, the problem is the one time that they did ask him, he was like, "Oh, I don't even know who that is." Like, pretending that he doesn't even know who Nan is, which is wild as fuck. You know? Yeah. So it's wild to me that he does this shit and then just thinks that like he can just threaten everyone else on planet Earth. Please give me 1 second, guys. I have to conspiracy pee because I drank my whole coffee and I haven't peed yet. So give me like 2 seconds. Do me a favor while you guys are waiting while I pee. If you can go smash the like button, I'd appreciate that. We'll get back to the wheel in a second. If you want to donate to the channel, there are a bunch of different ways. Our justice chats are pinned to the top. That works for any debit, credit, or Apple Pay. And then we have, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have memberships. We have jewels. We have super chats. Okay, be right back. Okay. So, yes, if you are on X, we would greatly appreciate the reporting of the insane account, as several of them. Yeah, she called for one. I knew that she had. I just didn't want to, put anybody under pressure. But yeah, she had. And then, of course, he played the whole, like, dumb game. That's how we knew he was alive and faked his death. So, yeah. Yeah, no. Hold on one second, guys. I gotta help my little for a second. Kiddo wanted some Easy Mac. Had to reach the microwave. Reach the microwave. My big cork board that I got to redo all the little slips that I get from you guys on Amazon and put them all in order. I didn't have enough pins. Now I have enough pins. So it's going above my monitors here. And I need to also get my freaking grill out of the storage unit. All right. Well, that's the other part, Justice, is even for the people who are attacked by the sewer, like myself, he knows that a lot of the people that he attacks don't have the funds to sue, to stop him. So he just bets on that, bets on being able to have his audience allow him to fight a lawsuit that he rightfully should be sued for, because most people don't have the funds to sue him, right? I'm wearing comfy t-shirt day. And this one, in case you didn't know, says, I am not responsible for what my face does when you talk. Barry Lewis. You know? Barry Lewis. Not responsible for what my face does when you make wild fucking accusations that aren't true, not even close. So when we're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Not responsible for what my face does. It's wild. It's cruel. It's wild. It's something I don't talk about a lot because it's like, seems normal now, even though it's not normal, but like, seems normal to wake up to some weird fucking text message or voicemail or DM from some wackadoo from the middle of nowhere that follows Aiden and needs to say all these horrible things to me as if they feel that like I'm going to what because they said them. Ooh, a stranger said things that simply aren't true about me. I might jump out a window? I don't think so. Not going to happen. So it's like, what do you think you're getting out of that, right? Like by buying what the sewer turtle is selling, I'll let you know this. Many of those very people who have jumped on the bandwagon to say shitty things about me have been some of the very same people I've helped later on who he did it to. Because it's only then that they understand what happens, you know? And when you're the one attacked, you start to realize the shit that he says isn't just for satire or fun, you know? I love the meme of the confused rabbit. I love that meme. I love it. All right. Hold on. Where? Damn it. I think I had it bookmarked. Oh, here it is. The last turtle chanty before I go back to the wheel is this message that he sent to Karen Reed, right? This is the message where Aiden tries to make Karen do what he wants, you know? And so he says, I spoke with Ernie Bach in the Wilbur today. I proposed the idea of doing a live show there, potentially with you. They were both ecstatic about the idea. Yeah, because they wanted Karen. Wilbur is sending over a proposal, basically $100 ticket to 250 VIP access. Would like to do multiple shows. Ernie wants to do it at the Wang Theater, which seats 3,500. We could make $500,000 in one show there. Without you, I could still do a show there, but it wouldn't have the same appeal without you. I'd split it 50-50. Yeah, of course. I understand you have to do your first interview first and wanted to know realistically when you think that would be. Imagine the fucking audacity of somebody being like, well, realistically, I need you to tell me what you're doing. Like, it's a damn shame, though, that Ernie fell for the nonsense. You know, damn shame. Yeah, the fact that Ernie Bach would want anything to do with a sewer turtle is quite confusing to me. You know, quite fucking confusing. Why would you want anything to do with that fucking degenerate who destroys innocent people's lives because he cannot, not even a little, take responsibility for any of his own fucking behavior. It's just wild as hell to me. Wild as hell. I just can't. I can't sometimes. I fucking really can't. It's wild. The audacity of Aiden, though, right? The audacity for him to do something like that is simply so fucking wild. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Uh-oh. So I didn't see his live stream last night, but I'm told he still hasn't mentioned that we had some questions for him. I don't know why. What are you afraid of? Like, I mean, you're afraid of women. We know that. That's weird. It's weird, bro. Weird. Weird. Weird, 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 weird. Imagine being Lamar versus Allen. Isn't that the purple guy? Yeah. And all you're doing is posting bad pictures of women you hate. No wonder nobody will fuck you, Paul. Okay. Wheel. All right, what do we got for the wheel? What do we got left? We had Turtle TNT, so that was a good one. What else we got left for the wheel? What's left for the wheel? What's left for the wheel? Okay, cool. Ooh, where is it? Jesus Christ. Wheel? There it is. Wheel. All right, what's left? Oh, Turtle TNT should have came off. Why didn't it come off? Whatever. If we hit it again. Oh, we'll just know. Ooh, we already did a mystery flip. Why isn't... Oh, because I didn't click the remove button last time. Okay, well, I'll remember to do that this time. Ooh. Viewer question. All right, folks. I'm seeing a question. I will take a question. Remove that off the wheel. We will take a question. Yes, Jen, I helped Jen too, because what he did to her was horrible and disgusting. And she asked him to stop because it was affecting her mental health, and he just decided to keep going. And what was the reason for him to do that to her? Oh, because he was upset that she sort of exposed that she brought a very serious matter to him, and he ignored it with Karen Reed's cousin, I believe it was, who was doing some sexual in nature things to people in the Free Karen Reed movement. I don't know if it was like unsolicited dick pics or something like that, text messages, something. And she brought it to the attention of Aiden, who basically said, I don't fucking care. And so when he said, I don't fucking care, basically, and she was like, can you please tell Karen so she can like handle it? And she brought it to several people who basically did nothing. She went public and was like, listen, this is not okay. We need to call bad behavior when it's bad behavior so that no one, gets victimized. And he lost his ever-loving mind because how dare she reveal that he just didn't give a fuck about anybody but himself, Thank you, Space Coast. I appreciate you for that. Let's hope so, because this is crazy. Ooh. Oh, that's a good question. Who is worse, Jen or TV? Jen, you mean Jen Altman? Or Jen, which Jen? There's lots of Jens. Aiden will forever be worse than anyone that I have ever come across, first of all. Let's make that clear. And there's a lot of Jens, so you'd have to... Is a hot dog a sandwich, a hoagie, or a taco? Also, ketchup on hot dogs, yay or nay? I'm going to go with ketchup's definitely on hot dogs. I mean, I have to. Oh, you mean Jess or TV? Ooh, yeah. Aiden's definitely more harmful. Ethel's just a joke. I mean, she's trying to emulate him, which is just gross, really. If that's your idol, then you need help. Definitely him because he's more harmful. Her, she's just laughing stock. And a hot dog, technically, I think it would have to be a hoagie because it's on a roll, right? Couldn't be a sandwich because isn't a sandwich technically on bread, right? And it can't be a taco because it's not a taco shell or a soft shell. I'd say it's more a hoagie, I would say. And yes, ketchup always on a hot dog. But you also have to put relish and onions and mustard or it's not a hot dog, okay? It's not correct. It's not correct. It's not correct. What else does the got for us here? Ooh, Muppet Man videos. Muppet Man videos. Muppet Man videos. We got some of those. We got Muppet Man videos. We like Muppet Man videos. Shout out to Scott and his videos, which are always a winner in my book. All right, Muppet Man videos. We have those bookmarked just for you guys. Oh, here's one. Let me just go to his channel, his thing. This was funny this morning. Worry about your charges and those you have left of your fuck crew supporting you. Money making Mike.
There was a time we ruled the net. There's less of us, but not done yet. I'm still the king creator on YouTube. Dysfunctional band, I lead the way. They say what I tell them to say. I've given us the name, the fuck crew.
The fuck crew.
Don't give a fuck, it's all about me. Don't give a fuck if you don't agree, cause I know you'll tune in to see my face. These two smucks are the last, they have no pride, still kiss my ass. Besides, where they gonna go for fuck's sake? Only thing they know is what I tell them to do. That's why they'll always be the fuck crew.
Yes, Muppet Man. We like it. Sewer crew. Now the fuck crew. What else does the Muppet Man have? The Muppet Man has lots of movies. Lots of little chippy clips. We like
My buddy and I are headed over to watch the premiere of Twins. Check it out.
From the makers of Caught on the Couch comes this 2026 thriller, Twins. Separated at birth and reunited for chaos.
Separated at birth. No, for chaos. I feel like a lot of these people are desperate for clicks. It's unfortunate. Like, listen, you can come up with your own original content. It's really not that hard. You can go over the things that are happening in the community and in the world. Sometimes we talk about recipes. Sometimes we talk about kids. Sometimes we talk about what the fuck is happening on Twitter and why do we live in this upside down world. Sometimes we talk about how stalking is bad. It's really not that hard to just talk about things, okay? I don't think these people have the capacity to do anything but take their, orders from Aiden. And as Will said so kindly, if you don't, you're afraid he's going to like shit all over you and you're going to lose subs and money. Thank God I don't live in that fucking world. Thank Christ I don't live in that world. I stand on my own. And, if that means it takes longer to grow or longer to make money, so fucking be it. So be it. I do not want to be a part of something so disgusting. And I don't know how any of these are grown men, by the way, who follow in the footsteps of him. And they don't care about whose lives they affect by doing this, as long as they can go out for a lobster dinner, I guess, And it's really just disgusting. It shows you that they have no limits or morals. They'd be the first people, by the way, to run to the police station and cry, just like Aiden, if someone said something they didn't like, right? Right. exactly right. I love that this one was made. It actually says, I'm not a Yuri fan, but dude, this hill isn't the hill you want to die on. I mean, Yuri looks 10 times better than Aiden on any fucking day of the week. God bless the US motherfucking A, okay? Just saying. Imagine all the content you have is to make fun of a state trooper who's on vacation, right? Everyone deserves vacation. Even I deserve a goddamn vacation. I probably won't get one, but I deserve one. You know what I'm saying? Like, why does he seem to think that, like, shitting on someone's vacation is content? It's fucking weird, bro. Like, it's a state trooper. Like, you don't have to like him, but, like, all you want to talk about is how he sang karaoke drunk on his vacation or he bathed in the sun. Like, that's usually what people do. As a matter of fact, I love drunk singing down the Saco on vacation. Like, what do you mean, guy? What do you mean? It's a blast. What do you mean? You mean sunbathing isn't a thing that normal people do? I mean, what? Like, what? I don't understand. I don't grasp. I don't get. Like, making fun of things that even he does is wild as fuck to pretend that, like, that's content.
No endless war, all for naught. We'd make that place a parking lot. From the mouths of every nation they would say, don't ever go around with the USA. We turn that desert into glass. We drop them all on their ass. B-52s would be there overnight. We wouldn't put boots on the ground. Once those towers both came down, our battle cry would be fight, fight. And not a single one would see the morning light.
One of my guy friends has a Britney Spears shirt and it says, I'm Britney, bitch. Listen, I respect a guy that'll sing a Britney song or a fucking Taylor song and just have fun with it. You know what I mean? I think, yeah, some people are just behind in the chat. Allie, behind in the stream. Nam's not in the chat. They're still commenting on when she was talking. He did look good, right? Like, imagine comparing yourself to that. Like, Aiden, stop it. Okay, you're embarrassing yourself, sir. I have seventh-hand embarrassment for you, bub. And now the last year of the pool. I can't. I love it. I love it. Aiden's got his floaties on for, safety reasons. Okay. I think she's probably still listening. Nan, they want you to know that if you need anything hand delivered to the courthouse or local law enforcement in Volusia County, I can just reach out to Space Coast. I love you for that, my friend. I appreciate you. That definitely could be a help in the future. Because oftentimes you do need someone to just kind of go down there, because when you're out of state, they love to just take advantage of the fact that you are out of state, And if she's not here, I'll screenshot that. I can imagine she's overwhelmed at the moment. Believe me, it happens to me too, I probably assume that's because, like, with the suit on, you don't get to see, like, the whole bod, And that's what they have to wear to court, is the suit. But imagine comparing yourself to that. Like, come on, man. Look at your little floaties, Aiden. They're so cute. Is he wearing his emergency undies?
Not gonna lie, I'm glad he's having fun, enjoying life out there in the sun. Spending time with his kids, they're out of school. Happy they have time with him. Memories of life just swim. 'Cause sadly this is the last year of the pool. Sunlight don't sneak through concrete shadows. Cast the steel bars neat. No breeze is blowing. The air is damp and cool. Time to stop, there is no clock. Still in your head, you hear tick-tock and think about those days there in the pool, posing for that picture, tough and cool. Deep inside, you knew it was the last year of the pool. inside you knew it was the last year of the pool. Deep inside you knew it was the last year of the pool. Deep inside you knew it was the last year of the pool.
Wow. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, this one was good. Because this is what he thinks he looks like, right? This is what Aiden thinks he looks like. And in reality, it's very clear that it's not what he looks like. My husband kind of looks like this, though. Not going to lie. All tatted up, nicely toned. That's what my husband looks like. It's what Aiden wishes he looks like.
I'm living the best life ever. A house, a pool. Last year, I was in jail. This year, even if I'm back in jail, I'll look even better next year and the year after.
Disclaimer, nothing about this man is real. It's all an illusion. What was that, Aiden? What did you say again, sir? I didn't quite hear you on that.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Wait, one more time.
Can you please go back? Can you please go back?
Oh, God, it'll never not be funny. It'll never not be fucking funny. It's everything he deserves. So listen, I'm not a mean person, but when I see someone just so inherently evil that he deserves all the fucking karma he put out there, like, let me make this very clear. Okay? I will pretty much help anyone with pretty much anything. I love this for him. I love this so much for him. I love this for you, bud. This is amazing for you. I love it. It's amazing. It's the best thing ever. You know, I talk about karma a lot. When you put good karma out there, it does come back. When you put really bad karma and you just have constant liabilities and it's incurable, this is what happens. You get saddled with lawsuits and criminal cases that you lose and cry about until the end of time, and then you pay the consequence for that. That narcissism, that sociopathic belief that you're smarter than everyone and you'll always wriggle out of it, and that belief that you can just convince everyone that, including a judge, that you just didn't do anything wrong ever. Well, it's all recorded. You have ever-changing statements. Your intent is clear as day. The fact that you actually publicly ask people to, quote, find your intent shows the court that you're looking for something separate than what your intent was. Because you don't need people to find your intent. You would know what your intent was. So thank you for proving to the court that your intent was bad. As if you didn't say it enough times. Hashtag Aiden for jail. Hashtag Shirley Max.
So I've messaged John Como. I have his number. His DMs are open. I've messaged him and attempted to engage him in communication about that.
He won't answer the phone.
It's Turtle Boy. I'm calling for revenge and justice.
Me too. You didn't answer.
I discussed this with him.
Jesus.
And he just ignores me. So it's like
I ignore.
I tried commenting and there was no reaction to it. So I think I'm blocked when that happens. Usually when I go into a chat and I comment, you see a bunch of turtle emojis right after that. It happens.
Oh, okay.
But it was like I was commenting and there was no reaction to it. It's like I was invisible. So
You
that
are
usually
invisible.
means that you're blocked
You are
on the
invisible.
channel.
This is what that fucking fat fuck, that hairy fat fuck, John Como, that fucking, I used to like that guy too. He's a fucking retard, that guy. I can't believe I ever liked him. Yeah, I guess Lucky Loughran is doing an interview. We're speaking of John Como, because apparently they know each other personally, and he's going to do an interview with him. Cool. I'd love to have Lucky on my show sometime.
Yeah, you're not.
You know, it's like,
Not.
obviously
Sorry,
it
bud.
would be a lot more viewed if he came on my show. Like
Of
this
course.
dude, after he had Lucky on his show in like July, he interviewed him and someone's like,
The cope is real.
people who do it sneaky. He never ate the, like, he's like, people are like, oh, Turtle Boy's gonna be so mad. Lucky went on your show, Canton Chronicles.
And he was.
not his show.
And
I
he
never
was
said that.
very mad. He was
Like,
mad.
people just love, and this person's like, he never said anything bad about Lucky going on your show. And John Como replies and goes, I'll give you a prediction. Lucky will never go on his show. So I talked to Lucky like 3 weeks ago. He said, he'd come on sometime.
No, he didn't,
But
actually.
it's like, why would you say that? I'll give you a prediction. Lucky will never go. This dude kind of thinks he
will not.
owns Lucky Lochran. Like, it's weird. You don't own Lucky.
Oh.
Lucky is free. Let him be free. You don't own.
Oh, like the way that you try to own, justice for John or Karen who hate you. The way you try to own all the content creators around you. If they don't fall in line, that you just go bonanza and make up a bunch of shit that your turtle riders repeat so that they cause mayhem in other people's lives. You mean like that? You mean like owning people like that? Like the time that you told everyone that we couldn't put things on the Facebook group that made Karen Reed look bad, even if they were true. You can't do that. Can't make her look bad. It's not a thing. And people questioned whether this was allowed because people's comments were being denied, and they were wondering, like, if you're for the First Amendment, it shouldn't matter if it's part of the story. You're a journalist, right? Journalists tell the whole story, not just the part that they like, right? Just saying. Yeah, we played it earlier. We played the clip earlier where Lucky was like, yeah, no, not doing it. Not ever. Because Aiden threw him under the bus, as he does to a lot of his sources, which is why I wonder why anyone ever becomes a source of his. I also wonder why anyone buys a fucking membership to his shit, knowing that he uses your personal information, because he doesn't do his memberships through YouTube like I do, right? I don't get anybody's personal information. YouTube handles all of the back end of memberships because, well, they want their cut, right? And so they handle that. We don't handle that. But he charges on his own website. So he gets all the personal information, including someone's address, phone number, legal name. And when he ticks them off, he then uses that information to shit on them. Okay? Oh, yeah, he did. He literally wrote in the thing, justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed in it. And then went on to say in the little blurb that the money was just for him and only for him and his civil and criminal cases. He's giving nothing to her. He mentioned her name, as I said earlier, and justice for John O'Keefe, so it would elicit people to donate. That's why. Why even mention it? Well, to elicit people to donate, which is fraud, actually. It's bait and switch. It's deceptive business tactics. It is a bait and switch. They believe one thing. That's why he wrote the blurb, though, because then he can claim plausible deniability and say, well, if you read the whole thing, you would have known that all the money was going to me, and nobody else. Well, why use their names then? It's false advertisement. Yep, it is. And you could be sued for that. But does he care? No. He creates his own legal problems. Why wouldn't you go to your attorneys first and be like, is this okay? Or is it that your attorneys are so fucking incompetent at this point that they simply don't care because you've done so much damage to your own cases, there's no way that they could do anything for you at this point. At this point, you are just a piggy bank to them until they ultimately fail. And for that, they will have been paid handsomely, and you, sir, will just be screwed. They know this isn't winnable. They know you do damage to your cases every fucking day, yet they still take his money. Because at this point, if they're going to make themselves look fucking stupid, they might as well get paid for it. The fact that he hasn't figured that quite out yet is amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing how stupid he is. It's quite amazing. Mm-hmm.
Own him. Bye. Call me back. His
Call
thing
me
is
back.
Lucky. Like,
Aiden,
Lucky's
call me back.
Because he does not, he's like a Canton
Call
guy,
me
like
back.
a local guy, and he kind of resents people who aren't from Canton. He is a Stoughton resident who I may or may, like, there's been a little, I've talked shit about him and
but now I like
versa.
him.
I've had issues with him. Who cares? He's known.
Now, mind you, that statement he made was the day after he saw the picture of Karen Reed with John at Adam Deitch's office. And he was like, oh, this is an in for me to try to talk to Karen again. And so he endlessly called and messaged John after he saw that picture and made this statement like, oh, I'll shit on him and stuff. But like, who cares now? Now I need him to call me back and get on board with what I want. So I'm going to need him to just answer me, you coward, you pussy. You didn't answer the phone, you pussy. Aiden, I called you twice, 2 different phone lines. We left messages, sir. We have questions. We have independent media questions. You'll want people to talk about your case. I'd be happy to just endlessly talk about your case, but I'm going to need some clarifications here. And being an independent media source, I have questions. I have independent media questions. We left voicemails. You've not gotten back to us. You didn't call us back, sir. Okay? You did not call us back. So, under your logic, that makes you a pussy, right? And a bitch. You said it. I didn't say it. You said it. That's your logic. If you don't answer me, and you don't say anything about it, because apparently he has said nothing about it. He didn't want to play those voicemails. He loves playing people's voicemails to him. He didn't play those. He didn't play those ones. He didn't even mention it, as a matter of fact. So call us back. You got the nums, you got the digits, bro. Block my number. You know, get the digs. We call back. Independent media. We got some questions.
The McAlbert clan since his
afraid of?
youth. He's kind of from the area. He's from Stoughton. I think he's from, does he live in, I don't even know. I don't know him that well.
He doesn't even know.
I think being involved in
He
this,
doesn't even know.
and that's why he doesn't like me, because I'm not from
Yeah, that's why.
Canton, right? And he wants to be the star. He wants to be the one. He's been exposing these people, whatever. Okay,
Amazing.
fine, dude. You're the star. We get it. You're really great, John. John does good work.
Aiden, we're so impressed. We're all so impressed. We are impressed. You're impressive. You're an impressive guy. We're very impressed. We're very, very, very impressed by you, Aiden. So impressed with your ability to scam and lie to people with your liabilities. We are super impressed with that. You're an impressive guy. You're an impressive fucking degenerate, sir. What do you need an update on, dear? Did I not see your comment, maybe, possibly? Or did YouTube pull it? Because I don't think I saw it. The update is, I mean, she popped on. She said what she wanted to say. I mean, she's okay. That's what you're asking. She's okay. And, you know, she asked that anybody who's on X, please report that account because it's abusive and it's wild and it's crazy. Do you know the Muppet Man, the Muppet Man, the Muppet Man? Do you know the Muppet Man? All right, back to the really impressive journalistic guy with lots of integrity and no liabilities whatsoever.
But it's weird how he wants to be like the star of this. Like, it's kind of odd. But anyway.
It's weird that Aiden's so jealous that he calls someone else trying to be the star. Meanwhile, he's actively trying to be the star. Isn't that amazing, guys? It's like, well, I think this guy's trying to be the star because he won't answer me. Karen Reed hates me and I need him to get Karen Reed to not hate me. And so it's weird. He's trying to pretend he's amazing and he's the star, you know, and I'm the star. So how dare he? How dare he? God damn it. You're welcome. Too many faces. He got too many faces. I oftentimes think that maybe, in my opinion, allegedly, he has arguments with his several personalities in his head. Because I don't know who the fuck else he's talking to. He honestly thinks everyone on planet Earth is stupid enough to believe his lie, and then 5 seconds later expose that lie by then lying again. And most people catch the contradiction. People in the cult just kind of put it in the back of their head and go, oh, he just misspoke. Oh, he didn't really mean that. Or, oh, they make an excuse for it. It's like, bro, no, he just lied to your face. He also told you to die in a hole 3 comments ago. You said something to someone else in chat and he didn't read it right. And he pulled it up. And then he talked about you, even though he has no idea who you are, and told you to die in a hole because he didn't like your comment. Like, that's not normal. I don't need to tell people to die in a hole. If I get a troll, I pull the comments up, I laugh about it, I tell them that they're fucking ridiculous, and then I beep-bop them out. Like, I don't need them to die in a hole. That's fucking weird. That's weird, bro. That's weird.
And I just thought playing that in front of Lucky was just completely uncalled for.
Uncalled for.
Especially out of context. And now other people.
You know what's not uncalled for? Aiden exposing a source like Lucky to the world so that he could get it out first. You know, that's totally ethical. I mean, it's very impressive, right? Super impressive. It was so wrong of John to do an interview with Lucky that Aiden's never going to get. And he's not jealous at all. And he's not bothered at all that he needs to talk about how unbothered he is and criticize it. There.
People are talking about it and putting it out there. Like, a lot of people are like, oh my God, did you hear what Aiden said about Lucky? Me and Lucky have spoken about this. We've had this conversation before.
Oh, okay.
We're fine.
No, you're
right?
not. Fine.
Lucky and me are cool.
No, you're not.
So they're they want Lucky not to like me.
He doesn't like
and
you.
It's just not
Newsflash.
Okay.
Doesn't like
I
you.
didn't do anything to him. I'm the person that went on there and was like, leave Lucky alone. Like, Lucky, we got your back.
Oh, I'm the person. What he leaves out is I'm also the person that tried to intimidate him into saying the things I wanted him to say by saying I'm going to destroy him and that my audience is going to, that he's not going to hide anymore. Like, yeah, I'm also that guy, but ignore that part because I'm the guy that told you all to leave him alone after I sent you after him. So, white knight here, duh. It wasn't out of context. There was nothing to explain. It was all there for everyone to see. And also, Lucky does not like him. He's delusional.
to the end of the earth. You know, calling to confront John about disinformation online. Okay, so I called John. He doesn't answer. We do that. Okay.
Totally.
I can't. Amazing.
So I've messaged
Quite amazing. What was that again, Aiden?
John Como. I have his number.
Oh, you did?
His DMs are open.
Oh, they are.
I've messaged him and attempted to engage him in communication about that.
It's Turtle Boy. I'm calling for revenge and justice.
Okay. Yep.
And discuss this with him, and he just ignores me. So it's like I've tried commenting, and there's no reaction to it. So I think I'm
blocked because nobody had a reaction to me, and I'm so very special and important that there needs to always be a reaction. That needs to happen. Imagine being this fucking delusional. Imagine just being this delusional. Please hold. 1 second, folks. 1 second. I'm sorry, this is funny. Sorry, my hubby called on his little break. I had to say hi to the husband. Is it me you're looking for? Is it me you're looking for? A Sanchez one? I like the Sanchez one.
This brake line was deliberately cut, man.
Ethel, my brake
You got some enemies?
We have breaking news. Somebody has tried to silence Anthony Sanchez. We have him live on the steps of the courthouse.
They will never silence me. I will not be silenced.
Silenced.
I am a journalist.
Your judgeness. Is he getting too close to the answer? Your judgeness, I'm a journalist. You're not silencing at me. Don't silence it at me. Gotta love Muppet Man videos. I love that the wheel fell on this. Thank you, wheel.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere.
Yeah, sing alongs. That's what we're doing. We got here. What we got here?
This is Muppet Man with an update on Muppet Man. He has been released and is on his way back. On a side note, we are trying to secure an interview with Lucky, and John says he's willing to let only us borrow Lucky.
They're only allowed to borrow Lucky, Aiden. Sorry, not you. Not you, sir, not you. Right? Gotta love the screaming goat. Gotta love the screaming goat. What else we got? Okay, what's this one? Oh, I know this song, but we're gonna, as I suspected.
Muppet Man has been arrested after this man.
Muppet Man was arrested, oh no.
I'm Ted Daniels, and we have breaking news that Muppet Man has been arrested after this man reportedly snitched on him for camping overnight without a permit.
Snitched on for camping one night without a permit. The snitch. The Ratterall. God damn it. Muppet Man arrested. Oh, there it is. Recapping yesterday, Muppet Man will be reporting at the court later. I mean, I feel like Aiden does pitch tents in front of the court. How many times have I said this? You might as well just pitch a tent in front of every fucking court in Massachusetts at this point. And New Jersey and, you know, California and so on and so forth.
And you'll never guess who. Who is there with you?
It's supposed to be Will. In his car, he can't drive.
Hey, Muppet. Just wanted to make sure you were okay.
Oh, it's Brill. Yeah. Yeah, Jay. You make sure he's okay. After hours menu. Is this the voicemail? Because this shit's still funny. I'm still playing it. It's still funny.
How come you don't return my calls?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah,
You're
Aiden.
too much
My
of
nothing.
a fucking pussy bitch coward.
I know.
To answer the fucking phone, aren't you?
I know,
Aren't you,
Aiden.
John?
I called you
Aren't you?
twice. We left voicemails.
You fat fuck. You
Ugh.
stupid, hairy, fat fuck.
Your moves.
John Como.
I don't know.
Let's call him right now.
We called you already. You didn't respond, so you're a coward.
John, I'm
according
going to
to
give the
yours.
internet your whole fucking number.
You know,
Should I? I'm going to give. I can't do that.
it's gonna be the interweb's whole number
Let's see here.
because that's not Aiden like at all.
Let's call him.
Thank you for calling the Canton Chronicle After Hours hotline. Please listen carefully as our menu options have recently changed. We are currently experiencing higher than usual call volume due to an unexpected increase in late-night emotional support calls, rage dials, and revenge-based outreach. If you are calling for revenge, press 1. If you are calling to confront me, press 2. If you are calling to berate me, press 3. If you are calling to intimidate a potential witness, press 4. If you are calling to call me a fat fuck,
I
press
love
5.
this one.
If you need approval before
love it.
speaking to anyone from Canton, press 6 and wait for a representative from the Department of Hurt Feelings. If you are calling to explain why you are
Loopholes are still
definitely not
missing.
bothered, while clearly being very bothered, press 7. If you would like to leave a long, angry rant, please stay on the line until the end of this message.
Yeah.
Your call is very important to us. Not
So
important enough to answer at 10 p.m., but important. Please note, regular business hours for the Canton Chronicle are Tuesday from 3 o'clock p.m. to 3:15 p.m., excluding holidays, court dates, live shows, hockey games, bad vibes, and moments when we simply do not feel like dealing with nonsense. At the tone, please leave your name, your grievance, your preferred insult, and whether this call is being made for content, intimidation, or emotional regulation.
It's Turtle Boy. I'm calling for revenge and justice.
We're sorry. The mailbox you are trying to reach is completely full. Please try again during regular business hours.
Womp, womp, womp. I mean, under his own theory, it's a bitch coward move to not answer the phone or call someone back. He has not called us back, folks. Okay? We left 2 voicemails on 2 different phone numbers. We have journalistic questions. Okay? Call us back, Move Man. Come on, Movie Man. The Movie Man. Dun, dun, dun. Movie Man. Aiden Kearney. Ooh, Facebook didn't like Movie Man. It said, no, ma'am, we will not let you put that in the chat. Thank you, Facebook. Fucka Ayua, Facebook. Fucka Ayua. Fix that. For some reason, it just simply was not working on Facebook. It just went idiot. And just pump it back up there. And it works, but don't, it don't. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Back to the wheel. What does the wheel say? What does the wheel say? Ring a ding ding a ding a ding ding a ring a ding ding a ding a ding moves. It says moves. Please put your moves away. Put all of your moves inside. We're coming in for a landing. Oops. Ooh, story time. I got one of those. Okay. So this one time that was not at band camp, Aiden told everyone he was going to do this charity event, right? At the Star Drive. I was at that event, and he just, charity event. I'm going to donate my time, right, to do this charity event, blah, 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 right? Well, I find out that after the event, he accepts a check for like $1,600. So he, in fact, did not donate his time. Now, he did not know that I knew this, right? So he goes on this whole rant about how dare anybody stream outside the courthouse and, quote, make money, right? How dare anyone stream outside and give people the idea of what's outside, and how dare, like, donations basically be on and people be allowed to donate, right? How dare anybody do such a thing, right? Because, well, he can't or doesn't. He does his own shows at home. He doesn't do anything like live outside the courthouse. He does now, but he didn't back then, right? So he goes on this whole rant about how me and other people shouldn't. How dare we? How dare we stream anywhere and make any money? How dare we? While also not telling his audience that he, in fact, took a $1,600 check to do a, quote, charity event. Once again, shooting himself in the fucking foot because, he needed to keep that hush-hush, big secret. Big secret that he took money for a, quote, charity event that he, quote, donated his time to that he didn't actually donate any time to. Amazing, right? Amazing. You got paid for that event. Regardless, he could have said, no, thank you. I'm not going to take that check. I donated my time. He didn't, of course. He didn't. He doesn't, have the ethics to do so. But that's a fun little story that I haven't told in a while, that a lot of people don't know, because I haven't told it in a while. But, he didn't want anyone to know about that. He didn't want anyone to know about that, because that would make him look bad, because he didn't, in fact, donate his time when he said he did. So, story time over. Ooh, we did a question already. I will take another one. I just forgot to remove this. Viewer question. Remove. I didn't remove it last time. I also didn't remove the, why is it on there twice? Or is it going to disappear? Definitely shouldn't be on there twice. They didn't remove the turtle tampons either. Yeah, doesn't surprise me either. And it didn't at the time. I was like, oh yeah, shocker. He goes on a rant about someone else while he's doing fucking worse, way worse. First of all, who is he to tell anybody where they can make money and where they can't? I didn't know he was the keeper of all of anyone making anything anywhere. It's fucking wild to pretend that shit. I don't know. He's a fucking weirdo, that one. A weirdo. Any questions? We don't get questions? Okay, we don't get questions. You guys can pop them in chat anytime you're ready. Ooh, chat chooses. Okay, guys, what you want to see? Is there something we did not go over? We didn't. Oops. Ah, fuck. No, we'll leave that one because we did not mean to close. Is there something that we didn't cover today? That's also not on the wheel left that you guys wanted to touch on at all. If there is, you should pop that in the chitty chat right now so that I can go over it. Ooh, do you think Karen will eventually press charges against the blogger? No, that's a hard no. If she was going to, she would have already. It's too much of a risk. He's too much of a liability, so that's not going to happen. And without a complaining witness, the state isn't going to spend the money to prosecute. And that's why he hasn't been charged with those additional, wiretapping of like Lucky or Scanlon or Karen or because if you don't press the charges, they don't have a complaining victim. And it's harder to prosecute and a waste of money, which is why, unless you're going to complain about it, they're not gonna, So unless she decides she's gonna complain about it, which I highly doubt, considering what he could say about her to damage ongoing cases, I think her best bet was to leave it alone, which is what she did. Sure, her attorneys told her to leave it alone. I do recall, however, when he tried to blackmail her in the first trial, Alan Jackson actually at one point said, this is blackmail. This is blackmail, but who's going to help us, right? And so they decided to not really do anything about it because he could have blown up their case. And so they decided they would just fucking play along with his nonsense for a little bit until they didn't have to deal with him anymore. If he doesn't get charged with something at his trial and he's allowed to continue, it'll get. See, that's the thing, right? If it's allowed to continue, it will just get much worse. And there's a reason why I have called on Mike Morrissey to just step down now. Just step down now. Let someone else take the fucking job that will do their goddamn job instead of being afraid of doing their job. There's at least a dozen charges they could have already charged him with outside of the wiretapping ones that they already have signed affidavits for. But Mike Morrissey has chosen not to. Why? Too afraid of his backlash or his writers? Well, that's not in the spirit of justice. The spirit of justice is to charge someone with the crimes they've committed. You can't just keep allowing someone to keep committing crimes because they get more emboldened and then their fucking viewers get more emboldened to keep doing the same shit. The whole point is to charge them. It's a deterrent. If you commit a crime like this, we will fucking charge you. Mike Morrissey has not done his job. It's really that simple, unfortunately. And I don't think he's going to do any much more of his job until he's voted out. It's unfortunate, but true. No, I don't think Lally's going to lose his job after the election at all. Things are delegated to the ADAs, right? They get given cases. They don't have a long, they can't just say to their bosses, I'm not going to do that. They can say, I would rather not, can you assign it to someone else? But when you're the last man on the list, you kind of can't say no because there's nobody else to assign it to. So you're kind of stuck with it at that point. So no, I don't think Lally will lose his job after the election. Oh, you don't remember the blackmail incident? Oh boy. Yeah, he didn't get a court seat. And fun fact, I don't know who released the Jenna audio of Jenna sending the audio to Aiden about the blackmail, Jenna Rocco. I had that audio from Jenna herself for a long, long time. I just didn't do anything with it because there was no reason to, you know what I mean? That wasn't going to do, all it was going to do was put Jenna as a target and she didn't do anything to me. So there was no reason to do that to her, you know. But it did get released at some point to someone else. She sent it to, released it. And it was voice audio basically that she sent to Aiden that was like, well, you know, Natalie, who is the intermediary, is a problem and we got to do something about it. And then there was that audio, and then there was the second audio where Jenna explains that Aiden had just, that she had said to someone else, that Aiden had just tried to blackmail Karen by saying he was going to go to Telly if they didn't get him a court seat. Karen wouldn't give him a court seat. She wasn't talking to him, and he didn't have his credentials yet, so he couldn't get a court seat in the courtroom for her trial. And Aiden thought if he went through the Roccos and threatened them that he's going to go to Telly if Karen doesn't give in and give him a court seat, that they would give in and give him a court seat. They didn't give in and give him a court seat. And he knew that if he blew up Karen's case, that it would blow up in his face as well. So he thought better of it than to do that. But Alan Jackson then said to the Roccos and Karen, which Jenna explains on the audio, that this is fucking blackmail. But like, who's going to help us with that? You know what I mean? Like, no one's going to help us. So we kind of just got to deal with it at this point. And that's what they did, was just deal with it. Yeah, that all happened during trial 1, the first trial. I remember all that very vaguely. That's good. Probably. I mean, it's a very big possibility that she probably will be a witness in his trials. And I agree with this too, that I'm 100% agreeable here with Justice that until his writers see there are consequences, they'll continue as well and keep doing this dumbass shit. I'm not going to read this person's real name, but they sent $10 and said, "Hi, I've been gone a bit, but catching up. Play me the tantrum video. It's something else." Thank you for your $10 donation, my friend. I will be happy to play the Tanty video because I'll play you both Tanty videos because it is fucking never not funny.
Can you please let you go back? Can you please let you go back?
I fucking can't.
Can you please let you go back? Can you please let you go back?
He can't go back, and he didn't pee on Meredith's couch.
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
Daily Journal Dandies, everyone. You can't go back. You cannot. Poor Meredith's like, can you get off of my floor and please, like, maybe do your Tanty on the couch? But why is it wet, sir? Why is the couch wet? Also, fun fact, he had lots of other shoes there. He had lots and lots of other shoes at Meredith's house. So this whole, like, I lost a shoe. I called the cops over the cops told him to go to sleep, by the way. In case you're wondering what happened when he called the cops about his missing shoe and blabbered on like a drunken lunatic. They actually told him to go to bed. They were like, "Sir, we cannot help you with that. You should probably just go to sleep." So they legit were like, "Bro, can't help you with your missing shoe, bud. You're gonna need to go to sleep. Like, go to fucking sleep. Like, go to bed." There was two. There was two. There was two of those, unfortunately. And like, she explains it in detail about exactly what he did and what Alan Jackson said, and that they didn't want to allude to the fact that Aiden threatened it because then it would be admitting that it existed or that he did something criminal or that Karen did something criminal. So they didn't want to like make a post and allude to that he tried to blackmail. So they didn't know how they were like strategizing on like what to write or what to say because you don't want to admit anything criminal, basically, which was just wild in general to hear. But yeah, that happened. It's still there on X somewhere. I'm sure you can find it. It's a couple search terms. Maybe somebody else. I mean, I have it, but I don't even know where. I'd have to dig pretty deep because that happened during the first trial. So That would take me hours of digging that I just do not have the fucking energy for. Otherwise, I would find it. If I had an iPhone, I feel like I could like just look it up by search term. But unfortunately, I have an old ass Android. So yeah, that wasn't put out during trial 1. It was put out after trial 1, I believe. Between trials 1 and 2, I believe. Or maybe it was even during trial 2. I can't even remember. But it was I know it was after trial 1. It's not during trial 1. What do we got? Ooh, Ethel Tanties. Yes, bitches. Ethel Tanties. Ethel's had a lot of tanties since I've been gone. You know? Jesus, Ethel.
I need to speak to the manager of reality. To Ethel's internet chaos.
Ethel's internet chaos. She needs to speak to the manager of reality. Yeah, yeah. Of reality. Bitches. Bitches. All right. I will always thank Jess and Moon because they always have the clips on Ethel here. I don't know what she's doing here. Sherlock douchebag. Hello, Sherlock douchebaggery. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Why? That's okay. The two dumbest bitches you know talking about how much they hate corner stores owned by brown people. Seeing this caller's story jump from cat calls to sex for jobs. Okie dokie artichoke. Okay, yo, we're getting to the bagel order. Don't you worry, that one's in here too. That one's in here too, girly. All right. Also, fun fact, I forgot. I had this for 2 hours and I forgot. Fun fact, Sparkly Rabbit Balls decided to drop her case against Jen Altman. So she applied on July 1st to drop it. She dropped it. So the judge made the order to get rid of it. So, yeah, here is the original here. She fills it out and checks off. Upon being informed that no temporary orders were issued, I, Sparkly Rabbit Balls, wish to withdraw my petition. Okie dokie. This request is made voluntarily and without duress, undue pressure, or threats being made to me. I understand that withdrawing this petition, no further orders will be issued in this case. She signs it, blah, 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 blah. Plaintiff's request to withdraw the protective order or petition is approved because the judge did not order a temporary order, which meant probably the judge wasn't going to give her shit, and she knew that, so she applied to have it dropped. Shocker. Ooh. Ooh, you know? Ooh, the key fob. I remember the key fob. Okay, these are all the clips that I saved earlier from the Muppet Man to watch for you guys, but so it's before these ones that I saved. Okay. She accuses the barista of deception for serving her a cinnamon roll without frosting on it. Oh God, the goddamn, how dare anybody do such a thing? Okay, Ethel needs her cinnamon bun with frosting. She's not good. She's upset about this. Not all cinnamon rolls have icing. Fun fact. Yeah. Oh my God. It's deceptive. You're very upset. Oh, she's very upset about this. No. It's deceptive. How dare you give her something with no cinnamon on it? Okay? How dare you do such a goddamn thing? Deceptive business practice. Never. I would love a cinnamon roll. That actually sounds delicious right now. Okay? Starving. Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. Jesus Christ. Oh. She does a lot of things. Oh, now you need a different. Is she right? Is she okay? Like, you're defeating the entire purpose of coming up with a code language while plastering it all over public. I mean, is she all right? Like, is she okay? I'm just wondering. Like what? I bet Jesse does know how to make them. If I lived nearby, I'm telling you, I would be, the best friend that eats all your baking. She loves baking. She does an amazing job at it, and I bet she totally makes amazing cinnamon rolls. See, this is why I don't like having a car. I could just like mosey on over there in the morning, like, you going to visit my friend? You get any cinnamon rolls, girl? Let's have cinnamon rolls and coffee. Let's do it. Nobody will know. It's public, but no one will know. Something seriously wrong with these people. She acts like she doesn't know this later on, remember? Ethel. Stop it. Stand by. Like she's in a fucking police station. Stand by. 10-4. Over and out. Aiden. Should call her pantsuits. What is wrong with these people? Yeah, call her pantsuits. That's like so funny. Ha ha ha. Wait. This is news. This is news, okay? News. Super news. Oh. It is. Mm-hmm. You love him, Ethel, right? At this point? I can't. Rosa painting is in a pirate's bowl. Yeah, she can. Is what? A problem? Well, Ethel, I would say that you and Aiden and the rest of the sewer crew there absolutely did, along with Aiden as the. You can't hear her? You guys can't hear it? What the fuck, dude? What is happening? It didn't pop up in an extra. What the fuck is happening? Oh, damn it! No, it didn't pop up. Damn it! Hold on. What are we doing, StreamYard? What are we doing? What's happening here? Oh, got it. Okay.
And I have never assaulted a woman.
Okay, so this is. Remember, Ethel said she didn't know anything about Will and his stupid charges and blah 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 blah. Okay, you guys remember that? And she was like, I don't know, I didn't know anything about it. Now that I do, oh, he's a scumbag, right? Because he talked shit about her. This is back when she absolutely acknowledged reading Meredith's thing about him and knowing about it, right? So again, here's another lying. She's lying again. Lying.
This is not he said, she said. This is a police documented allegation
This is
of
what
physical
Meredith wrote.
violence against a woman. How anyone can still support Will Lang or the Glare is beyond me. I heard about his incident with his son, but I looked past it. He even has this whole dramatic spiel about how he once took, quote, accountability on his channel and did a stream about his past. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. He never admitted to this, not once, not ever, but sure. Keep pretending you're the noble truth teller while skipping over the part where you physically assaulted a woman. Anyone still supporting this is just as sick as the hypocrisy they're defending. Save the lectures, Will. Start with yourself. A cleanse was indeed needed. You and your buddy won't be bullying anyone anymore. Okay, so totally fine. You can write this. I want to know the way that she writes that. It is as if like the people of the internet are like using Will as some sort of moral compass.
They did.
And
They did.
I have
They all
never
did.
seen that. I do not see Will, the Glarer, basically telling people how to do anything at all. He just
must have missed that part, Ethel. Yeah, you missed that part. You missed all his petty streams on other people. You missed all of those.
comes on, he gives his take, he gives his thing, and that's it. Who in their right mind is looking to content creators to be some sort of moral compass? I am not here to teach you like how to live your life. I'm here to show you mine and then let you adjust accordingly. Like look at me and be like, I'm so glad my life is better than that, or whatever. Like, what is the bar? What kind of bar are you setting for
setting
yourself? If you tune into this show, Turtle Boy show, Will show, Jimmy show, LTL show, any of
all the people that then she either shit on or they ghosted her. All your friends, all your besties, girl, all your besties.
These shows. What are you, when you turn this on, do you like
Your
watch
biffles.
it and then you're like, I
biffles.
gotta fix my life. I gotta do what he's like. I don't understand that.
She's understand.
Idea, and maybe it's because I was focused on like writing and journalism.
Oh God, if she says one more time, like journalism and writing, I do writing and journalistic activities. Nothing she's ever done has been fucking journalistic.
All the way up until I started this, but this space is like creative space. It's not serious. It's not anything. Do we have real moments? Do we tell real stories? Yes. Do I like share and overshare and we talk 100%, but like, this is not a space where you should be coming here to like mold your life. So this whole statement here about like supporting him and standing by him, and if you support him and you're in this channel, what do you mean? This is no differently than watching Netflix. This is no different than
I hope all 500 of you currently watching, 507 of you watching on X understand. It's like watching Netflix, she says. Okay? It's like watching Netflix. It's not watching #felonflix like Aiden, And I've said this before, it's like subscribing to like his bullshit and you're subscribing, Some people have Netflix, Hulu, Tubi, Aiden's is subscribing to #felonflix and how to do more damage to your own fucking cases daily. You should write the book on how to do more damage to your cases daily. #felonflix. Okay.
Turning in and watching Real Housewives. So if you watch Real Housewives and these
Honey,
bitches are
you're
hitting
not
each
the
other
Real
at the dining room table and they're all going to jail for tax evasion, like, are you, I don't get it. no regular person is watching what's being produced.
Being that
world
beeping
of
is her
YouTube
or this
and
person's
like
phone, whoever.
basically like controlling people. You know what I mean? I'm just not sure like why it's being framed that way. This post is almost disrespectful to you. It's almost disrespectful to like the casual viewers. You know what I mean? Like the subscribers who like tune into this to tune out of life for a while, who find this more interesting than whatever is going on TV or on YouTube. I mean, Netflix or Hulu or whatever. Like is this not like right now? Is this not your Days of Our Lives? Is this not your General Hospital? Is this not your Santa Barbara? Like what do you, this is an escape. This is fun. This is why I was saying to Jimmy, like, are we having fun? Like, this is fun. I don't want it to be too serious. And I didn't do this during the Karen Reed trial. So I don't know. Maybe everybody was very serious and everybody needs an adjustment, but like the murder trial's over. She's free. So can we go back to having fun? This is my Passions. I'm dead. Wasn't there a midget on Passions? I'm so glad I didn't have a drink in my mouth because I'm going to fucking spit it. Are you not entertained? Like this whole like weird thing. And then this coming from someone who literally is like so fucked in the head. It's just like, are you my moral compass, Meredith? Are you?
Well, you're certainly not anyone's moral anything. She doesn't report on shit. We all know that. And even the shit that she was quote reporting on came from fucking Aiden telling her to do it. Like the articles on Lindsay were all Aiden telling her to do it, right? There's nothing about that was, needed to be played at all. That was all Aiden told her to do it. So then she did a biased one-side story on someone because Aiden told her to. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not journalism. That's not the way journalism works. Probably why she's been fired from every journalistic job she's ever held ever in her life. Maybe, just maybe, you're doing something wrong, darling. Maybe, just maybe it's you.
Sure. Let me pull up. I'm going to get a screenshot for you.
Oh, okay.
So the story, lore goes, Charlie Kirk got murdered and I wanted a sweatshirt. I joked with Erin and I said, can you make me a sweatshirt? Now, these are the days where we didn't really even understand Shopify or Printful. We knew nothing about it. We've gone over it over and over and over again. So I joked and I was like, oh, I drew a picture on an envelope and I sent it to Erin. I said, can you design me a Charlie Kirk hoodie, which she did. And I said, well, we should sell them. No good deed goes unpunished. So I didn't, again, I knew nothing about Shopify back then. We didn't know how it worked.
Not for nothing, but as a creator, I've had a Shopify, right? And a Printful. I shut them down because we weren't selling enough merch for me to be able to pay for that monthly because you have to pay for it monthly. Okay. No, she wanted like a Charlie Kirk sweatshirt, right? And she made a bunch and then said that she was going to donate it to like the money all from the sweatshirt was going to be donated to like a veterans thing, whatever. The thing with Shopify and Printful is you only get like, if the sweatshirt's like $40, you might get $5 out of it because they're printing it, they're making it, they're shipping it. All of that goes through them. The orders go through you and you just hit approve. That's it. And then it takes the money out of your account for that order from you. So the person pays and you pay, right? Then they send you the money through Shopify after like a week. So the money, so it's a whole shit show the way it works. But you might only make like $7 on it total. Unless you're jacking those sweatshirts up $60 or $70, like you're not really making shit on them. So regardless, you have to do that research before you fucking make a Shopify, right? They give you like a month free, and then the first like 2 months are like $1, but then it goes up to like $40 a month to have a Shopify account in a thing, So I think this is her trying to explain that away. I didn't know nothing about nothing. I didn't do any research. I just, didn't know shit.
I didn't really think anything would go crazy, but we sold a bunch of sweatshirts. And if you're new to Shopify and people don't know, the reason why Shopify goes so smoothly now is because I have money to put into my account so that when an order comes in, it can get fulfilled. But back then, we didn't even have an account set up. And we got all of these orders, and you have to wait for the money to come
You
in
have to pay for it.
and for it to like hit your account. And then you have to go and manually fulfill the order through Printful back then. Now I have it set up where it gets automatically, but back then we didn't know how to do that. So we just said we weren't going to take any profits from it. And I'm saying we, it was Erin helped with the sweatshirt, but I wasn't going to take any profits from it. And when all of it was said and done, I donated the money to a veterans agency in Fall River that I've always volunteered at. And the first thing is people thought that that was weird. Why was I donating to a veterans agency? Should I have donated to Charlie Kirk's organization? I don't know why I picked them. It's just the organization that I usually do things for. People thought I was lying about that. So then I had to go and dig up the photos of when I've done events for that location. So
Nobody
it's the
cares
Bristol
about
County
that,
Veterans
whether you did
Association.
events.
You are more than welcome to call and reach out to Kimberly Wagner. She is the director of the facility. There's a big director who apparently someone emailed, and that guy knew nothing about it. He thought the way that somebody emailed him, it was like a sanctioned fundraiser from them. And he's like, I knew nothing about it. Kim Wagner is the one who runs the day-to-day facility. Kim is the one who's there when I go there and drop off food.
Well, that's the thing. You can't sell merch, right, with his likeness, which I'm going to guess is copyrighted, probably, I'm guessing, and then donate it to a completely different organization. They could get in trouble for receiving those funds under false pretenses, which is exactly what the email said when they emailed the person back, whoever emailed them.
She is the one when I drop off supplies. Kim and I have known each other for several years, and whenever I've held any type of fundraiser,
everyone is now supposed to take her word. The person she's known for several years. Now everyone should take that person's word instead of the person who had no idea about anything and checked and didn't see shit. Right. See, that's the part that gets to me. It's like, dude, you know the person for several years, then probably they're going to lie to you so you don't look like an asshole. Right. The person who got emailed would have checked to see. And they said, nope, not a thing. We didn't receive any funds for that. What are you talking about?
He's the person. They've had a lot of turnover over there as far as like directors. The irony is that Kim is the lowest paid person there, but she does, she runs the day-to-day or whatever. So anyway, I guess somebody emailed him and he knew nothing about it. And
you think?
I think it was also the way that the email was written. He was like, we're not selling sweatshirts with people, I think was his response. Like, we're not doing it or whatever. And so I think the way that the person responded to the email, the director, I think that was very confusing for people and people ran with it. And I think that's, in my opinion, I think that's really how it started. But the total dollar amount, I have to go back and look at my screenshots. Let me see.
Oh, but you just happen to have them right up. It wouldn't take you 10 minutes to find those.
Kim also has
I agree
a
with
copy
you,
of
G-Money.
them. The donations were made through their website because it needed to be like there's a portal on their website. If you go click on it, you will see it's where you can make a donation. She wanted it done that way so that there was like a record of it. So
okay.
Let me just try to tell you. I don't remember.
So after you were called out, then you sent money. That's different.
That's for Valhalla.
So then she said she wanted, as in her friend, wanted her to send it through the email, right? Lowest paid person there, right? That wouldn't be the director. The director wouldn't be the lowest paid person there. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Wild.
Valhalla. If you would like to know. I'm going to grab the screenshot of it. Hold on one second.
Well, let me check my emails and days here.
I'm going to find the date. This is going far back. And I sincerely hope that Valhalla, who seems like a very reasonable person, doesn't perpetuate bullshit rumors like that.
Oh, for the love of God. Oh, you don't like rumors? You don't like to just run with shit because they told you to? Interesting.
I screenshotted the payments.
And why do you do that to other people? Just wondering. Interesting. Spit it out, Ethel. Spit it out. Spit it out.
Hold on.
We don't want to hold on.
I scrolled too far back. Sorry for the dead air. What's the date on this one? Oh, we're getting closer. Stand by.
Yeah, I'm sure she did. That lady also sent her like $5,000 so she could not work in June and then she'd work anyway, right? Like, come on.
Okay. So it was batched out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only can see this. It's not all here, but there was, you can't see the whole thing, but it's, I don't know. I'm not really going to share it, but it shows debit NPO dot or not dot star Veterans Association. So there was 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, and then $47.17. I can't, the other one is cut off on the bottom. I think it's another 100. So that's what I sent. That was the total profit from all of the sweatshirts. And it's the Bristol County Veterans Association, and the person who received them, processed them.
What did it do? Oh, that was the end of that. So like she goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on about that, right? And then
asking her if we can do a recap of the Charlie sales numbers, but to do that without mentioning anything else and just talking about how, you know, an unfortunate situation. And maybe we could save the rest of it for another time, but maybe we could just keep, because the chat seems to be really loving today with nothing else coming up. So I'm wondering if we can just touch base on the Charlie numbers because it's been a month. But with, okay, so that was what I was just asking, if we could just talk about those without bringing up anything else, and just talk about those. And thanks to everybody that took part in it without mentioning anything else. That's all I asked. But again, it's the Just Machado show, so I just got to give it like the college try, guys. I always got to give it like, do we really have to? Because we know they're not worth it. We got to focus on the good stuff that came out of it, because it was a fantastic idea. But that was it. That was my try, friends. Okay, bye.
Noted and rejected. I truly resent Brian's public statements this week.
Oh, do you?
I truly resented it, only because, and by the way, then best way to say it, go to my spaces that I did this week. I don't remember the name of it. Hold on, I'll direct you to it, and post it in the comments later. Let me just find it.
Please no.
Not showing my receipts in regards to the Charlie Kirk merchandise. And I said this on my thing, and I will keep it to a minimum here. When I decided to do this as a job, I actually am doing this as a job. I have an EIN number. I've registered my business with the state of Massachusetts. I have a retail sales permit because now we sell merch. I have to pay taxes on everything I get. It makes it far less lucrative.
That for Shopify.
And I think it's crazy that for somebody like me who is just getting into this, clearly well documented that I
Did she just say she got a retail sales permit? You don't need that for Shopify. And like, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, what the hell is she? That's not a thing. You don't need that for Shopify and Printful. Like, what the fuck is she talking about, bro? Like, what, dude? You know what? She's just saying shit to say it. I'm confused. Like, does she think people who haven't done this already don't know that she's just making shit up? Like, I'm confused.
And I don't know what I'm doing. And so we're learning as we go. For Brian to come out here and basically accuse me of stealing and profiting off of Charlie Kirk's death. I'm not okay about Charlie Kirk's death. It is very emotional still. How do we get to the spaces? Erin will link it. I think I'm going to be able to link it.
Erin, your friend that you shit on?
I'm going to drop it in I think I can, because if the video, big tough guy, right?
Big tough guy. You're a big tough girl.
My husband's saying good morning, Gianna. There's the link to the spaces. I just saw Jeff saying good morning, good morning, Jeff. Who's Gianna? Take my earrings out. I'm gonna get scrappy.
No, you're not. Shut the fuck up.
There's just so many facets to the Brian thing about that, like big man running his mouth, only doing it now because I'm in a Twitter war with some other content creators.
Or maybe because you're just a shitty person who got jealous of Brian and his studio, and the way that you decided to take that out was just say a bunch of random ass shit. Because your jealousy, just like Aiden's, couldn't possibly, you know. She's just so transparent. It's gross at this point. You know what I mean? It's Aiden style. It's literally Aiden style. Believing your own bullshit while just spewing nonsense that's easily provable.
When he was alone, he would never. In person, he would never. That's the difference between him and I. In person, this conversation would happen. And then bringing in.
None of these people would say this to my face. Let's make this abundantly clear. And I would say it all to their faces. All of it. And then some, probably. Because unlike them, I'm not a fucking coward. And if I'm going to say it with my whole ass chest, I'm going to say it with screen and without it. I don't need a fucking screen. That's the difference.
In this thing, right? That's just crazy to me. I am a conservative. I live my life that way. My husband has been listening to Charlie Kirk things for forever. Yes, I just posted yesterday. I mean, yesterday was the 1 month anniversary of his death. And here's Brian basically saying, show us your receipts. Show us your receipts. We run a business over here, Brian. I hope you do. I hope you pay taxes. And everybody's saying like it was a soft veil threat. I'm never going to give that energy to this whole thing. Please. But like, you should make sure you're all in order over there. Okay. Because you're opening up the door for.
Honey. See, unlike you, we've all been all in order on our own for a long time. We file mostly as sole proprietors because we don't have anybody working for us, so we can do that to file our taxes. And most of the time we lose because a business is supposed to lose predicted to lose for the first 3 years because you're putting that money back into your business. Although you probably don't do that, Jess. Many other people have to, right? Right. Well, they definitely won't touch him with a 10-foot pole. I bet he does miss all that help that he used to get before shitting on people. You know? And that's the other thing. It's definitely all talk until you show, right? Like, it's wild as fuck, the shit she says, and then confidently says it like it's true and it's not.
For people who don't like these content creators to start asking those questions, and things would get really uncomfortable for people. So Mr. Big Money, who told me how much he makes all this money, blah, blah, blah. I hope you're all above board.
Darling.
She tries.
Right?
Listen, we have people that we've billed and haven't paid us. And it's been 10 weeks. And it's just life. You know what I mean? Like,
you have people that you've billed and haven't paid you? Well, that's interesting. That's quite interesting. Fucking damn it. Sorry, guys. My Dash Pass from DoorDash definitely just took $10 out of my account. Fuckers. You know, you always fucking get hit when you need it the most. Fuckers. Like G Money said, we have been managing life and business on our own for years. You know, it's wild. You know, it's wild as fuck. You build people who would you be billing? That's the other thing. Like, who the fuck would you be billing, bro? There's no one to bill when you run a YouTube channel. Okay? Everything monetized goes through YouTube. They do all of that. All of that goes through them. And at the end of the month, they pay you out for the month prior. After they take their cut, right? Shopify, you have to manually go in, and then boom, you pay it, and you get your fucking whatever, $5, whatever, right? Yeah, guess what happened with that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing, right? And so it's wild to try to proclaim that people who have been doing this twice as long as her wouldn't know what the fuck we're doing. I mean, she very clearly is saying shit that doesn't make sense. You build someone, they haven't paid you in 10 weeks, who the fuck would you be billing? You're running a YouTube channel. Who the fuck would you be billing? Also, fun fact, if you're going to bill someone about something, you probably take a third up front, a third in the middle, and a third at the end. Otherwise, then you have to take people to civil court to get them to pay. You fucking idiot. Number one. Okay? Okay. Number two, do we really believe she was fucking billing anyone? Come on. What are you billing for? Exactly. Anything that goes through YouTube is not billed, right? Anything through Shopify doesn't get billed. You don't bill anyone. They bill you. So who are you, quote, billing, Ethel? Stop it. I mean, it's wild. It's right? Go to Spaces. I'll over-explain myself there. Let me tell you about LTL so I don't have to talk about the donation thing, even though the audience asked for the update. It's fucking wild. It's absolutely wild. It's wild. She kept looking at Erin and typing on her phone, avoiding. Yeah, shocker. Yeah, I mean, he only has Simpson puppets, and even those people are starting to bow out because they're tired of being Simpson puppets and being worried and afraid all the time, you know? Like, who the fuck would she be billing? You know what I mean? Like, of course she's not billing anyone. There's no one for her to fucking bill. Are you building them a home that you need to bill them for supplies? Like, what? Who? Everything that's monetized through YouTube goes through YouTube. If you do Shopify and Printful, that goes through them and they bill you. So who the fuck would you be, quote, billing? You wouldn't be billing anyone. Stop it. Fucking stop it, bro. And if you knew how to run a business, you would know you never, ever take nothing up front to do the job. Ever. That's how you don't get paid. That's how people screw you over. When you take a deposit of at least a third or half ahead of time, and then another half at the end, or a third, you know what I mean? And a third, like, common sense. Correctly how to run a business, even a very...
It is what it is.
Come on, man.
I got that payment, by the way, while I was sitting here.
Oh, did you?
While I was here.
Oh, 10 seconds ago.
And so it's a weird space to be in, you know, to have like a business side of something
Weird.
or whatever. Erin has asked, or has not asked, Erin has taken it on. And she's great. She sends out invoices. We didn't do it this week or whatever. We'll talk about it. But like, we have a database. We send out invoices so that people pay us and then we update it. And like, it's a thing because I don't know what this is going to be like next year when I have to file my taxes. Like, I don't know. So we're like really like trying here, right?
I can't.
I made a W-9 for myself. Like it's kind of a thing, right? And then this whole thing about like these sweatshirts, I knew right away, like I want a sweatshirt. Okay, let's sell them. And then Erin was like, well, we can't make any money off of it. I was like, right. So let's just separate that and we'll, whatever profit we make, we'll just donate it. And then wherever I donate, it's the same place every time, year after year after year. It's the Veterans Agency in Fall River. It's where I spend my money. It's where I have done fundraising. I don't even have the pictures, but like I do have a picture. Like we do a lot of stuff for Kim and for the Veterans Agency. And it's my go-to because it's trusted and I see where my work. Who's the scumbag who accused you of this? No,
I think
I'll tell you when I get home.
update.
No.
I think they asked for an update.
Jeff getting mad. Jeff getting mad. And so the
Yay. Love my bestie sweatshirt. Yay.
I'm sending you 3 pictures in the email.
Oh, Romy no longer hangs out with these
Let me see
people.
if it goes through.
I guess
Hold
she
on.
figured out they're all scumbags.
So
Good
this
for
is a
her,
place.
though.
Listen, there's a lot of places where people can like donate money or to the Jess Machado Show email. There's a lot of places you can donate money, and I don't know if anybody. You want to feel good when you're donating stuff. You want to know exactly where it goes. That is why the Veterans Agency of Fall River, the Veterans Association of Bristol County, is my go-to.
Well, you should probably tell Aiden to give everybody a bill of his fees. You know, they do want to know where their money's going to, and it went to a house and not his fees.
I've been there during lunchtime when they're serving veterans who come in. I've been there many times throughout the day, and I see
gets
veterans
better?
there.
Oh,
There's very
boy.
little administration there. It's literally like a volunteer that runs the place. Well, she gets paid, but very little, and then a director. So I've just seen this place function. I see the work they do.
Said she was
my
the
dad was a
director.
veteran. My dad went there plenty of times. Yes.
In the last clip, she said she is the director.
Like that's why part of this
Interesting.
thing with the Brian thing about Charlie Kirk like really got to me. And I'm not saying I broke I don't know, like the third. I really wanted to address it. Brian has been saying stuff about
Listen,
me for
I'm
weeks, and
broke,
I
but I'm
just
not
never
shy
said
about
anything.
it.
I didn't
I'm
really
fucking
address
broke.
it. You know what I mean? I'll take my cheap shots at him or whatever. But this, because it was about the Charlie thing or whatever. So for me, any profits I had, I didn't even think about it.
Yep.
I did think I'm not going to give it
That
to
was
Turning
for
Point.
her
They're
to
going to make
not
a
work.
ton of money or whatever. I'm going to give it to the Veterans Association. And so
Someone sent her $5,000 so she could not work in June, and then she proceeded to say, "Fuck that! I'm going to do it anyway, so I can make money on top of that." If someone handed me $5,000 to not work this month, I would take the fucking month off. I don't even know how I'm going to make next month. Running 2 households, my sister's got brain surgery. Like, I'm going to do what I have to do. I'm going to work and I'm going to do what I have to do. But like, imagine you being gifted that for to not work, and you're just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to do it anyway. Like, okie dokes then.
him saying like, show your receipts. So we'll show some receipts. First, I'm going to show you, this is what
That's
we've
not a
done in the
receipt.
past for the Bristol County Veterans Association of Bristol County. They're on Pine
What she's done in the past for them is not a receipt, by the way, of donating the money now, of course.
Street. This is some of the things that we have done. And unlike Brian, I don't post about this and share it everywhere. So this is at my home, and there's Erin
Probably
and Stephanie and
casino.
Meredith and Sarah. They were doing a Sheroes event where they have a luncheon for females that are in the military and are female veterans. And they really needed things for the women. They were giving them lunch, but they wanted to give them things. And so me and my moms, we went and made all of these gift baskets and put them together. And then we delivered them there with all the.
I have lots of stuff like that actually on my YouTube channel in my video section of things that I did during COVID, things I did before COVID, all different things. homelessness, giving back to the medical records department, gift baskets to random people during COVID, kids, adults, like the whole shebang. People can find them on their own, obviously. Actually, some of them popped up for Jesse this morning, which was wicked random because they're really old, right? And I don't draw attention to them. But that does not prove that you donated to them now, Ethel. Okay? Cool for
the
you.
American flags, and it was just, little baskets. Actually, it's not little. Those actually were like pretty expensive. But there's a lot of stuff in there. There was makeup, candles, coloring books. Like it was like, that's okay.
Yeah, because that's what they
That was
want,
one
coloring
thing.
books.
Then another time, Kim, anytime they're looking for something, Kim will send me a message like, hey, because she knows actually she can depend on me to get what they need. So one time she was saying that they were in need of, what do you call it? Health and beauty aids and things like that. And so I put out a call to my moms, and over the course of a couple days, look at what we got. Toothbrushes. Actually, what makes me sad? Virgil, my friend Virgil, who passed away, he showed up at my house with $50 and he was like, I'm not going to the store and buying anything, but take $50 and go and buy something. And I went right to the dollar store and bought a bunch of stuff. We will, Jess, we will. I'm going to talk to Kim and see what they need right now. I know that right now their clothing section of the place is full, so they don't have anything, but look at everything that keep it local. My dad used to go there for lunch occasionally before my dad passed away. I know my dad got a winter coat there one time. Like, this place is very important to me, and I can see where my work goes to directly touch veterans, which matters. So look at what all my friends did. Look at everything that they got. Shout out to like Rachel, who was like using all her CVS coupons to get me like all the toothpaste and the toothbrush. Like, this is just, that makes me so happy. And then another time we did a food drive for them in the off season, because a lot of times people will donate during holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas. But the problem is people forget about those people all of the other times.
You mean the rest of the year? Yeah.
And we did another one for, I think there were two different ones, but we did a food drive of all non-perishable things. There's actually another photo. This was one other time, but we do this in the off season because, again, it's the same thing. It's like people come out of holidays and they feel, oh, I've got so much and now I want it. But it's the off season where our veterans get forgotten about all the time. And so this was another time that we did this. I did post this on.
You know who gets forgotten about as well? Your fucking neighbors. Your neighbors, your friends, the homeless. Those people get forgotten about all year round. You'd think you'd like spread the love around like I have, like, you know what I mean? Spread it around to all different things, DV, fire victims, right? Like, and I am going to need help in the next, I'd say, week with getting this 12-year-old girl, my sister-in-law, stepdaughter, all of the things that she needs. Imagine your house burning down on the 4th of July, or her house is burned down on the 4th of July, and you can look it up yourself. It was in Braintree. It's the night of the 4th. It was horrible. And she'll be staying with my sister-in-law and her dad. And she's fucking 12. She has nothing but what she had with her, So if any of you wonderful people watching right now, since there's 628 of you spread across the 3 platforms I'm on, would like to help with that, I would definitely take that help for this 12-year-old girl. Who can need all the help for all the things. I have a list that my sister-in-law sent me this morning for her. Just DM me, email me. My email is in the description of the video. You can DM me on Twitter, Untwisted Live. Those of you watching from Twitter will know how to do that. Or you can get in touch with someone else if you can't DM me and it doesn't work. I think because I'm verified, maybe some people can't, I don't know. Then just get in touch with someone who knows me and they'll get in touch with me. But I don't, you know what? That would be interesting. Does Flex Seal work on a fucking pie hole? Right? Just rectify it. You know what I mean? I'm certain none of those ladies speak to her now. Probably not. Well, that's the thing, is she gives everything but that.
This on my Facebook back when I did this, but it was only to thank all of my moms who stepped up and really helped me accomplish this goal.
I know.
Another time I took money for backpacks because a lot of our veterans are homeless. I didn't take any place. That was actually another one I did. And we did this back to back, but the firefighters union in Fall River was doing a coat drive, and it was actually kind of made me mad because the coat drive, they were basically saying if you donate $50, it gets one coat, right? And they were going through an organization that got the coats or whatever. But anyway, I was like, well, where are the hats and where are the gloves? And the kids need hats and gloves. And so I asked all my friends to donate to, and it was when actually the fundraiser was through Facebook. It was before I ever had a Venmo or whatever, but all of my friends donated to it. And I went to all of the Walmarts and I got a hat and a pair of gloves or mittens for every single coat
that the fire department donated in the city of Fall River. It was hundreds.
Duct
And I
tape
did it
never
the
fails.
3 years that they did it. I did it.
Good old
And
duct
I don't know
tape.
if I ever really talked about that, but unlike Brian, who does it for show, for clout, and wants people to give him likes or whatever, I do this work away from this because of who I am as a person. And for you to say that I was going to profit off of Charlie Kirk merchandise is crazy. And then to prove it is crazy. He doesn't, it's just, the man made thousands of dollars during the Karen Reed trial for actually doing nothing. He was never out there. And if he was, it was so he could get the views and the clicks.
He
and
was
it's
out there.
This really gross,
He
disgusting
was
thing.
out
But
there.
adding to that,
I saw him with
the
my
idea
own two
that I
eyes
would
while
profit
I
off
was
of Charlie
there.
Kirk's death, somebody that I admired, I followed, and whose death changed me and my husband, is really gross. And so today would have been the day where Erin got all of our numbers together. And then once we calculate all of that and we balance everything out through Shopify and
She's
Printful and
so
all of those things,
obsessed
then we get a
with- I
number.
swear to God,
and
she's
then
like has a
I'm going to
crush
reach out to
on
Kim, and
Brian.
then I'm going to go see Kim, and I'm going to give her a check, and we're going to make a donation. And I'm not going to take a picture of it, but because that's gross. But that is what we're going to do. That was always the plan. We had no idea how much merch we were going to sell. We didn't know. Erin put together, because of Brian, an Excel sheet of all of our Charlie merch and how much we made off of it. And I think I talked about this. Some items we made a couple of dollars off of. But we have a list of, are you showing? Do you want to show that? We're happy to show that. And so as soon as, and again, we are on day 30. So as soon as all of our accounts are all settled, it's hard to see, but we're pretty much the real deal over here, Brian. So it's hard to say, but I think in total for all of the Charlie, I think I had said 709.90 is the final dollar amount that we made off of all of the Charlie merch. I think I said it was around $400, but I think I was thinking just the hoodies. I can't really see that, but so that's that. And so I know Kim doesn't watch my show because she's busy. There we go. Yeah. Thank you.
It explains how many. This is how many we sold.
Erin is saying this is how many we sold. This is the gross sales. Then net
It shows
sales.
none of it. It's
No taxes on any of
ST
this.
headquarters
'cause it's
for
clothing.
Charlie.
Total sales, and then
Oversized,
the gross
distressed,
profit
dad
for
hat,
each. I still felt
unisex.
that was high.
It
That
shows
minus
nothing.
shipping on all of those.
To my knowledge, this is listed on you. I'm gonna.
I still felt like that ever was.
It shows
I
nothing.
do agree. But I did my best. Shopify's new for, I don't know if everybody can hear me on here. Shopify is new to me, so I got up early this morning and I was trying to, check all the reports. And this is the best report that I could find that broke the profit out individually. That one picture that I posted, it said we made about five beans on each hoodie profit after the fact, because it showed the principal price, you know what I mean, what they pay, and then it showed the principal price. So about $5 each for those. So I mean, I don't want to say that this.
Yep,
to my
that's what I
knowledge, this
do.
is correct.
It's to inspire
I could be
people
wrong
to want to
because,
do it.
I'm not I'm not like the director of finance. I'm not.
Like when I post the videos of some of the things, and obviously I don't make a video of everything like that I do, but when I put some of those videos on my YouTube way back when, it was to sort of like inspire other people to want to do, right? To want to create sort of a domino effect and hope that I did an entire rant on that. Like it's on my Facebook from years ago, but it's on there about helping people and how like you want to create that domino effect. You know what I mean? Like that other people will do what they weren't thinking about it. Maybe they do now and they help someone in their, neighborhood or their, family member or their neighbor or a stranger for that matter. I like helping strangers because I'm someone who doesn't have a lot of family. And so for me, I want to help other people in that scenario as well. So none of this shows any prices or numbers, by the way. I don't know. You guys can't probably see it because it's too small, but it literally shows no numbers, no prices, no nada.
I'm not a VP of finance. There's things I can do and there's things I can't. So for now, this is the report that we're finding. Makes sense to me. But again, I'm going to cost.
Her mother needs to
be all the way transparent.
Refinance her house. Like she likes to say her house as if her mother's
Thank you for
house
doing
is her
this
house.
today, because I know it wasn't something you were going to do, but we wanted to be fully transparent and quote unquote show receipts. And
Where is the receipt?
Once we do finally pay this out to her, which I'm
Where
not
is
sure
it?
exactly when that'll be, but I anticipate over the next week or so, I'll give you Kim's contact information. You can call her and you can authenticate that if need be. And then when you are there, please ask her to tell you about all of the other things that I have given, including money and all of the things that
why is that relevant? To this one thing, it doesn't matter if you've given all of the other things on planet Earth. Like that is not, why would anyone ask that? That's weird.
I've seen here.
Okay. Jokey. That is just
inappropriate.
The grandiosity is fucking amazing to me. It has been brought to my attention that we have quite a funny clip. And I'm going to play that funny clip. It's my shit. All my girls could be like this. Here we go. I got a clip.
I talked to Lucky 3 weeks ago.
Oh, he did.
And he said he would come on. Me and Lucky are cool.
So,
not cool.
Are you planning on doing his show? You're going to go on a show?
I have no intentions of doing a Turtle Boy show. No.
How come?
Early on in the first trial, he was able to get an interview with me. It was an interview that should not have happened. And I was promised that he would protect me. And instead of protecting me, he, threw my name out there, pretty much put me in an island all by myself, potentially putting, discipline actions against me from work. I confronted him the next day about it. His comment to me was, I had an obligation to get the information out there.
No, he didn't.
That's fine, but you didn't have an obligation to put my name out there. You could have used other means of getting that information without giving me up. And he didn't hesitate but 30 seconds to throw me out there. And because of that, I will not go on the show.
Just that shit pissed me off. The Lucky shit pissed me the fuck off because nobody, and I mean fucking nobody, did more to make sure that Lucky Lochran felt safe and comfortable and protected than me.
He's safe and protected because Turtle Boy said so. Yeah, she often will say it's her house, and often says my house. In fact, it is her mother's house. Her mother lives there. It's her mother's house. Yeah, no worries, Rose. I'm here. I'm here, darling. And I'm going to wrap up soon anyway. See what's left on the wheel. That's quite funny. Yeah, no one did more to make him safe and protected than me, the sewer turtle. But John, you didn't answer my calls, you coward, you bitch. Aiden, buddy, we called you. We called you twice. We left you voicemails. I left my number. I didn't even block it. You can call me back. We have very important independent media questions about your case. You want to talk about your case, want everybody to talk about your case, made this whole stink about it. We would like to talk about your case, sir, but, we need some questions answered, sir. We need questions. So you want to call me back. I mean, according to you, people who don't call people back are bitches, cowards. Just saying. I mean, we called. We rang, but there was no answer. Left 2 voicemails on the last stream. I mean, geez. Jeez. He doesn't even want to draw attention to the fact that we called, which is fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Oh, shit, I forgot to take Ethel Tanty off. Damn it, we already did Ethel Tanty. Actually, there's there is one more. Okay. Because she has to. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is you hate your mother, that's great and all, but like you can just not live with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, if I have no problems if someone has a toxic parent and just because they're your parent or your sibling or whatever does not mean you need to be around them just because they're family if they're toxic people, right? But you can't be around a toxic person, live in a toxic person's household, then call them toxic and bitch about them. Then get the fuck out of their home. Live on your own and adult, right? Then she shits on people like me that have to pay all of our bills on our own like adults. We don't make as much as Ethel. Well, Ethel doesn't pay as much as I do. Ethel's mom isn't going to let the house go with no food, right? Right? Like, well, she can't. Well, you're not supposed to, right? Brian was, in fact, at the court. I saw him there with my own 2 fucking eyes when I was there. So that's just wild to say that, Wild. Right? I mean, we're just on the same wavelength, girl. I'm just thinking the same thing you are. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. You can separate yourself from a toxic family member. I've done that myself. But then you don't live in their home, right? You don't do that. Right. You don't do that. And you don't live with them then, if that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, he was always transparent. Most people were, except some of these assholes, right? So now, let's see, where is it? This morning, she had some breakdowns, right? Where are they? All the things that I bookmarked. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Stephanie, who always has like the morning nonsense of the shit that is Ethel, right? Here we go. Oops.
Apology. You know me. I won't give him apology for anything. I'm not apologizing. That my instinct was child, neighbor's child. It sounded exactly how I interpreted it to me. But if he is clearly stating after the fact that that wasn't his intent, I will apologize for the statement that I made. He asked for an apology. You know me, I won't give him apology for anything, but I think it's warranted here. I can see already, because of the temperament of what's going on the interwebs, that people are on both sides losing their minds. I will say this. I didn't call him a pedophile. I never used that word. I never said that. I just said that this was a fucking sick, disgusting statement to make. Now, all of this could have been solved if he had just said, you don't get, maybe, oh, you get smallpox from sleeping with your neighbor's wife. But instead he said daughter. And that's why we're here, because I think daughter, I think kid. Do you know what I mean? Now, for good measure, I asked my husband and my son to listen to the statements. And my son, Jack, had a very different take on that.
She's on X.
I'm actually not going to share it,
the clips in the
but
morning.
he had a very different take on it. And it also made me, just made me feel like this one's not a hill worth dying on. He gave me great perspective. It's something that, made me feel like, okay, we can wait on some things. You know what I mean? We don't have to, I just don't need to make a comment about it. So the best thing I thought for me to do is, because he has made a very clear statement. Now, I guess he did a live stream. I didn't listen to that. I was out in the pool or whatever, but it sounded to me like he went and did a live stream about it. But someone had messaged me and said that he is very clear that he wasn't talking about a child. And so I got you. So if you're not talking about a child and you're just talking about a neighbor's daughter who is 18 or older, then my comments don't line up with what you said. And so I think an apology would be appropriate. Then let me just give you some advice, sir. I heard neighbor's daughter, and as a mom, organically, and somebody who doesn't necessarily like you, I instantly made it, it made me feel like child and gross.
She's talking to Baker. Baker said something about his neighbor's daughter and something sexual, and people automatically assumed he meant child. But even if it was your neighbor's daughter, weird conversation to have, bro. It's a weird thing to fucking say. Okay. Yes, someone said it's a maternity bathing suit. We did get a screenshot of it being the same pattern as a maternity bathing suit, although we cannot see the whole thing. I don't know. Listen, I won't even wear a bikini now. And I'm of average build. You know what I mean? I'm wearing a big t-shirt, and you can tell it's huge on me. I bought it in extra large, so it would be an oversized t-shirt. I am in a decent enough shape to wear a bikini, and I still do not wear a bikini these days. I'm a mom. I'm a mom, and I don't think my kids want to see my belly. My belly. Yeah, know what I'm saying?
It's 1 hour outside of solitary, and what do you want to do during that time? I want to stream. I want to stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck is she doing? Amanda, please. Your show is the worst. You're the worst. You're the worst mom. You're the worst everything. You're just the worst. You're the worst dresser. Everything. You're the worst. I'd be in fucking court with fucking heels on and a dress, and Amanda comes in fucking dirty jeans and fucking sneakers. What the fuck? Respect the courts. Respect the judges. Respect the courts. Good morning. Welcome to 24 on 24. I'm your host, Jessica Machado. Listen, we were going to do opposite day today, but obviously I am too full of myself to talk down. I'm too full of myself to have low energy. I'm too full of myself to ever talk about myself like I just did. Of course, I can't talk about myself that way. I love myself more than anybody.
Okay.
It's a terrible concept. Everybody hates it. You should hate yourself. You should hate all the girls. When you walk into a room and you see a pretty girl, hate her. Just hate her by default. If her hair is in particular blonde and is done in a very nice, neat way, unlike the way that you could do, hate her. If she has a bunch of loyal followers, aka fans, and they call themselves bunnies, hate her.
She all right, bro.
If she can unabashedly give her opinion and not give two fucks about what anybody says, unless
You give
different
fucks,
shows
two
make fun of her,
fucks.
and
Come
then
on.
maybe only on those days she gets self-deprecating and she's
Oh,
down on herself,
please.
hate her.
Oh, yeah.
If she sees something on the internet and she gives her opinion and nobody else will say it, but she says it for everybody, hate her. Hate her. And by her, I mean me. Good morning. This is my fucking show. I'll do whatever I want. You try to cancel me. I don't care.
Okie
What
dokie.
everybody else does. I'm talking on the internet.
She sounds angry, guys. She sounds very angry. I'm going to pause it for a second. She sounds very angry. Sounds very angry. Ethel, are you angry? Are you upset that the sewer turtle has made you lost subs and you're now under 10K because you didn't want to admit that a lot of your subs came from him? See, hard work is a thing, Ethel. When it just appears because of a sewer turtle, right? You might have to do some hard work. Yep. And that requires not just spewing off nonsensical bullshit and not doing any research whatsoever on any of it. The fact that she thinks she's like the prettiest girl in the room is the most hilarious thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. Like, listen, I'm not supermodel, but I know I'm a good looking woman. Okay. Never had a day in my life with men, right? I have my pick if I wanted. My husband is my pick. He'll forever be my pick. Okay. He's a very nice looking dude. And I will quote Richard as when I put some pictures on Twitter on the 4th of July with pictures of my husband and his brother and his nephew sort of like putting the tarp down for the pool for the kids. Richard was like, there's a wild room service guy in that picture. Yes, there is a wild room service guy in that picture. My hubby is in that picture. But he is my pick and only pick because he's the peanut butter to my jelly, right? And so, yes, I love myself, but I love my children more, right? I love my children more. And I also didn't need to tell everyone how much I love myself. I'm normal, like a normal human, and sometimes I feel like shit. And sometimes I'm in a lot of pain and I feel like extra shit. And sometimes I'm super fucking tired like I am right now and I feel like shit, right? Do I love myself? Yes. I love my kids more. I also don't need to tell everybody how fabulous and amazing and wonderful I am every day, although I am fabulous. I'm just a beautiful disaster, okay? Don't look at me. You can't see me. I'm hiding. You can't see me. I'm hiding right now. I've disappeared, and you can't see me. It's like when the kids do when they're hiding, and they're like this. And you're like, oh no, where did that child go? It's me and my husband's thing. You can't see me. I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Right? That's like people who wear like leggings, and you can see like, it's like, no, that's not, those are too tight. Like, listen, no, there are some things like you're better left covered. You know what I'm saying? Like, leave it to the imagination, at least for some. It's not always appropriate. Just because you can doesn't mean you should, you know? Just, we're moms now. And also, like, she's a decade older than me, and she acts like she's 2 decades younger than me. That's fucking wild.
Do the same thing you do. I do the same thing you do. I do the same thing you do. Why can't I do it? Because I'm prettier? Because I'm funnier?
Does she actually think she's funny? I just want to know this. In real life, does she actually think that she's like funny? Like, not LOL Cal funny where like we're making fun of you because you are so ridiculous in believing that like you're the most amazing, beautiful person on planet Earth. Like, does she actually think she like has punchlines and jokes and she's funny? Like, I don't even think I'm that funny. Okay. I definitely don't think she's funny. I cannot. Especially in solitary confinement. That's the other thing. If your inside is ugly, it doesn't matter what your outside looks like. You can be a supermodel on the outside, but if your soul is just full of fucking ugly and bad and evil, like, then it just is.
Why?
Busted can of biscuits. We call that a dented can, my friend. Us people in Boston call those dented cans. So the women that think they're amazing and awesome, but they're damaged. Like, they're so fucked up and damaged that, like, they're delusional about the way that they think about themselves versus the way the world can clearly see. You know what I'm saying? We call those dented cans, but I will totally take a busted can of biscuits for $700, Alex. That goes for men more. Oh, man. I didn't watch him. Now, to be fair, I don't watch him. But other people do, and I was advised he hasn't said shit yet, so what is he, afraid? Are you afraid? Yanzi. Right, that's one Ethel fucking meltdown from this morning. What about this one? Stop talking on the interwebs. Don't talk on the interwebs, people.
I'm talking on the internet. Do the same thing you do. I do the same thing you do. I do the same thing you do. Why can't I do it? Because I'm prettier? Because I'm funnier? Why? Just a small, I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. There's no other way to say it. I'm the smallest channel around. I don't even have, how many subscribers do I have? Am I like 8,000 now? I'm the smallest channel of all the channels. I always was. It's funny everybody thought I was the biggest and the best. That's because of the product I deliver every fucking day. Consume it with your ears, you fat weirdo from another country. You're
She didn't actually just say that. I'm the biggest and I'm the best, and fuck all y'all. What? I can't. What the fuck? What? What? I can't.
weirdo. You're fucking weirdo. Everybody knows it. I don't have to say anything anymore. You're just weird. Everybody knows you're weird. Nobody talks like that. Nobody says those things. You're a weirdo. And you get everybody to believe you because your accent is weird, and so they don't know how you really mean or what you really say. But everybody else knows you're weird. All the ladies know you're weird. You're just weird. You want to cancel me because I'm going to call somebody a fucking weirdo? Fine, cancel me. He's a weirdo.
You're all fucking weirdos. How about that? Weirdo behavior. I think spandex only stretches so far.
Unfortunately, I learned far more about him than I wanted to last night while I was consuming Jessica Walsh's show with Kane.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okie dokie. All right. Okie dokie. Oh, that's nice, Allie. I actually have been here way longer than I ever planned to be. Way longer than I planned to be, but the wheel took a long time, and the hearing was like, no, I was not feeling it today. I'm sorry. Like, I want the like good shit, and usually I cover the whole thing front to back. But, like, I wasn't feeling it today. I'm tired. All right. Tired. Fucking emotionally exhausted. Where's the other one? I can't. Which attempt to be taken seriously as an investigative reporter. Watson, what do we have here? A scammer. This is the bathing suit, right? This one here is the bathing suit. You can't. Stephanie always has the little nuggets, the clippy nuggets. Let's see if she put the other one with the bagel. I don't know if anyone had the bagel one. Oh, driving issue she mentioned about the other day. What was that driving issue?
2 reminders from yesterday morning. I said, oh, there was some issues for 4th of July until nighttime I wanted to talk about. I guess like now that it's 2 days away, it doesn't seem as bad or crazy. So thank you for the lucky information. It's very interesting. It's really great to be able to discuss those things in the 3rd dimension. We can have our own conversations. We should go bigger with this. It was 2 things happened. One, I can't talk about. I realized I shouldn't have said 2 because I can't talk about one. But the other one was Sweetles. 2 reminders from yesterday.
She cannot talk about one, which I'm going to guess involved maybe the police of some sort. Oh no. Body had been found on Mississippi's Horn Island. According to local authorities, the identity has not been confirmed, but officials have been on the island searching for 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells. That is very sad. My love goes out to this family because that is very, very, very sad. Okay, where's Unhinged Take 1? That's the cinnamon roll without frosting. Where's the bagel? Can we not get the bagel? Anybody not get the bagel? God damn it. Oh, God. Mary F. Kill, she does all the time. Sorry, a little had something. I was trying to see if I could find the bagel debacle. Maybe Jen has it. Hold on. The bagel debacle was quite funny. I thought I saved it, but maybe not. Maybe not. So that woman from Tennessee that called Jessica's show today, all I have to say is bless your heart. Take that as you will. Well. Okay, hold on. What? Oh, a change purse. Oh, the kitty. Oh, speaking of kitty, right? For those of you who do not have Twitter, I did post a video of my kitty because I got home yesterday and I had been gone for what? fucking more than 12 hours, but just, it had been gone, obviously, at not home for the 4th of July. And I got home, and she got all the lovins all day long. She just wanted to love on her mommy and also knead on my legs.
Hello, Dora. You miss me? Oh, hello, my lovey.
Just kneading on my legs.
Ow, girl, that's my leg you're kneading. Just my leg you're kneading, yeah. I know you missed me, huh? Yes. I missed you too, girly.
I was watching a documentary, actually, of some new tapes of, not new, but semi-new, Ted Bundy, and some tapes from his girlfriend, Liz Flopner, that had never been released before. And it was like a 3-part series. And I was watching that. And like, she was making biscuits. Yep. She just wanted her lovin's, right? She missed us. Also, the fireworks kind of scare her. She does not love the fireworks. But I just distract her with all the love. Usually every day when I get out of work with you guys, I, do some stuff in the kitchen, do some stuff in the living room, go into my room. And the second that I walk in my room, she comes finding me and she jumps right up on the bed with the meow, meow. She wants all the lovins every day. She says, we have a whole thing going. Although I will show you guys the relaxation this was the relaxation that I got in the morning, at least on the 4th of July. I got to just sit. I walked up to the barn to see the horses and the chickens. We got fresh eggs for breakfast. It's my in-laws, the kids eating breakfast because they were like so happy to be with each other. Cousins, my sister-in-law who has Downs. They were just so happy. This kid over here is actually the one whose house burned down. So this poor kid is just having a tough time there. But it was a very relaxing, very hot 4th of July where the kids played with water balloons and played stickball, and the boys, good old boys, put together the pool for the kids so they could swim. And it was hot, but we all enjoyed each other. The kids enjoyed each other, and I got at least 10 minutes of quiet out here, just chilling. Where's the pictures of the horses? I think, I don't want them to stand. Okay, they are. I went up to the barn and just pet some of the horses, and that's Tuxedo right there. My horse's name is Tuxedo. He's a very pretty horse. Of course. When I checked out the chickens gave us eggs to eat that morning. So, so it's amazing. Amazing. It was at least 10 or 15 minutes of solemn quietness before the children ran out to play that morning. So at least we got that. She was making biscuits, yes. Yeah, I can't depend on that. I gotta look at it myself. She was talking about Baker in that last clip, or in the clip where he was talking about the daughter. She was talking about Baker. No one knows what she was talking about in the other one. Who, Ethel? I highly doubt she does. I don't ever see her. You know what I mean? I can't depend on other people to fill me in on everything. I have to do my own research on some things. When people give it to me, I then take it and then go and look at all of it, like the whole context, the whole everything, to make sure. If I'm gonna talk about it like that, then I need to know. Yeah, I had at least 15 minutes of quiet time before the kids came running outside very early. So, so I was happy to have that. I am gonna wrap it up. She does, actually. She does once in a while donate. She does. She just does it like direct. I just don't read people's names. I don't read people's names when they donate via Venmo or PayPal. I don't read their names because you don't need the cult harassing fucking anyone. You know what I mean? So I only read screen names if they put them in there. And if they don't, I just don't read the name because want to keep people protected. Aiden doesn't give a fuck about that because he's the one that sends his idiot minions to harass people, but I would prefer people don't get harassed. But all right, I'm wrapping it up. Yeah, I love your stinking faces. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I don't know what time yet. I haven't figured out a time yet, but it'll be a sort of another interactive show. Today was the wheel. Tomorrow I got something else. So I was working on stuff for the 5th morning, the morning of the 5th, for the show, because I can't not bring my laptop with me and at least do something. So yes, but I got tired after doing like 4 or 5 of them. So I was like, all right, put the laptop away. At least you can do this. You cannot work for like one whole 24-hour period. You can do this. I know you can. I could not do this, but I did it for at least like 18 hours. I mean, I get credit for that, right? Right. All right. I love your stinking faces. Do me a favor, smash that like button on your way out, please. Appreciate y'all. You can donate to the channel. There's a bunch of different ways to do so. We have an Amazon wish list. That is in our description. We have Chime and Revolut, and those are the same as the Cash App and Venmo. All those tags are the same, Cash App, Venmo, Revolut, and Chime. We have PayPal, and we have a link that works for Apple Pay. It works for any credit or debit card that's pinned to the top. It's Justice Chats. It's also in the description of the video as well here on YouTube. Anybody who would like to help out with a 12-year-old, my sister-in-law's stepdaughter, whose house burned down on the 4th of July, please reach out. I'm going to compile a list. I'm going to throw things on the wish list. It's going to take me a while to do it, but I'm going to do it. So just keep an eye out for that. Anybody else who wants to help with some of the things that can't go on the wish list, please reach out, either email or Facebook or DM on Twitter. Or if you can't DM me, reach out to someone else and I'll DM you, and then it'll work. Love your stinking faces. Any donations that come in after the stream, I'll read tomorrow. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.